world demonstrations showing you that.
Have you got that from like a peer-reviewed journal or something? Like
no, because you're just okay. So you're just appealing to credentials, appealing to authority right now. Okay, this is a real-world test.
It's not simple.
You can go and repeat.
It's not an appeal to authority.
Do you know how many peer-reviewed papers get retracted each year, dude? That's not right. There's even a peer-reviewed paper saying how ridiculous the peer review process is. That's ridiculous to just blatantly appeal to credentials and authority. That's fallacy, right? That's straight up illogical. Okay, so we're talking about real-world practical demonstrations showing you that there's no curvature over X distance. Okay, this can be repeated over and over again, and you can go and check it. Right? It doesn't need to be a paper either, because this is actually what would be written in the paper. The source material, the high definition video
I'd like
footage.
to see like a concrete, like single page measurement that shows down very quickly and concisely, like the methodology where the measurements were taken and stuff. So that's
I can show you an example right now if you want to see one.
And then before I have to go, in this instance, you're the peer. Right? We're peers. You don't have to rely on some kind of magical priest peer. You're the peer. We're the peers. We've gone and checked this. So you can do the same. You can check it also. You're the peer.
Yeah, it's really good to test reality against itself as well. So that's why like water makes so much sense for it, because what you're doing is testing your perception of reality against the reality. Like when you say curved lines or straight lines and stuff like that, that's just your perception. You're not controlling for that variable at all. But in reality, we have a thing called a water level, which is a tool. It sets up a local horizontal plane. And horizontal means it's parallel with the horizon. And that happens everywhere.
Water levels. A spirit level is not necessarily.
I said a water level. I didn't say a spirit level.
Yeah, but like isn't a water level going to measure to be locally flat? I mean, if you use
that's
like
what it does.
one of the Great Lakes,
literally does that. That's what it does.
Well, have you tried using one of the Great Lakes or something as a water level? Then you'd probably be able to
just use a water level. Bro, the point is this is what water does. It establishes a local horizontal plane in reality. That's what water does. And all verticals along that plane are perpendicular to that horizontal plane.
Yeah, but if you have a large body of water, then you're going to see the curvature, aren't you?
No, you're not. You're still going to use it as a... Because all horizontal lines will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. This is basic fucking surveying, dude. You want to level something, and if you want to know if it's level with the earth, it will be parallel to any body of water, parallel to the plane of the horizon. We get level from the earth.
Yep, and then parallel scales up. It just stays parallel. It doesn't ever not become not parallel. Unless you have a different definition of parallel or something. So what happened is they sold you a bunch of contradictions, and now you go around spouting those contradictions as if like you have some ultimate knowledge about something, when in reality all you're doing is appealing to consensus, appealing to authority, which is interesting because in order to prove something to yourself, you would have to go out and do it, right? You would have to actually prove it to yourself.
I see more gaps and contradictions in what you guys are saying than what I say.
Yeah, you haven't pointed one out yet, because the interesting part is all we've been doing is pointing out your contradictions.
What one?
Yeah, when we say parallel lines stay parallel all the time, no matter how large you scale them.
What's holding up the earth? How do we count?
That's not a contradiction, bro. That's not a contradiction. Are you kidding me? What's holding up the earth?
It is.
What's the contradiction? What's the contradiction?
Don't bother doing this again, dude.
What is the A and not A at the same exact time, bro? Do you know what a contradiction is?
Let me tell you what the contradiction is. if you believe things simply fall as a function of density, and you don't believe, or you don't know, or you believe that the Earth is flat, then you should believe that it would just fall in on itself, because like you would assume that at some point there'd be some lower density below the Earth.
How thick is the Earth? How do you know? How do you know how thick the Earth
assumptions, dude.
Yeah, you would have to know the thickness of the Earth to make a claim like that. So how thick do you think the Earth is? You never asked anyone how thick is the Earth.
Yeah, but like, where is the Earth?
Where is the
It's under your feet, bro.
What do you mean, bro?
It's right under your feet.
Right now.
Actually fucking broken now. I mean, you did good. That took a while, but wow.
Yeah, dude, you need to live in reality, bro.
I think he means, is it in space or something like that? No, you can think of the Earth like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in. Okay, and most of the surface area that we know of is covered in water. Now, if gravity were true, as defined on the globe, and the Earth were a globe of, 6,371 kilometer radius, that means the water would have to be curving at a specific rate. And if it's not, then your theory is incorrect.
Okay, so do you believe it? Do you believe in the other new
evidence?
But do you believe in the other fundamental formula? Because I'm taking it that you can't believe in gravity to believe what you guys believe.
No.
But
this is what we're doing, okay? We're specifically talking about the requirement for Earth to be a globe and for your version of gravity to be true. That would mean that the water would be curving. That's something that we can all easily test. Okay, we can calculate exactly how much it should be curving over X distance. And then we can go and test for that. And that's been done. And you seem to not want to see the evidence for some reason.
Well, you haven't shown me the evidence.
Well, I keep trying to, but you keep diverting off to other things.
We'll just send a link in the side chat. Simple, one page.
Well, I need to explain it. No, I need to explain it to you. I can show it to you.
No, if you're saying that you've got evidence that the Earth is flat, then you should be able to...
Yeah, but if I post you an hour and a half video, then you would have to go for an hour and a half, right?
Yeah, but
I could just explain it to you. I could just present it to you in 5 minutes.
But it doesn't necessitate...
I could just present it to you.
It doesn't necessitate either an explanation or an hour-long video. It necessitates just a concise summary of the data itself.
Okay, I'm still waiting for the contradiction, man.
Yeah, I'll speak it to you right now. Okay, so Dr. John Dee, right? He goes to the beach in the United Kingdom on an extremely clear day with no waves and extremely clear conditions. He sets his camera up on a tripod at 1 meter height. He has a windmill farm out in the ocean that ranges from 8 miles to 11.2 miles out. Okay, we can then calculate based off the 1 meter height that the horizon should be at approximately 2.3 miles. Sorry, I keep jumping between metric and imperial. Okay, so 3.5 foot height. That means the horizon should be at 2.29 miles away. Okay, but we have the windmill farm to act as a distance marker, right? 8 to 11.2 miles. We can see 6 windmill towers. Now, we can see the water going straight and flat from the camera all the way out past the windmill farms. We can see the base of the windmill towers touching with the water. It's extremely clear, okay? And the physical geometric properties that should be there if the Earth's a globe aren't there. Okay, it's repeated again on different days. The guy's an expert in optics as well, and in his video he goes over all of the variables. He shows you the water temperature readouts, the weather temperature, he goes over everything. Okay, it's a very detailed video. He's an expert in this field. He originally went out to try to debunk flat Earth, but accidentally became a flat earther in the process because he couldn't find any curvature. So that's the test that I was going to show you. Now here's a clip from the test in the side chat. Okay, this is just the zoom. Okay, here's a screenshot just from a random Earth curvature calculator online. Okay, showing you that the distance to the horizon should be 2.29 miles if you have a 3.5 foot observer height. And then the object obscured part, which would be the 11.2 mile windmill. Okay, the bottom 52 feet should be hidden behind the horizon. Right, here's a close-up picture of the windmills. So you can see what it looks like close up. It's low tide when he does this observation. So you can see where the paint's stripped off at the bottom of the windmills. Okay, when he zooms in, you can see the entirety of the windmills.
Yeah, I didn't hear any contradictions in that, DJ. That's awesome, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, look, we can even see a boat off in the distance far beyond the windmills, and he tracked that using ship tracking. And it's called the Shetland Trader, and it's actually 14 miles out. Okay, and then you can look up the size of the ship. The hull of the ship is about 7-8 meters above the surface of the water. Okay, but there should be about 26 meters of obstruction, so you shouldn't be able to see the ship at all. But we can see the whole ship. We can see the entirety of the windmills. Okay, we don't have any miraging effects that are noticeable or anything like that. It's extremely clear conditions, no waves, right? But no sign of that curvature that should be there. It would have to be there if gravity is true. And if the radius is 3959 miles.
I'm not sure that you've given me enough here to
okay, I have everything that you need.
That is actually 11 miles out.
Oh, okay. All right, got you covered. All right, so here's a screenshot from Google Maps, and here's another one, and here's a diagram from the actual. Like, you can look up the Rampion Windmill Farm. It's a pretty famous one. So it has its own website, and you can look into the history of it. You can find out the height of the towers.
How would I know that this even is this windmill?
Okay, so you can go
taken from that location.
Okay, because in the video he's very detailed, right? The guy's a PhD, so he did figure that people are going to ask all of these questions. So he shows you his coordinates. You can also just go on Google Earth right now and go stand exactly where he's standing in the observation. He pans the camera around so you can see the features of what's around in the landscape and you can stand exactly there, and you can validate that that's exactly where he's standing. He's not lying about it. Other people have.
You can repeat it. Yeah, you can go and repeat it for yourself. But the interesting thing that I see here is, do you apply the same skepticism to, say, the Blue Marble photo?
I mean, would I need to?
Oh, so you just have you just apply skepticism arbitrarily? You don't have a standard that you're applying your skepticism to? Or you just, because what I see is like you're having a bias here. You're saying, I just accept pictures. I'll accept pictures from any other, agency, but this one I'm very skeptical.
Yeah, but I'm still humoring it though, right? Even though this is kind of.
But sir, you're applying skepticism arbitrarily. You're not applying it universally to all categories.
I'm humoring you. I'm entertaining.
Excuse me, sir. Are you applying skepticism to this photo? Do you apply that same skepticism to the Blue Marble? Yes or no?
Well, I have in the past. When I was a child. I used to
and then how did you repeat it? So that way, because do you agree that this photo that DJ just gave you is something repeatable that you could go to on Earth and do this for yourself? Do you at least agree with that?
But would the premise prove that the Earth is flat? That's what I'd like to know.
Can you just answer a question?
This is the thing, Swordsman. He also went on different days and did it. And these types of tests have been done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, all documented. Completely different weather conditions, different locations, oceans, lakes, frozen lakes, salt lakes, all sorts of different conditions.
But it depends on his elevation as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's 3.5 foot.
Elevation.
It's 3.5 foot. Yeah, absolutely. So we calculate the distance to the horizon on a globe, depending on the elevation of the observer. So from 3.5 foot, which is 1.07 meters, it would be 2.29 miles, which is about 3.4 kilometers approximately. Okay, that's the physical geometric horizon.
I don't have evidence of his elevation from sea level here.
Okay, so you can see it in the video, and you can also, so All right, so here's
Oh,
some
at least
pictures,
he
right?
agrees. At least he agrees the necessary precondition to taking an elevation measurement would be sea level. Interesting.
Yeah, so look, in the video, I took some screenshots because, people mention this often. Okay, so this is the camera height. You can see him setting it up in the video. He shows it to you. He shows you his coordinates on his phone, time of day, everything, right? He goes to extreme detail in the video to make sure he covers as many bases as he possibly can. So to have a horizon beyond 14 miles, like we see in this video, you would have to have an elevation height of around, 130 feet or something like that, right? Some ridiculous height, right? To have a 10-mile horizon, you would have to be 66 foot up in the air. Okay, so these are so far off the globe that it's not funny, right? It's not able to be explained by questioning the elevation height. So even if we gave you leeway, you could say, okay, maybe he's 10 foot high, even though it's clearly not. Then that still is orders of magnitude off, showing any curvature.
No, I mean, like at a couple meters out, you should be able to see. You would see significantly further.
What? Why? Sorry.
From a couple of meters above sea level, you'd see.
Yeah, but we can calculate that. So let's say 2 meters. Okay, the horizon would be at about 3.5 miles, or maybe 5.5 kilometers, something like that. Okay, from 6 foot, it should be 3 miles. Like if you're 6 foot tall, I remember that's what they taught me at school. If you're 6 foot tall and you're looking out into the ocean, the horizon's 3 miles away. That's the physical geometric horizon, and anything that goes beyond that would be physically obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. I mean, that's what a horizon is on a globe, right? It's the physical geometric horizon, which is a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth. This thing in the diagram here.
Do we know that the wind farm is what he's seeing?
Yes, we do. You can. I actually have the link to the website of the wind farm, but I did show you a Google Earth screenshot just before. Okay, showing you. Right, I'll post it again. Yeah, so they're very careful to make sure they get the distances and things like that right, because obviously that's the first thing that people are going to question. Okay, and we've got tons of these done by different people as well. And you can repeat these yourself. That's the great thing about these. And that's what we essentially do encourage people to do. If you feel like it, once you've looked into it and you do want to confirm for yourself, then you can do it yourself, like I did back in 2019 over Lake Macquarie in Australia, because I saw these observations. I'm like, this can't be right. This is crazy. And, I bought a Nikon P900, right, 83x zoom off eBay, and I lived right next to the lake, and we had a 20-kilometer stretch across the lake. So I went out on my boat. I went to one side of the lake, and it's a good lake because it has white sand beaches around the lake, and I was able to zoom, like set up my camera just above the surface of the water, and I could zoom in and see the white sand beach on the other side of the lake 20 kilometers away consistently. It's always the case, right? Sometimes you can't see quite as far because of the weather conditions, right? The visibility rating isn't high, or you can have, conditions that wouldn't be suitable to do a long distance observation, where you have heavy refraction, like miraging effects that have crazy distortion, right? Like inferior or superior mirages, or Fata Morgana. Look, here's an even longer distance one. Okay, this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's a great place to do observations because it doesn't have high humidity. It has very dry weather. Okay, so this one's over 21 miles distance, which is 34 kilometers. Okay, so in this one, he sets his camera up at 1.5 meters height, 5 foot. There's the camera right there, Nikon P1000. 120x optical zoom or something like that. Okay, and he's going to be zooming over this distance here. So here's a screenshot. Right, so he shows his coordinates in the video. He shows the entire process of arriving, walking down to the location, setting up the camera. Okay, there's his screenshot from standing behind the camera. Okay, and this is what it looks like from standing behind the camera. Okay, so he's going to be zooming off into the distance and checking for the Earth curvature. Now, here's the screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so this one, we got the eye height, 5 foot. Target distance is the shoreline on the other side of the lake, 21 miles away. Okay, so calculating based off a globe, 2.7 miles is the horizon distance, and then the target hidden height is 223 foot. That would be the shoreline on the other side. All right, so basically, if you had a 24-story building on the shoreline on the other side of the lake, on a globe, you would only be able to see 1 story of the building popping out from behind the horizon. Okay, and the horizon would be at 2.7 miles. Now, if you have a look at the footage, you'll see that he can see the whole way across the lake. Now, he's got a buddy, John Kavanagh, from Field Engineers Core Group. Okay, he's on the other side of the lake, and he takes some footage. Now, this is a screenshot here of what it looks like on the far side of the lake that he's going to be zooming into. Right, and here is a screenshot from the zoom footage. Right, just a second.
I'm sorry, like I got a fundamental problem here, and that's you need a third point to make this measurement. You need a third point to rule out localized slope. Unfortunately.
What do you mean? It's done over the surface of water. Water's meant to be level, whether you think the Earth's a globe, right? And it's level in relation to the center of the globe, right? Or on a flat Earth, level as just horizontal and flat. Okay, it's water level.
It tends to being level, but it's not really though, is it?
Well, it is in a lake.
If you look at the ocean,
tides. We're doing this in a lake.
But if you look at a lake or an ocean, it kind of undulates, doesn't it?
No. This is an extremely clear day. There's no wind. Okay, look. Here's a photograph from earlier in the day because he picked a day where there's no wind. So even if you have some ripples on the water, or you have some wind that makes little waves, it's still going to be level over that distance, right? If you shoot a straight laser beam over the surface of the water, for example, right, it's just going to go over the top of the ripples or the waves. It's still not going to be at a higher elevation on one side of the lake, right? That's not how water level works. Now look how clear it is on the day. It's so clear and flat, basically. You can see a perfect specular reflection there. And it's shoreline to shoreline, so the only thing that's in between point A and point B is water. Right? So they did it during the daytime, and they did it again during the nighttime. Okay, so you can see the picture of what it looks like close up. Now here's a picture of what it looks like from 21 miles away. And then here's a picture of what it looks like from 21 miles away at nighttime. It's even clearer at nighttime. Right, we don't see any curvature. We can see the shoreline. We can see the entirety of the big white tower that's in the background. Okay, we can see all the lights.
Expect to see curvature.
Yeah, so
I see something dipping below the horizon, though.
No. The horizon would be at 2.7 miles away. Okay, so here's a picture showing where the horizon should be on a globe. Right, let's quickly go over what a horizon is again. It's the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. Okay, so that should be where the water meets the sky or meets the background.
Yeah, but so one of the problems is like in these pictures you're showing me at night, like what I'm not seeing is like, so I see the horizon line.
No, that's not a horizon line. Right, the horizon, you don't see a horizon at all in this observation. There isn't a horizon. Okay, there should be a horizon if the Earth's a globe, but we don't see any horizon at all. What we're seeing is the shoreline on the other side.
Yeah, but it's not telling me that much about how high up things are on the other side.
Yeah, right? So it's just shoreline. So it's shoreline to shoreline. So that's why I posted the close-up picture. Okay, so the shoreline is just the shoreline. It's right where the ground meets the water on the other side of the lake. See that water there? That's the 21-mile mark. Okay, that's the lake water meeting the shoreline. It's the same elevation as the lake. Okay, on a globe, you would have
but you're always going to have it appear. So you're always going to have it appear like a shoreline, though, aren't you?
Yes, but the shoreline on a globe should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by 223 feet. Okay, think about it like this. Here's an analogy. Let's say the Titanic, right, which is 175 foot tall when it existed. Okay, let's say the Titanic was where the cameraman was, and the Titanic sailed across the lake, right? As you see the Titanic going away, once it gets past 2.7 miles, it's going to go past the horizon. Okay, and then as it goes past the horizon, it'll start getting, the bottom should start disappearing. Okay, once it gets to 10 miles, the bottom 66 feet should be missing. And then by the time it gets to the other side of the lake, you shouldn't be able to see the Titanic at all. It would be completely hidden behind the horizon.
Add to all of the evidence that the Earth is a sphere.
This destroys all of the other evidence. No, this destroys all of the other evidence. This is the primary requirement to have a globe. Okay, for gravity.
I know what you guys think you're seeing, but it's not what you're seeing.
Oh, so the only evidence that you've been talking about is satellites, bro. You keep talking about satellites and things like that.
I know what you think you're seeing, but you're not.
What are we seeing? Can you tell us what we're seeing then? Can you tell us what we're seeing? What is this actually then?
You're just not seeing what you think you're seeing.
You're coping, really, bro. Funny. Like, so here's then what are we seeing then? What are we actually seeing? So do you know how
what you're not seeing?
You know how swordsman. You know how falsification works in science. So here's an example they give in university. Say your theory is all swans are white. You don't go look for white swans. You go look for another white swan. Hold on, dude. Don't interrupt me. You go look for a white swan or black swan, right? And if you find one black swan, then your theory's wrong. Yeah, that's not an actual argument, and you're not addressing what's being said at all. You're just coping. You're just having a fit like a child. So, if your theory is all swans are white and you find one black swan, that means your theory is wrong. Okay, doesn't matter what all the other evidence is. We have evidence that falsifies that.
DJ bricked this guy, dude. He completely went brick.
I felt like I was watching like a Grandmaster chess champion back somebody in their corner.
Yeah, that was pretty epic, DJ.
Yeah, that observation's a killer. The good thing is we've got tons and tons of those. We could just keep going over observations. But when we say, hey, do you have any observations that match up with the globe? Right, you're not going to be able to find one throughout all of history.
Yeah, but like like earlier today, I showed you somebody sending like a satellite with a rectilinear lens.
So there we go.
Right, a satellite with a rectilinear lens.
Was sending up a.
Okay. Do you know what the problem with that is? Do you know what the problem with that is? That camera is not made for that temperature operation or that altitude. And it isn't my opinion that it matters. It's there's a published. Listen, clown.
What the fuck's the temperature of the camera got to do with it?
The temperature. No, it's the temperature of the environment changes the geometry of the lens. Yeah, when things get hot or cold, they change in size. You are aware of that, right?
Yeah, it's not going to change the curvature.
It does, because there's a published paper called Design Steps for High Altitude Aerial Imagery, and they specifically talk about you have to encapsulate the camera so that the camera doesn't change temperature based upon the outside environment, and the camera has to be calibrated for operating in a vacuum environment, because when you at regular air pressure, that there's a higher refractive index of air at that pressure than at a higher pressure, so it'll change the way the image is projected onto the sensor, and it's called defocus, and resulting in what's called Petzval curvature. So this is in the academic. This is in the academic. This is in the This is in the academic literature. It's not my opinion. Are you a science denier? So you're a science denier.
The picture blurry. It wouldn't affect.
No, defocus. No, I didn't say unfocused. I said defocus. It's a different thing. So an image has to be projected evenly onto the sensor because the sensor is a flat surface. If it's not projected evenly, then part of it will be in focus at a distance that's further than the sensor is. So you'll get this.
DJ's at least got a DJ's at least got a coherent.
Are you gonna throw a fit? Are you gonna cry now? Will you start just start crying? Just start crying. Just get it over with. Just start crying.
All you've got is insults. All you've got is insults.
These aren't insults. Ironic. No, I'm just saying, just start crying because all you're doing is throwing a fit.
Yeah, bro. You tried to claim that flat earthers in here have all contradictions. You're the one that contradicted yourself multiple times. You're trying to claim they're insulting you. You're the one that's insulted people multiple times.
Yeah, but like I'm not somebody that's.
You're projecting, bro. You have lost it. You're completely bricked at this point. DJ showed you evidence. You said you're not seeing what you think you're seeing. That's your cognitive dissonance. We can all hear it, bro.
You're not seeing what you think.
We can all hear it, bro. Even you know it at this point.
But you can't tell us what we are seeing. But what are we seeing then? How do you know we're not seeing what we think we're? How do you know we're not seeing what we think we're seeing?
Too funny.
Oh man, that's a sad cope.
This guy doesn't know if reality exists anymore. Watch.
Oh god.
I could just ask him.
Hey, can we be brains in the jar, buddy? Did he jet?
Oh, he's here.
So I'm going to post in the chat exactly what I'm talking about. You can read it. I'm going to post the citations to the academic literature that says this is what happens when you use a fucking goddamn GoPro lens, when you just shoot a GoPro lens up into the sky and use an off-the-shelf fucking $5 corrector.
Do you know how much the lens would have to be contracting with temperature to like meaningfully change the picture?
Not very much, dude.
Not much at all, dude.
You don't understand how this shit works, bro. All you have to do is slightly change the geometry. You know, like when they make camera lenses, the manufacturing process, they're polished like to a tolerance of nanometers.
For a pair of glasses, do you know the difference in a pair of glasses, like depending on if someone can see like 20/40 versus 20/20?
Yeah, it's quite a lot of curvature actually.
It's not, bro. Okay, so you're saying you could look at a lens and show me the differences, just like
DJ
from 20/40 to 20/20.
Yeah, I can look at pairs of glasses and I can tell the prescription differences.
So you're gonna have to put it under a microscope or something, right?
No. Like I've got my glasses with me right now, and I can visibly see the curvature between the two lenses.
Okay, I understand that. Now, a prescription that's 10% different than yours, you're going to be able to visibly tell the difference.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the problem with it, it's a false equivalent. The whole thing you're saying is a false equivalence because your eyes also focus, so you're actually using two lenses. So, just stop, bro. So I posted in the chat, design steps to temperature and pressure insensitive optical systems for digital aerial imaging. We think they just published this for no reason?
Well, it's...
Did they publish this for no reason? Okay, because some retard on a politics server...
Let me explain something to you. If you've got a really big lens, right, this could be more relevant than it would be on a smaller lens.
Yeah, why?
Especially if you had something like if you had
you actually have it the opposite. Mirror. You actually have it the opposite. A big lens would have more room for margin of error.
Not at distance. Not at distance.
What do you mean at what bro? At distance.
No, I'm saying not
the
at refractive,
distance. The distortion is happening in the lens, dude. At the lens, it's not happening out there in between the lens and the scene. It's not happening in between the lens and bro. It's not happening in between the lens and the scene. It's happening in the optical system.
Let me finish. Are you going to let me finish?
Yeah, now it's just happening. Yeah, repeat back to me what I just said.
If you have a
repeat back to me what I just said.
I don't care what you said because you.
Oh yeah, I know you don't. That's why you're on mute. Fucking put an end to that shit.
So yeah,
it is.
I mean, when they're using a GoPro with some $20 rectilinear lens attached to it, right? Obviously, that's not a very good setup. And then all they would have to do as well, right? Because even rectilinear lenses have barrel distortion, especially cheap-ass ones like that. If they just took the footage and at the end they just cropped it, right, and only had like the top 2/3 in the footage, right, then it made out like that's the actual footage. When the lens pans down, you're not going to see that opposite, right, that concavity when it pans downward or pans upward, right? So they could easily bodge that footage as well as what Indio's saying as well. So super inconclusive.
Yeah, and if you watch the video closely, you do see the horizon change in geometry just from it just in the video. You can take frames from one section and compare it to another section at the same altitude, and it's not the same rate of curvature. And the very fact that you wouldn't be able to see curvature from that altitude.
I was just saying that it's a magical camera that can see around the curvature to make it look flat. Made by a magical scientist.
The guy was like, but DJ, the one problem is he had a lot of problems with that Salt Lake observation. The one problem is lakes aren't really level. Amazing. It's the craziest shit I ever heard.
Yeah. Like you don't see a mirror. All the images.
Well, that's a different proposition. That's it's not smooth. Not that it's like, you know what I mean? That's a different thing. Sloped and smooth are different properties. But he was saying the lake could be sloped. Remember? He was saying Salt Lake. That's when I came in. He was saying it's invalid because of a slope. That's your one problem.
Yep, that's hilarious.
So I actually came in because I heard you talking about how far you can see being based upon weather conditions. And Yoder sent me something. And then that led me to something else, which led me to something else. So the U.S. Navy had this horizon detection program where they were trying to develop a system to pick up, objects, enemy, either missiles or ships or whatever at the horizon. So they developed an infrared system that would do this. So part of their testing, they took basically, cruise missiles, and on the cruise missile it had an infrared source, right, which was basically like a freaking tungsten rod or something that they lit up, and then they flew the missile, and they tried to. Part of their test was to get the maximum distance that they detected these targets at, right, with their infrared detection system. You understand what I'm saying? They fly a missile across the water. They have this camera system. They try to figure out how far away they can pick up this missile.
Yep.
Okay, so I want to read it to you, what it says. So from what they said. The test events using the TLX towed targets are typically conducted in a sequence of 4 inbound burn runs per day. The first run is usually around 200 feet altitude, and the next 3 runs were each at lower altitudes, approaching the intended altitude at 30 feet. So the flying missiles, the first one is at 200 feet, so they know what they're doing, and then it's 30 feet above the surface of water, right? So they're doing this in Virginia, like a harbor in Virginia, off some island. The figure shows the effects of target altitude as compared with the effects of atmospheric transmission in a band over a 20-kilometer path on the first detection range. In the top chart, there's no apparent correlation between altitude and detection range. Now, if the Earth is a globe, altitude and detection range should be 1-to-1 correlated, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, geometric.
Wow.
And then it goes on to say the longest detection range was at high altitude in the bottom of the figure. However, there does appear to be a correlation between atmospheric transmission on detection range. The longest detection range occurred during the time of the highest infrared transmission. The shortest detection range occurred during the time of the lowest infrared transmission. And then they have a bunch of graphs. And so apparently on a single day, you could see the effect of altitude on reducing detection. But if you look at all the runs, it appears that the TLX altitude was not the most significant factor on reducing detection range. Rather, the overwhelming factor is the change in atmospheric transmission from day to day. And this is from the Detection Range Performance Horizon Infrared Surveillance Sensor Program at the Dahlgren Division Naval Surface Warfare Center.
Damn, it sounds like they got
Virginia.
Some pretty expensive equipment they're doing that with as well.
This was done in the 90s, so like these tests, this system they were developing in like the end of the 90s, 98 or whatever. But this is the data. They were tasked with, okay, how far away can we detect these cruise missiles? And they correlated it with atmospheric transmission, which is how bright how opaque the air is, versus distance. And it correlates to what we say, right? The opacity of the air, the meteorological conditions, and it has nothing to do with the distance or the altitude, because with them, distance correlates with altitude, right? The further you are away because of the curve of the Earth, that means you're higher, right? So.
Yep. Yeah, that's crazy. I remember watching a video recently. Some Russian fishermen were out in the ocean, and a bunch of these missiles went straight over the top of their head. They looked super close to these guys. And I was thinking to myself, how are those missiles going such distances so low to the surface? And how are they navigating over the curvature of the Earth at that altitude, going at that speed?
Exactly. You have almost no margin of error, right? Because you're so close to the surface. Like if you're at 10,000 feet, right, and you don't exactly follow the curve of the Earth, it's not a problem. But when you're at 8 feet above the surface of the water, or 20 feet, because there's video of like I think it's a Norwegian video or something. So they're like in an F-16 or something, and they're chasing a cruise missile, like filming it, right? And this cruise missile is like 10 feet off the surface of water. Right, like a wave might smack it. You know what I mean? I'd be worried about that, a rogue wave smacking your missile out of the air, which would be kind of cool. But
that's crazy.
Like you're saying, how would it follow the curve of the Earth? Like, because you'd have like even a small error, you're going into the water.
Yeah, because it says here, low-altitude anti-ship missiles, often referred to as sea skimmers, typically travel at extremely low altitudes ranging from 1 meter to 15 meters, 3 to 50 feet.
Fucking 1 meter. That better be some calm seas, man. I mean, seriously, a 1 meter wave, that's nothing.
Yeah, so Exocet, EXOCET, maintains a very low altitude, usually 1 to 2 meters above the sea level. It's crazy.
Chinese anti-ship missile. They're all fucking, I know about it because they're all bullshit about it back in the 80s. Because China was giving them to Iran or something.
Hey, Indio, do you remember the... Go ahead, TJ.
No, you're right, man. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask about, you probably remember this too, DJ. The article where the military was doing tests on different light lasers over water to determine the refractive indexes of different colors of light.
Yeah.
Do you know where that article is?
Yeah, I'll post it. I'll post it in the chat right now.
Thanks.
Now it's two. There's two though that go together. There's the published paper where they did the test, and then there's an evaluation of that someone did as their master's thesis. And in the evaluation, when they model it all up, because it's a master's thesis, right? It's just supposed to go through all the theory, but he's evaluating that particular test. Basically, when he went through his master's, all the modeling, he's like, well, this should have never worked in the first place because these lasers should have, because of different colors, they should have been all separated out. They should have never made it through the telescope at the same time.
Right. And this was
because each wavelength takes it. Yeah, it's 147 kilometers. Yeah, I'll post them both in the chat. Or I'll send them to you if you prefer.
Yeah, either or. I mean, you can post them in the chat. I'm sure other people would like to read. I've just been looking for them for a while. I try to Google search it. I used to be able to Google search it, and now I can't Google it. Funny how that happens. Yeah, I appreciate that, India.
You need to pull it up on the fly. It's in my server under missiles, under the navigation, maps, and military section.
Cool. Yes, this is a golden day today. Got a main course presentation followed up by 3 great papers.
Hello?
before everyone looks at me. I've never heard of that person.
Oh, good. We got rid of him then. Never mind. Moving on. I said nothing.
Well, Crank says, with refraction, you can visualize the bend in space-time. Burger Trash says, reason that gravity exists is due to the heating of the core.
What the fuck?
Really?
Wait, what? Heat rising makes gravity?
Yep. Raycon says, swimming pool doesn't have a doesn't need one.
Damn, tell the core it needs to heat up the ocean a little bit. There ain't no gravity at the bottom. Why is it so cold?
A tennis ball can be flat.
What the?
Egatos.
The after it's run over by a steamroller.
The ISS is a part of the Flat Earth Society. They show you a flat disk going in space. Felix Baumgartner is a part of the Flat Earth Society. When he filmed down, he showed you a flat disk. These are my quotes by Democ. The only place you can go is to the center of the earth and look down and see a flat cookie disk if you're a glober. How come globers can't find anywhere but the center of the picture? And how come they're only in the center of the ball no matter where they're at? You don't find that weird? I do. That's like all the letters on the word Spalding on the ball have to be right in the center. And that doesn't make any sense. When the word Spalding goes all the way across the ball from left to right, each one of those letters have a portion of the ball. If you lifted them vertically up, that portion would be under them, not the center of the ball.
The Earth is so small compared to the rest of the universe. That's why you can just consider yourself, whatever observation you make, just treat it as if you're at the center of this ball. Doesn't matter.
The Earth is really smart balls and really smart nothing and smart falling. It's technologically advanced perpetual motion that outdoes every genius and every brilliant scientist because it just falls. And gravity goes to the center, but it doesn't stop. So gravity pushes helium up, but pulls stuff down. So it's perpetual motion all the way around. The circle shape is so profound with perpetual motion while it spins around. I mean, it's nothing but perpetual motion. All of it. Gravity, perpetual motion. It also debunks itself. Because you need gravity, right, to fall at 9.8 meters a second. But at the same time as you fall to the Earth, you can fall at 9.8 meters a second past the Earth and down and go into what's called orbit. So gravity puts you in orbit as well as keeps you to the Earth. Nobody thinks that's a conundrum, that gravity holds stuff away like a force field, locks it in place like a force field, pulls it to it like a tractor beam. So it's doing all these things at once because a word, mass. That can't even differentiate what's inside of the mass of the amount of the volume of the self that it is, that it proclaims to be.
Not a single glober in the chat, huh?
We've been been dusting them off all day long, mate. I think they're regrouping, coming up with a new tactic, maybe.
I know it's been like 2 or 3 days non-stop of constant Globers falling over on their swords.
Pretty much. Falling on their swords, denying reality. Maybe at some point denying their own claim and saying it was our claim. Getting very confused along the way. But ultimately, walking out of here with their tail between their legs. So,
I heard some very confused kid telling Heretic there was no curve, and that means pierce the ball.
Okay. Okay. We don't see curvature, therefore there's curvature.
Is that the guy who started waffling about tides after that?
It might have been. He started trying to gaslight you, telling you were confused, as he was saying there's no curve. Or there doesn't, he was saying that there doesn't, curvature is irrelevant.
Oh, yeah. That doesn't matter.
I love that. I love when they're like, curvature is irrelevant. As I'm here arguing for a giant ball.
Our very first claim. Yeah, no, it's irrelevant. The Earth being a ball. Surface of the Earth being curved. The reason why we can't see far. Okay.
I could take it or leave it.
The fuck. Robert's been very entertaining.
Robert should get his own mini-series.
Yeah, he's...
We have to throw together a compilation of him.
Don't worry about the line, brother. The line is not important.
I love it. Every time he's showing something, he does this fake little laugh and he says, okay, I got it, brother. Look at this. He faked it. Like, he watches a clip for 2 seconds, then instantly catches the fakery, and then goes on just to make some shit up. I see what he did there. See Hush is in the chat. Hush, you're a flat earther, right?
Surely. 2025. Being a reasonable person. You must be. Right?
It has to be. He's in here all the time.
Sure.
Knuckin' Fut's another new flat earther. Welcome.
He's
Sunbreaker. Assume you're a flat earther. Are there any globe earthers left on this server? Or have we completed it?
Nah. Surely not now, man. They'd have to deny reality. Deny the very measurements that we do of the Earth. Or deny laws of nature.
Give it 2 days, Jedi, they'll come back.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. They'll wake up one morning quite upset and sweaty and have to come in here. Sorry, Psycho.
No, I was going to say, the other guy who I heard who was very upset was that Angelo guy.
Oh, yeah. I haven't spoken to Angelo since he got very upset with me.
I don't know if it was earlier today or yesterday. I was hours behind because I was working, but he was speaking to Heretic for a while and he was getting very upset.
Good.
He's really annoying. He just never shuts his mouth.
It's like most of these people, they don't directly address what you say.
It reminds me of Paid Nash Shill a bit.
He just won't stop. Like, he'll say something, and then he'll say like 10 more things after it so that you can never address anything.
Yeah. He'd be like, okay, tell me where I'm wrong. And then you'd start telling him, and then he'd immediately start talking through it and try and change the subject.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he doesn't want to know why he's wrong.
They don't have to back up any claim they make. They just keep piling the claims, so you can't even keep track of them. And then it's like, he can just declare all of that stuff I said is true. I wasn't really muting him for like the first hour, but then after a while I was like, I'm just not going to let you do this all night.
It was hilarious. And you
dismantled every single one of his talking points, one by one. And then he started to spiral a little bit. And then Indio came in and like made the final blows. And then he had like an McToon demonic spiral attack and started going crazy.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, then he said he lives by the ocean, so he looks at it every day or something. I just think, man, imagine being one of these guys that goes outside every day, just looking out at the ocean like, you're fucking lying to me. I know you're not what you look like. Like just in a constant battle with observable reality.
Did you hear him say, okay, here's how you can measure it. You dig a trough a half a mile long, and you fill it up with water, and then you'll find that the shores, the water is a bit shallower than it is in the middle, so you got a hump across the trough. And I was repeating it back to him. I was like, okay, step one, dig a trough. He's like, no, I never said that. I never said that. He said, I said, make a trough.
No, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah.
That was funny.
I was like, okay, have you done this? And he said, I promise you. He said something like, I promise you, you'll find that there's a bulge or whatever. It's higher in the middle. Yeah. He just gave me his promise. And he denied that he promised.
That's not
I was like Donald the other day when he was like, he was claiming, I can't remember what the hell he was claiming, but he was saying, if you do this thing, or I did this thing, he was saying he looked at, I think he did a sun observation, him and some other person, or whatever the hell he was saying. I was like, okay, show us this. And he's saying, no, I'm teaching you how to do it so you can do it yourself. So we're saying, okay, well, did you do it? Let's see your one. He's like, no, my proof is that I'm teaching you to do it, and when you do it, you'll see I'm right. Say, right, this is just another way of saying that you're just talking shit. You've never done this.
Wow.
Well, not 100%, because I do that to them sometimes when I say, hey, grab a ball, and I've got a ball and looked at it and put a string on it and saw it spin. So I want them to do it too. It's not to say I couldn't turn my camera on and show them that I got a string literally on a fucking ball, because I got, there's toys around me, so I can guarantee I can get a string and a ball and spin it. I'm just going to show them that the string is going to go away from the ball. That's my main thing. It's not going to do any Cavendish anything. It's not going to show you any procession of shit. So when I tell them, hey, go get this thing and do it, literally, that's what I mean, and it's not, like, hard to do. Like, all of us could do it. So in that idea, like, if they're like, go grab a deck of cards if you have one handy, and you're like, yes, I happen to have a deck of cards. Now, in that case, they're like, hey, I'm going to show you something. Open the deck and do this. In that case, I don't think that's too bad. But if they're saying do something that they can't do, they don't have a deck of cards also, and they have it and couldn't do it, then that's kind of stupid. That's literally stupid. We have to be able to do the same thing. That's why I usually tell them we can stand together and do it if they want, like side by side. So that way nobody says anything weird,
Yeah, I think he was talking about getting sun angles from 2 different locations, if I remember correct. So it's not the kind of thing you can just go and do.
Right. And you can't, and it doesn't work in Antarctica, does it? Last time I checked.
See, but you're setting the bar too high, Denmark. You're asking the Globers to play with toys.
Oh.
So they haven't reached
I am setting the bar too high. I'm actually asking them to touch a physical ball and do something with it and believe that's true. You're right. I should never do that. I'm just going to go tell them, do this and believe it. Like Naruto. Believe what you see that you demonstrate over what you can't and what you don't.
I just noticed we've got 2 Jedis in the chat. Can't coexist together.
No. It's a Jedul. It's got an L on the end of it.
Oh, it's a Jedul. Okay. False alarm.
Yeah, I was a bit worried when I first saw it myself. I'm thinking, I'm going to have to boot him. We can only have one.
There can only be one.
Sounds a bit more like a Highlander, but I get it. I suppose we're making a new Highlander film. And that for
Star Wars are running out of ideas, so they're borrowing some new ones.
That's what it is.
I went in the Globe Gangsters one day, and there was nothing but Demox in there. I said, "What the hell's going on here?" I was like, "What the fuck?" I hadn't been in the room for probably once or twice, and then like the second time that I came in there, everybody's name was Democ down the line. Well, almost all of them. I was like, "What the hell's going on here?" And they all started laughing. There's some goofballs.
It's a cult.
I just find it funny that they all mimic my name instead of any of theirs. They're not all McToons. They're not all Professor Daves. They're all Democs. And a Globe channel.
We are Democ.
It's just the funniest shit to me. So,
So Nuck and Fut said something like, either the celestial sphere is spinning or the Earth is, but the celestial sphere is an imaginary construct, therefore it can't spin, therefore the Earth is spinning.
What?
No, the terrestrial sphere.
That was his
imaginary construct.
That's what you said, heretic.
So the sky is imaginary, so it can't spin, so we must be spinning.
I don't think Heretic said that we must spin.
No.
Heretic's the fishing champion of today. He got it.
Got him.
Do we have to throw this one back, or is it going to die? What's going to happen?
Well, let's see. So Nuck and Futz, you're saying that Heretic is the one who said that the Earth is a globe.
So I proposed that either the celestial sphere is rotating around the Earth, or the Earth is rotating within the celestial sphere, and Heretic agreed to this. Later in the conversation, Heretic said that the celestial sphere is just a construct and it cannot be rotating. Therefore, because the first thing was a dichotomy, since we ruled out one part of the dichotomy, the other part must be true, which Heretic also agreed with.
No, that
sounds like a bit of a reach there.
I highly doubt
Pretty much just what I just said, you said then.
What is the celestial sphere? Do you even know?
Heretic and I tried to talk about that quite a bit, but we kept getting interrupted.
So you understand it's a geometric concept and how the observer makes observations around him based on angles.
That's what Heretic said it was.
He's a heretic.
Yeah. So specifically how we see the stars radiate from horizon to horizon over time. So the over time bit is the celestial sphere in this concept. The way that we measure from it is moving. But the celestial sphere isn't physical. It's just a concept based on how the observer observes the world. We use this celestial sphere for such things like navigation, for things like longitude and latitude. Longitude and latitude points of meridian, AM and BM. So time and space is derived by these elevation angle measurements around things in the sky like Polaris and the sun. So Polaris to give us latitude and the sun to give us lines of longitude or meridian. These are all measured in angles from a horizontal plane. But the sphere is just a protracted view around us. It's conceptual, it's not real.
So then Heretic should not have agreed to that dichotomy, correct?
It's quite complicated, to be fair. That's why I've come in to make you understand.
In the celestial sphere concept, isn't it? The celestial sphere is the thing moving, though?
Yeah, the celestial sphere is moving, but that isn't the Earth moving. It's conceptual using the sky is actually moving, but yeah.
So in both observable reality and the concept, it's the stars moving.
Yeah. The Earth is measured stationary. How we measure and observe it is based on this horizontal stationary plane, yeah.
Yeah, so how can you make a globe argument out of that?
I guess you kind of have to say that the sky is imaginary, and imaginary can't rotate.
Why do some of the...
You got to conflate the concept with the sky and basically reify the celestial sphere concept.
Why do some of the celestial objects move differently, like they don't move with the other stars?
It's based on what you're using for your reference, the observer. So we can describe these motions on east and west around poles, or we can describe them as clockwise and anti-clockwise. Yeah, it's all going to be based off a horizontal plane. How are we going to describe the star's movement? We're going to measure them in angles around coordinates.
I'm not sure what that means.
Do you think you know what the stars are?
Answer that question.
Oh no, it's Jar again. Jar, have you figured out if you're on Discord yet?
We figured out what the celestial sphere is yet. It is not the Earth being a ball. The ball comes later. It's a protracted image onto the celestial sphere, outwards and upwards from the horizontal plane. And then two antipodal points wrap around each other. And then a protracted curvature in the sky, and then the protracted celestial sphere protracted beyond that. So circles within circles, but divided by a horizontal plane. A horizontal plane being the plane the observer is standing on making the measurements. And all distances from across the surface of the Earth up to any point standing on it, distance of about 12,000 miles in front of and behind. So a diameter 12,000 miles around the observer. That's a horizontal plane.
Yep, and equal altitude of elevation only exists on a horizontal plane. Remember that. You can't have three circles of equal altitude of elevation. You can't even have one, because the observer in the center of that circle would be standing higher than the circle itself. But go ahead. Just keep that in mind.
So I still don't understand, like, I don't, maybe my question isn't clear. Like, how is it that there are some objects in the sky that look like stars that move completely different to, like,
why wouldn't they be able to?
Are you talking about a planet?
I didn't say they wouldn't be able to. I just said, why does that happen? Why does it look like that?
Well, how would you verify what it is and why it's doing what it is? Could you verify that?
That's what I'm asking. I mean, I must admit, that's
okay. The answer.
Why is it doing what it's doing?
The answer is no. You can't verify that.
No, because when you look at a tire, when you're a kid and you look at the car next to you, or a grown up, and you see the sun on a sunny day and you're driving down the street next to that car, have you ever looked at the shiny rims and it looks like they're rolling backwards?
Hold on, can I just get him to acknowledge what I just said? Because Jar, you can't verify what these things even are, let alone.
How does that have anything to do with my question?
You're saying
what I said
be doing this. You're asking how could these lights in the sky be doing what they're doing?
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, you don't know what those lights in the sky are to even assume what they should or shouldn't be doing.
Correct. And lights can do a lot of stuff depending on what they're in too.
Hold on, Denmark. Let him respond.
I didn't say they should be. I didn't say they should be doing anything. I just said they are doing this thing. What is your explanation for it?
And I said, how would you verify a cause of their motion, or even?
So you're answering my question with the question?
Yeah, I'm making you think. Could you even verify that if you wanted to? What's the answer to that?
Could I even verify what they're doing?
No, what's causing them to do what they do and what they are in the first place?
No, but you give it your best guess, right?
Us? So why are you asking us what they're doing and what they are, or how they're doing what they're doing? If you can't verify that, how do you think we can?
Because you're talking about the celestial thing, the celestial like sphere, right?
We're not making claims
under that explanation, assuming the celestial sphere exists.
That's not making a claim as to the cause of their motion.
Are you going to let me finish?
No, because
Okay, if you're not going to let me finish, then I can't have this conversation. So I'm just going to be interrupted the whole time.
You already got your point. You already got your point. You're saying you're talking about the celestial sphere, which isn't us saying this is how, and this is what the sun, moon, and stars are, and this is how they're moving. It's talking about the celestial sphere concept. So those are different things. It's not a claim about the actuality of these luminaries. Do you understand? Of course you don't. You don't even know if you're on Discord.
Do you know what the celestial sphere is? I posted an image of it at 52 minutes past the hour in the side chat. I understand the little point at the bottom within the circle, the horizontal plane, and the sphere protracted around them. That's a concept of how the observer sees it. That's not physical. Right? The horizontal plane is the only thing in the observer, the only thing, and the protracted view of vision, how the observer sees the world. It's not an actual thing.
So they model the way you look at the stars as if you're on a flat plane looking up at a dome. Interesting.
All of the angle measurements are taken from the horizontal plane because we want to know the distances to things across that horizontal plane and their reference to that horizontal plane, because that's what we're measuring. A horizontal plane and how things are protracted upwards and downwards, if we want to talk depth, around an observer.
Yeah, but we're not making claims about the sun, moon, and stars and how they work and all of that. So,
Jedi, if I'm 3,000 miles away from you, my celestial sphere.
do you understand what we're saying, Jar? Or no?
Looks like
I think Jar ran.
Nah, dude, why would he stick around? No, hold on a second. Why would he stick around? Yeah, I wouldn't stick around if I was him. We had 3 people talk, and then another person talk, and then another person talk before it went back to him. Like, I mean, that's just basically saying, like, he shouldn't even bother being here. That's what I would take it as.
He's also muted, which probably was the tipping point that caused him to make up his mind to leave.
Well, to be fair, Jar's the guy who didn't even know if he was on Discord, so I probably wasn't going to go very far.
He probably didn't even know he was muted then. Good. Yeah, but guys, look, there's nothing wrong with just setting the standard from the beginning of the convo that people are going to expect to be muted, and then you honor it by just unmuting them when it's time and not letting 2 or 3 other people talk. When you do that a bunch of times, then it teaches them that they're going to get their chance to speak, and then they don't have to leave when they're muted. Right?
Yeah. No, it's true enough. I mean, I was just trying to answer his question about how are the planets doing what they're doing with setting the basic standard that we're not making claims about the fundamental nature and mechanics of the luminaries, which is an important point for him to grasp if we're going to be talking about the luminaries. But yeah.
Right. So so for the guys that are in here that aren't curators of this channel, when somebody is engaging with somebody and 2 people have already spoken, that's not your chance to be the third wheel. Okay, that's your chance to be quiet and let them pass it off to the person they were engaging with. Okay, we don't need a 5th wheel. A 5th wheel is what you pull behind your trailer, not what we need in this VC. Does that make sense? I hope so. So we're going to start just unscrupulously muting 5th wheels that have been a history of being 5th wheels. You all know who you are. We know who you are, and we're just going to mute you. And there's no harm, no foul. Just take your mute, and then when you get another chance to speak, don't be the 5th wheel. Okay? Very simple. All right, PSA over. Commence the activities.
If I drive a dually and I pull a trailer, wouldn't I actually have 8 wheels?
Dude, who frickin' knows why they invented the 5th wheel moniker? But there actually used to be a 5th wheel car. The wheel would come down and actually make your car rotate so you could like parallel park like a boss.
Back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day.
Or the other ones would turn. Or the front ones would turn to the left and get you there. Or they all would turn. Crazy.
Yeah, so like there's a lot of cooler stuff back in the day, man. For some things. Oh, excuse me.
It's like
oh my goodness, dude.
Took the money and ran.
Oh, the chat's good too. These guys, I told them that I live on a chocolate-covered strawberry if I see a 24-hour sun. I saw a 24-hour sun, therefore I live on a chocolate-covered strawberry. Does that not make sense to people?
Oh my goodness, people.
Who is Hulillo?
Looks like somebody I've never seen before. Maybe they're new.
I think he's a bit of a Professor Dave fan.
Oh, the Professor Dave fan? Yeah, that's who I'm talking to, or one of them.
All right, hold on. While we're waiting for him to pipe up, let's see if we got anyone muted that needs to be unmuted. Let's see.
The Professor Dave.
That one guy has the.
He's afraid to speak. Has all his chances, but he said I should pass elementary school because I asked him to define the fact.
Dude, Alpha got a guy the other day to admit that empiricism is somebody telling you so.
Oh yeah, Roberts. Robert's been a big hit this week. It's actually earned us like 250 new flat earthers because of him.
Yeah. That's funny, dude. Oh man.
People don't want to even associate with his stupidity now. They're just running in here. They're getting in line to get in the door. We're going to have to get a bigger parking lot soon.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, seen the latest stats. The Flat Earth chat's like 3 times bigger than the next biggest VC on the server. They should just make this a Flat Earth server already.
Well, you don't want to trigger people. Just call it Globe Has No Curve server 24/7.
That is a crazy stat when you think about it. So
it's hilarious.
Much talk about anything. We're talking about this.
It's just great. It's got the name and everything. Politics. Flat Earth 24/7. 15,000 hours and ridiculous.
Oh, hey, just a friendly reminder, guys. We don't do concern trolling here, okay? So if you get muted, and your way of dealing with it is to start talking in the chat.
Do you like justice with you and Brian?
Oh my goodness, dude! What are you even talking about, dude?
AI, do you like when you speak with Brian to have some kind of justice?
There you go, bro.
Holy crap! What happened? What's happening to some of our people?
I don't know. He didn't get the memo.
Okay, I got another public service announcement based on those stats we were just read off. Let's just call it 24/7 flat globe.
The truth is the globe is flat, people.
Now we need a cover story for people to be here.
All around the globe.
Another good one I heard from Robert earlier was that he listens to Neil deGrasse Tyson every morning because he's a scientist.
Or name it Glatphobe. I like that one. Never been done before.
All right, so let me finish my PSA, okay? So we have a rule of no concern trolling. We have it for a reason. That's so that the moderators don't have to be afraid of a bunch of shit talking every time any moderator action gets done because somebody doesn't like it for whatever reason, and we got to take out a huge symposium about it, okay? So I'm going to give the offender one chance before they get banned. Okay, it's that simple. So if they're listening, they should wise up instead of being silly. Okay, whoever got muted for all of about a minute so we could give a PSA about the curation of the channel in which we are the curators, not you. Okay, so if we decide this is how we want our channel, then that's what we do. And if you don't like it, then you can just kick rocks. Okay, that's that simple. Okay, we can't afford to, anytime anybody does anything in this room, we got to have a little tea and crumpet session where everybody talks about their feelings and we have to come to a kumbaya agreement. It's like, just take it like a man and move on, for goodness sake. So that being said, remember, no concern trolling. Thank you. All right, we're going to unmute Sasha to see if he has something intelligent to say, or he's going to complain about having been muted for less than about a minute and 20 seconds.
Maybe he's going to want some kind of justice.
Yeah, justice for getting muted. Like, woe is me, you got muted, dude. Freaking grow up, dude. All right, let's unmute him and see what he has to say for himself. He's going to grow up. All right, Sasha, why are you a special case that you don't get to be muted, and if you are, it's hell to pay? Go ahead, let us know.
Okay. I will not say anything about this because it was about the Earth. The guy was speaking about the celestial navigation. I'm sorry.
I don't care.
I
don't care, dude. Why should I care what you're talking about?
Okay, man. Okay, you said that you want to hear my point. If I can say my point, then I will ask you what I made wrong. Then you will tell me, Sasha, you did this wrong, and I will say, okay,
you didn't do anything wrong, Sasha. You didn't do anything wrong except be the fourth person to talk, which I clearly explained. Okay, so stop making it out to be a personal issue, dude. It's literally brain-numbingly pathetic.
But you said if I can say something about that situation, I will tell you. But I will not make stories about. I will say what happened, and then you will tell me why I was.
Dude, what are you even talking about, dude? Pay attention. I'm gonna lay it down for you real quick. You didn't do anything wrong, Sasha. You just were too many people talking, and I muted everybody that was talking, okay? So don't take it personal. Just move on with your life, for goodness sakes.
Okay, because AI, I don't take personal because sometimes I'm interrupting also. And when I'm muted, I can practically I can criticize myself and say, oh my God, Sasha, you was too much here, for example. And if you are muting me, if I make the house, I could understand that. But for me, it was okay. Why I was not unmuted? I was writing down. Okay, I understand.
We got unmuted. Sasha. You got unmuted, correct?
Okay.
Okay, so is there any injustice? Dude, is there any travesty of justice here that we need to get you a therapist for, or can we move on?
Yes.
All right, perfect. So let's move on then. Hey, dude, stop talking about it and move on.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Good, because every time when I'm speaking, I'm not speaking my personal stuff. I'm speaking about the flat Earth. If you want to know, AI.
All right, dude, I don't care. Great, move on.
Yeah, that means if you are muting me, I want to know.
Oh my goodness, dude, I'm gonna give you one more chance, or you're taking a 2-day break. Move on and stop talking about it.
It's all right. Good. I want that you do the same thing, and we will be okay. Okay?
Whatever, dude.
Okay.
Sasha, next time you get muted and there's drama in the chat, you're just gone for 12 days. That's my rule right here, right now. I'm not putting up with this kind of bullshit anymore.
Yeah,
either take it like a man. No, dude, shut up. Okay? just recognize that you've been given an ultimatum, okay? We're not doing concern troll bitch fests in the chat. That is not what the chat is for.
I'm not doing that, and I never did that, AI.
Dude. Okay, here's the thing, Sasha.
Yeah?
Your opinion is your opinion. The curators of this channel's opinion is their opinion. So whose opinion do you think is going to rule the day?
Okay, great. I'm only saying that I didn't make any mess and nothing else. And if you muted everybody, I'm okay, great. It's okay.
No, Sasha, why don't you be a man and recognize that you said a bunch of smack talk in the chat, dude? Like, who cares, dude? I don't care. It's not that big a deal. But the thing is, we don't tolerate that type of stuff here.
Everything is okay, everything what you said now. I want that you remember. Everything is okay.
Awesome. So in the future, the way this should go for everyone is you get muted, you get unmuted, and then you keep talking about the topic. That's the way it goes. I mean, it happens to everybody, okay? It's not a big deal. So now, there was a topic being talked about. Did you guys forget what it was, or is steam out everyone's sails now?
Primarily, it was about how we measured the world around us, specifically the celestial sphere. Somebody made the claim that it was physical, and I explained the concept to them.
Daddy, I'm gonna come.
Awesome. Yeah. So that's where we were a while ago. Somebody started asking about, well, what's this planet and why is it doing what it's doing? And completely sidestepping how we're ever going to reference this from the observer's point on the Earth. Yeah. So, the celestial sphere.
Oh, now that there's nobody fourth person talking, nobody wants to talk. All right, quick. 3 people talk simultaneously, then the fourth person will want to talk.
Okay, I'll talk while you're talking.
And then I'll talk while you're talking.
I'll talk too.
Yeah,
how about everybody talk? Here we go. We got it.
Okay, me too.
Yeah.
That sounded good.
Yeah.
Should form a band.
Not good to do it right now, so I'm not going to.
Why not? What's wrong with now? Now, there's no time like that now.
That's the perfect time.
He wants to share when we're talking about something else.
Oh, gotcha.
It's going to be kind of like a subject change, and also, I don't know. So, no, I'm not going.
There is no subject.
Yeah, the people who were talking about the subject previously that couldn't wait to talk, all of a sudden they don't want to talk about it anymore. So, new subject, I guess. So, Flatsy, it's all you, Flatsy.
Out with it, Flatsy. Out with it.
Okay, so you guys, know and understand the difference between the terms and how they're used, elevation and altitude, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I found this is just objective, and also it can be critiqued because I could be wrong. So I'm open to the critique, and I'm not saying I'm not trying to say this to bring it to religion or anything. Just the objectively what the scriptures say. So elevation seems to me when it's saying between the heaven and earth, and altitude is like that term's used in the Bible. between heaven and earth. I think that it's referring to elevation, because the distinction between that and in the midst of heaven would be altitude. So there's a difference in the reason why they use those ways of terminology in the Bible. So that, I thought that was a pretty cool thing that I just learned.
That's awesome.
Elevation for celestial observations, altitude for terrestrial observations. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying when the Bible uses the terminology between the heaven and earth, it's referring to elevation, and when it's referring to in the midst of heaven, it's referring to altitude.
Oh, okay, I got you. Right. That's interesting. And how did you come how did you come about that reasoning?
The scripture and the context in which those terminologies are used. You have to use different what they're talking about with each context when they're using the terminology. There's if you'll have to look it up. Sorry, I'm in the middle of making dinner.
Of course you are.
No worries. Yeah, it was just if you did have time, I was just wondering if you had an example, like a specific example of a scripture.
Absalom, in the story of Absalom, and how he was taken up from the donkey or the ass that he was on, and he was in between the heaven and earth, and then he was in the midst of the oak, and how it talked that right there was one context of between the heaven and earth.
And that was altitude?
No, that's elevation.
So there's elevation, celestial, and altitude, terrestrial.
No.
Okay. That's a shame. Should be. Make it easier.
Oh my goodness, dude. I just had an epiphany.
What is it then?
Oh, that's for the back chats. For the back chats.
I can be elevated, but I can't be altituded.
Ah, okay. Well, in an airplane you can be altituded. That's the top of a mountain.
The fact that elevation is in relation to like the ground, but like on the ground, not above it. The fact that we use elevation angle measurements to the celestial bodies goes to show you how flat the Earth is and is used.
Yeah. But you are right, the Bible does talk about the earth being beneath the heavens in just this reference of up and down. Heavens are above, not surrounding, with things below us within the Bible. So yeah.
Well, we were just talking about how the Hebrew cosmology depiction of the Earth is not actually depicted that way in the Bible at all. But a lot of flat earthers will say that it is, or use that argument. And a lot of other, like the Babylonians and the Mayans and all them, they'll use their cosmology as some sort of argument against the globe. But in reality, it's still another fable, just like the globe is.
Oh, I never use it as an argument against the globe or for flat Earth. I use it as an argument against globe Christians, so-called, that think that the Bible or that at least that the Hebrew culture didn't have that cosmological view of reality, and that it wasn't spoken of within the scriptures.
Yes, and when we were talking about that earlier, I caveated that as an exception, using it as an argument with what the majority of people thought and their view of cosmology. That would be fine to use it in that argument, but you know how I did caveat that earlier, so I'm glad that you said that, because I would say that I agree with you using it as an argument in that context, but not in the context of using it as like, this cosmology is in the Bible, and it's really not.
Well, it's in the Bible then. If it's not that, what does the Bible describe?
It's just like we are flat earthers, how we don't make claims towards things, you know. It gives you sort of context to everything in its order. So whatever you're looking into, a lot of people will use scripture out of context to support that the Bible would say that the earth is in, there's a dome. Really, we were just talking about the dome and how that's not in the Bible. It's not at all in there, and there's no reason to think that there's a dome. Just, you get what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah, a lot of the artistic renditions are from, like, I think Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism and other stuff that's not actually scriptural texts. Now, that doesn't mean that those people weren't believers in the Bible, but I'm just saying a lot of those depictions that we get from some of the ancient Hebrew customs actually is non-biblical. That doesn't mean it's not correct in any way necessarily. I just say it doesn't come from within the Bible. It comes from other texts.
Okay, I get you. So like rabbis' commentaries and stuff like that within the Talmud, or yeah, I get you.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
There are some translations that say, like, dome, like, literally. I think the New American Standard Bible is one of them.
Oh.
Yeah, but there's translations that say globe, literally, so.
There is? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I actually have a Bible that says dome instead of firmament, and I believe the original Hebrew was stated as rakia, which is like spread out like a molten clear metal, or spread out like a shield. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what the original stated.
I thought it was he bangs it out like 10 or some shit like that.
Yeah.
That's what I remember.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like a shield is like hammered out like a shield.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but like, I'm fairly certain that there is no like use of the word expanse within the I don't know about it within their language, but at least within the Bible text, that is referring specifically to an unoccupied area or an area occupied by the gas alone or the air alone. I think they really are talking about, because expanse can be referring to an expansive surface, right, as well. So I don't think they've ever used it not in that context. Like I think they've always used it as in reference to something, an object that's broad and wide and flat. Like, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And the multiple instances, like in is it Job or is it Enoch? Well, one of those were, or it may have been several people that were taken up to a highest mountain and could see the entire earth. I don't know. I probably don't have the wording correct, but that's what I understand them to say.
They'd have to have special vision, though, right? Because nobody can see that freaking far. Not if it's as big as we think it is.
Well, supposedly the ISS shows you.
Maybe,
Do you
has special glasses, right? So
no, hold on. Do you believe the idea that you can see an edge if you went up high enough with your vision, with any vision, like you going high up away? Do you think the Earth does have a limited edge to the left, right, front, or back that you could visualize with any camera or your eyeballs? Or do you think it makes out the circle they show you?
I think that Picard saw a curved edge.
Yeah, that
I think he probably saw just part of the landscape, or maybe the edge of a pond, like the shore. He could have saw a shoreline, but he did say upturned edge. So
upturned edge.
I believe you can see that from a certain spot.
Yeah, but how do you know that's not a psyop? Just the same thing they show on ISS. ISS just shows you a disc too. So does Felix Baum. Everything shows you a disc. So is the government telling you the truth when they show you a disc in the air? I mean, is that what we really are expecting Earth to be? I don't think Earth is that disc. For some odd reason, I think the Earth precedes any visual optic thing that one person could look down with and view it with from any height. I think it actually is bigger than you could perceive.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I could, but yeah, whatever somebody saw, it doesn't mean that's the edge or the limit or the finite. Whatever. Well, you're probably right, because I don't think you can see forever. Or not even forever. I don't think you can see 10,000 miles per se. I just don't.
Yeah, I think Picard was actually just being descriptive of the way he perceived it, that it looks like this, not that it is that necessarily.
I believe we're in a pond, and a lot of ponds do seem to erode, or kind of. They are kind of, a lot of them are circular, so not perfectly, but that's really not true, is it? The Great Lakes aren't freaking round. I don't know. Maybe that was not the right thing to say.
Yeah, and I heard it said before that we're living in the Antarctic basin. But, we don't know if that's wholly true either, because like Denmark always says, go in the backside of Antarctic. We never hear about them going into the Antarctic from, let's say, Southeast Asia or someplace like that.
Yeah, all frickin' diverge from the edges and meet in the middle. If it was really what the hell he say it is, obviously it's not.
I've got no problem with there being a continent, right, or an archipelago that's covered in ice, or whatever you want to call it, existing on this plane. above which there appears to be a point around which celestial objects move, right? And that kind of makes it pretty special because apparently the north isn't like that. There's no land there. Now, I'm wondering how central of that piece of like area that they call Antarctica that rotation occurs. Like that would be pretty spectacular if it was like a pretty close to central point of the land above which those celestial objects appear to move around, right? That would be pretty spectacular. Like, wow. Like, I'd be like, what a coincidence, or this has to be intentional, you know?
Something's got to hold the waters in, man. There's got to be a freaking a beach. There's got to be a edge. I hate saying the edge because people say that, but there's a shoreline. You know why? Something's that contain the water. I mean, it's got to kind of hold it. You know, it just can't go on forever. You know, I think we live in a puddle. Pretty damn sure. It's the way water works. I don't know about ice walls, but shorelines, yeah, pretty sure. Sure. Pretty sure.
We have a Glober in the chat that says gases goes in all directions means gases goes down.
Oh, what? God's sake. Awesome.
So what if the air you put in the tank is lighter than the surrounding air? What's it going to weigh then? Will it weigh less than it did before because of the buoyant force?
Well, if the tank was a rubber balloon, yeah.
Dude, why are female ants weaker than male ants?
Shit.
Oh boy.
Because of the buoyant force.
Oh boy.
You knew that was coming.
That's horrible. Horrible. Dude, friggin' Robert says you only need a surface for containment.
We don't want boy ants. We just want girl ants.
Are there even boy and girl ants besides the queen? Interesting. The world may never know.
Yes, there is, because remember in the movie, Gene Hackman played one. He was a guy ant, and then there was girl ants.
Oh, I'm talking about reality, bro, not the cartoons.
Holy shit, there's hella people here.
Yeah, before you go, brother, I just want to tell everyone else, I've been looking through old YouTube links and segues from like 8 years ago plus, different Flat Earth content, Globe Earth content. A lot of these arguments like coming out because of TFE and all this, like they were already like addressed. In fact, some of them were addressed 120 years ago.
The what arguments about the curvature of the Earth?
Oh, no. Like the lack of curvature can't be changed by an interpretation of what the sun is doing.
Oh yeah.
You know.
It's good. How you doing? But how you doing today? All right.
I'm awesome, dude. It's like 30 degrees, maybe less. Hold on, I'll tell you exactly what it is. 29 degrees. I'm working outside. It's awesome. I can see my
Fahrenheit or
breath.
Celsius. Oh no, yes.
Fahrenheit.
If
Fahrenheit.
that sucks.
No,
it's 29.
perfect because I get to work real hard, and then I don't get overheated. So I like
Nice. Yeah. Man, this is the most I've seen this chat have in a while.
Dude, this is the number one most concurrent hour chat for the entire past year, dude.
Yeah, that's true.
It's true.
Have you?
Now,
had
it
any,
wasn't number one. Hold on, it wasn't number one every week, but in my math estimation, it's number one overall.
No. That's good. That's good.
What was your question?
Oh, I have no question. No, I wanted to see if there's people already discussing here. Just kind of sit back and listen to a potential seminar of conflicting ideas.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You mean like where the Globers say that they have a geometric horizon, but every time you prove it wrong, all of a sudden it's optical? You mean that kind of contradiction?
I guess I just like learning something. I'm a dumb guy. My whole worldviews are limited.
No worries. So let me learn you something. So you'll hear the Globers say many times that you wouldn't have a horizon if the Earth was flat. But the horizon is the apparent junction of the color field of the surface of the Earth to the color field of the sky. So if you had the Earth in your field of view, but not completely in your field of view, in other words, you're not looking straight down, there's going to be some sky in your field of view. So you're going to have blue, and then eventually it's going to be a different color, which represents the surface. So no matter what the shape of the Earth, you would have that demarcation line in your field of view.
Earth is round.
So,
oh, there you go. You got somebody.
Okay. Yeah. Well, according to Robert, that was an empirical evidence. Somebody told us. Robert, who said that if somebody says something, it's empirical evidence.
Which Robert are you talking of? Are you speaking of?
Who cares? It's a guy we know, but you don't.
It matters in the context of the political.
All right, it's Robert Kiyosaki from Rich Dad Poor Dad. How about that?
Kiyosaki, nigga. This bitch is round.
We enjoy the spherical Earth.
So he left.
The spherical Earth.
Well, we know you enjoy it because many people retreat into fantasy and imagination to cope with the hard, concepts in life. So yeah, we understand that you guys love the globe idea. We love it. We know it. We know it. We believe you.
I have a basic question for you. So, I'm guessing you think you're right about the Earth being flat, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you just present your information to the scientific community and see if it checks out? Why don't you just do that?
Every time you come in here, you say the dumbest shit.
Why?
Yeah, well, why waste your time talking to trolls and lay people on Discord? Just submit it to the professionals and see if it checks out.
We did. He was in here today for 6 days, and he spiraled out of control.
No, I mean the scientific community.
You wouldn't take it.
That's like saying, "Hey,
Can I get the website? Can I get that website for the scientific community, please?
Nonsense.
Yeah, you guys should be all over every cable news
Give me the
network.
website for the scientific community. I'll go ahead and submit a report.
Well, you guys are smart. You should be able to figure it out, right?
He was like, no, not Robert, the scientific community. There you go, Robert.
You mean you determined the Earth is flat, but you can't figure out how to get your information out there?
Damn, okay.
We're putting it up
That's
for
a
peer
weird
review.
irony.
We're putting
Well,
it up.
I'm glad I'm allowed back in this chat. I wasn't allowed for the last couple of days because somebody baited me into saying the F word.
Oh dear.
The slur?
I can't believe you guys are smart enough to figure out that the Earth is flat, but you can't figure out how to get your information out
They
there.
baited me, bro.
I got
They
it,
baited me.
dude.
100% I got
Hey,
baited.
hold on. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Okay, there's way too much over talking. So one of you, for the goodness sakes, when somebody else starts talking and then you start talking, recognize that they started first and just yield, for goodness sakes. Thanks.
Have you yield? Can I say something now?
Yeah, say something.
Something.
All right. So, what are we talking about, dude, with regards to the surface of the Earth?
I still found it remarkable that the majority of you still believe the Earth is round, even though you're flat earthers, but...
We believe the Earth is round, even though we're flat earthers.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It's like a oxymoron.
No, we understand the Earth is measured flat. The surface of the Earth is a horizontal reference frame from which we get elevation, depth, distance.
You mean it's locally flat, but maybe globally curved? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's measured flat.
I mean locally flat, though, right?
In all places, we've measured the surface flat.
Like it might be 95% flat within a small window, right? Is that what you're saying?
What, elevation and depth below mean average of sea level?
Yeah, I mean, if you had a perfect circle and you zoomed in sufficiently, like you would find that it's 95% flat everywhere. So, like, is that what you're saying?
Yes, but all references are going to be.
Oh, so you're actually a glober. That's actually kind of base, Jedi.
What? That the Earth is measured horizontally.
You mean it's locally flat within a margin of error, within a tolerance, but like everyone agrees, even the globers agree.
Yeah, it's measured flat. Locally.
What do you mean measurements are within a margin of error, and if you make the window small enough,
Excuse me. What do you mean by locally?
Well, what I mean is that
so when we navigate from place to place, for example, is that locally?
That's actually antithetical to local. That would be like the opposite of local when you go place to place.
Sorry, where we are in reference to things around us, giving us our position.
No, what I mean is that measurements are inherently flawed. Every measurement has a margin of error, and if you make the curvature arbitrarily small, it won't be within the margin of error. That's true.
What measurements do we take?
What measurements do we take? What do you mean? Like when I swipe left to right on your mother? Like, what do you mean?
When we're talking about locally, navigating the Earth, what measurements do we take?
When we go local, I mean, speed's probably a good one. I mean, that's probably a really important measure. Speed. Probably altitude.
Okay,
probably
speed.
A few.
That's nice. Okay, what else?
Probably pitch, roll, yeah. Those are probably pretty important.
I'm talking about and trying to ask you what we reference and how we measure when we want to figure out our location, our locality. You said we measured the Earth locally flat. Okay.
Well, that's what you said, but yeah. I agree, actually.
That's what we do. You said locally. What do you mean?
No, we agree there. We're in a concurrent there, which is quite beautiful, even.
What do we measure?
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
What do we measure?
So we measure the Earth locally flat, like you said. I agree.
Yeah, what did we measure to figure out our location?
I figured out our location? How are the GPS coordinates? I don't know.
Coordinates?
Yeah.
These coordinates, how are they? What are they?
You compute your latency to several geostationary satellites, and from that latency, you have this redundant set of distances which can be used to impute, a spherical coordinate.
Yeah, our coordinate. What is our coordinate? How is it expressed to us? What is our location on the Earth?
It's GPS. It's like a theta and a phi. I think those are the two coordinates. Theta is the first one. Phi is the second.
Okay. So we're going to be talking about longitude and latitude. All right.
Well, I'm talking about GPS. Now you want to talk about longitude and latitude. Like, you understand longitude and latitude came way before GPS, right?
Yeah,
way before. Right? GPS is modern.
Our location.
Yeah, but you understand that, yeah, sure, but you understand longitude, latitude was here hundreds of years ago. GPS is only 50 years old.
I mean, is he even listening to you, Jedi? Because it seems like he's just talking.
No.
My bad, Reg Joe.
He's asking you a question, and he's like,
Reg Joe, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, Reg Joe. Repeat your question.
If you guys want to measure something, you can measure these.
It seems like y'all talking past each other, that's all.
How dare you?
Thank you, Reg Joe. That's really excellent commentary. Can you repeat your question, Jedi? I want to respond.
Yeah, respond.
Yeah, you said we measured the Earth locally flat.
That's what you said, and I actually even agree.
Okay, cool. And you mentioned something about locally. Right?
Yeah.
So what do you mean by locally?
In like the calculus sense, like if you know about like a neighborhood or a locality, it's a calculus term.
Yeah. I'm talking about location, where
That's
you are.
not what mathematicians mean by locally, though.
Mm-hmm.
Or scientists, for that matter. But like scientists are mathematicians, so.
You're a bit exhausting, bro. I don't know why.
I get that, Sean. I get that, especially IRL.
It seemed like you just.
There's like a standard of decorum that has to be observed IRL.
How dare you? How dare you?
Especially in like a competitive environment IRL. Holy shit.
Great. Okay, Reed. Well, scientists is not mathematicians. Whenever you're talking about locally, you are talking about a physical location, or else it wouldn't be practical. Is that enough commentary for you?
I'm sorry, I was muted. I don't know how long I was muted. Did you hear my response, or was I?
Oh, whenever you're talking about locally, you are talking about a physical location, which means that, or else, if you're talking about
when I speak about calculus or math, I'd be using it mathematically or
other than
calculus.
that, then it would not be physical, which means it wouldn't be practical, which means it wouldn't be a measurement.
No, like if I say like a ULA or a universal local approximation theorem in the context of math or calculus, I would mean it in the mathematical or calculus sense, not the like.
You're not actually talking about a mathematical calculus. You're talking about a physical location
or a medical sense.
You're talking about You're talking about a physical location in order to see where you.
No, I mean in like the ULA sense.
In the first. Wait a minute. The math is concepts. Math in order for math to wait a minute. Maths are concepts. They are basically descriptors. It's a sign of language. In order for you to use mathematics in reality, you have to describe something that is in reality. So if you're trying to describe something, with words, which is absolutely also a concept, which means that there are descriptors, saying things like locally, whenever you're talking about it in practical terms, you're talking about a physical location. That's what you're trying to figure out.
Well, I mean, you're equivocating, right? Because when I say like ULA, I don't mean like where in the world you are. What I mean is like a decreasing margin.
It's what it is. That's what language are. That's what it's doing.
No, I understand it's confusing because I'm using it in a mathematical sense, and you want to use it in a non-mathematical sense.
Language is not real. The things that it's describing is real. So if you're trying to basically have any physical proof, you must talk about the thing that is real and then refer to mathematics to it.
I mean, I think I could use a synonym like proximal, neighborhood null.
It's not synonyms. It's not words. Concepts. Again, it's not real. It's a reification fallacy. You're treating words in mathematics and problems and calculations as if it's real, which is not concrete, and ignoring the practical use for it, which would be the definition.
I actually agree.
Okay, you're talking again.
No, we agree.
You're missing the main point. You're missing the main point, which is the definition that the mathematics is supposed to be describing. So whenever Jedi is asking you, what do you mean by locally? He's asking you, what is the practical use of the calculation or the mathematics that you actually trying to describe. So if you're talking about locally, you are talking about a physical location. That's what Jedi was trying to get.
No, what I mean is proximally or point-wise, but I hear you.
If we're talking about how we measure the Earth locally flat, that straight line distance is 5,800 miles. In reference to how we measure the things in the sky, like stars, celestial navigation, the maximum distance that we can achieve on a straight line is 5,400 nautical miles.
So maximum what?
10,800 nautical miles in front and behind. That's the diameter of a circle protracted out horizontally in any distance.
Okay.
Based on, so locally is fucking far.
Oh, that wouldn't be local, right? That would be global.
Oh my god.
Local. What do you mean? That's like not at a single point. That's across the entire surface.
I'll be a little bit more specific. When we use things in the sky to navigate, like the stars, we're going to measure an angle to them. The minimum angle gives us a maximum distance when the star is
minimum
close.
Angle gives us a minimum angle of what?
The star above the horizon.
The angle between you and the star and you and the horizon? Is that what you're saying?
Right. When we stand...
Gives you a maximum what?
Distance. We've measured the angle...
Minimum angle with respect to what?
The surface of the Earth, the plane of the horizon.
Do we also include time or just surface?
We can include time because over time, if we stand still, those things in the sky, they're going to move. Sun, moon, and stars. Depending on where they are at a certain time of day, at a certain time of year, they're going to appear different because they move around the observer. The observer standing on the horizontal plane is going to measure that motion over time of the celestial objects in angles, specifically an elevation angle.
How do we compute distance from an angle?
So if you compute, you have to understand 90 is directly above your head. 0 is on the horizon. You understand what a protractor is, right?
Yeah, that's called I think that's phi, or is that like on spherical coordinates? What unit would that be? Is that phi or theta? I forget.
Yeah. At this moment, mate, I'm just going to express to you that the distance is expressed through the angle measurement. 60.
Yeah,
1 degree every 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, I think that's phi, and you're giving me an azimuthal measurement. But like, how do we compute?
Yeah, that's converted to a straight line distance.
How do we do that?
So if you were to walk making this measurement of the angle in the sky to the star, you're going to get a distance.
Yeah, but how do we compute that? That's what I don't get.
You're making a triangle. So by trigonometry.
Oh my gosh, do you mean like it would be arctangent, or would it be like which function would it be?
Yeah, you can express this in any type of angle. You're going to express it in an arc because the protractor is in the sky. It's the celestial sphere. You, the observer, is standing on the horizontal plane like of a protractor. You're going to figure out the distance to things that you know the height above the surface.
I think it'd be arctangent, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's awesome. But the measurements are going to be angle measurements, specifically elevation angle measurements, and they're going to give you distances. The maximum distance is 5,400 nautical miles, a straight line between you and the ground position of the star. So when you mean locally, yeah, locally at that distance.
Do we care about the hypotenuse or the adjacent side?
Not interested in the hypotenuse. We're interested in the base of the triangle that we're forming because we want to know the distance to the ground position of the thing that's above the plane.
Why do we assume there's a ground position of the thing? Why can't it just be distant, light years away?
Okay, I can't do this anymore. I gotta go somewhere else.
I have a lovely day. Okay.
Yes, sir. I will.
Because that's
thank you.
Because that's how the coordinate system is derived. Specifically.
Yeah, but you could imagine that there might be a star that's not on top of the Earth. Why can't it just be far away?
You're just not listening, dude. I'm not going to waste my time.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it seemed like you're just not listening, honestly, or you're just not following what he's saying.
That's a really good point, Reg Joe. Thank you for your contribution.
Right, so nobody wants to listen to you and nobody wants to talk to you. Ergo, get muted, fool. See how that works?
This is good.
So the more you talk, Ree, the more people are going to get annoyed, and then they're not going to want to talk. So then the only person talking is going to be you, and that's not what we want. So the easiest solution is just to mute you and leave some oxygen for other people. All right, so if anybody else wants to speak up, go ahead. Otherwise, I'm going to force you to listen to Ree some more.
Oh my God! All right, let me figure out something to say. Jesus.
I got something.
Okay, you go ahead.
I think it's fascinating when people are willfully ignorant. They strive to not understand what you're saying when everybody else can understand it, and everybody sees what you're doing when you're willfully not understanding it. It's ridiculous.
Is just
We
trying
need
to
more
obscure a
conversations like this.
simple point, basically. Why do we need more conversations with sophists like that?
Hi. This is good. This is good. The exchange.
Hi.
The flat earth versus globe. This is good.
Hello.
Yeah, cool. Is that even a glober, though, or is it just a sophist just trying to make, what's simple and obvious obscure?
I think he comes more to listen to himself speaking than to anyone that, on the panel here.
Caretaker, are you still there?
No, I vanished.
You know, I like a lot of the stuff that you guys say, but I would really like it if you guys could get your information verified by science. Can you guys do that?
Science
Need
is
some
a
corroboration.
Why would we use it for all the things we talk about? Doesn't apply to everything we talk about.
No, I mean the scientific community. Can you guys get those people to corroborate what you're saying?
Who are they?
The scientific community.
Can you give me a name or two?
You're smart. You should be able to figure it out.
But you can't because you're not?
No, I can, but I don't feel like I should do your homework for you.
You can, but you just won't. Okay. My homework.
You're smarter than me, right?
The Earth is round.
You told me to talk to the scientific community. I'm asking you who they are. Can I get an email address or something?
No, I'll let you work that out there yourself because I know you're smart. So.
Okay.
I don't have to spoon feed anything to you, do I?
Well, I mean, you came this far, bringing up the scientific community, suggesting I go and talk to them, but then you're going to stop short of telling me who they even are or like how to get a hold of them. I don't see the
I'm
point.
just saying, why can't you guys just get your information verified?
I don't know who the scientific community is or why they're.
You don't know who it is.
Verify the things that we talk about.
Okay, does anybody in the flat Earth community know who the scientific community is?
Yeah,
I'm not
sure why we
does.
whoever this is, I'm not sure why we need their stamp of approval for the things that we talk about here. I'm not sure why that would verify any of the stuff that we say. Just getting these guys, whoever they are, to go, yeah, it's good.
But you have no credibility without it.
Great.
That's not important to you?
Who says who?
I'm asking you, is that important to you or no?
Well, who determines like what's credible? You can't even tell me who that is.
No, I'm asking you, is your view about the Earth being flat, is that important to you or no?
Dude, this is a bullshit conversation.
Well, if you lack credibility, then why should anybody listen to what you're saying? If you don't want to take time to have your information peer reviewed or verified, why should anybody even pay attention to it?
How did anybody want credibility from frickin' a bunch of boneheads?
You can't even tell me
nonsense.
who I'm supposed to apply to for credibility, so I don't know what to do with what this guy's saying.
I mean, when you eat food, you want the FDA to test it first, right?
Of the committee, like.
No, definitely not.
I think he's talking about guys like NASA and shit like that when he says the scientific community. When he says get their opinion on the matter.
No, I'm just saying.
Quite a few of us sent
what would a reasonable person think? You know.
Raiden? You listening, Raiden?
Yes.
Quite a few of us invites out to your so-called scientific community to come here. They know where we are.
Okay. So they just don't have any interest, or what do you think? They think you're like crackpots, or what do you think?
Oh, ask Robert.
They don't have any
cares. What they think of the personalities here has no bearing on the actual arguments anybody made.
Okay.
Why are we appealing to the scientific community? This is
Doesn't even know
who's going to verify this stuff.
So,
I don't know who they.
Not lay people on Discord. They can't verify it. Who else?
Lay people. We're talking about the measurement of the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So it's not the scientific community, whatever that fucking means, that we're going to be speaking to. This gets done.
We're talking about the entire Earth.
This gets practically done every single day. The measurement of the surface of the Earth. You standing up, for example, being perpendicular to the horizontal plane. You understand what standing up is, right?
Yeah. Do you?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
So you're always going to be orientated to horizontal. You're always going to work on this base premise that locally everywhere is going to be based on this perpendicular
vertical and horizontal. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, the surface of the Earth. As an equatorial, that is a circle of equal altitude around the observer at mean sea level. All references are going to be taken from this point of the observer, and it's all going to be measured flat at huge distances.
Okay. If you can get the scientific community to agree with everything you said, I'll get behind it.
Okay, it's not the scientific community that we should be speaking to.
Why not? They make our computers,
It's like
they
you
make
didn't
the
hear a
medicine,
word
they
you
make the
said.
cars.
It's like you
No, I
didn't hear a
heard
word
everything
you
he said. No, I heard everything he said. But these people, they make
These
stuff that
people.
works.
These
You know.
people, who are they? Can you name one? Someone who made stuff that works. So I've got to get his approval before I can say anything.
Stuff that works. Do I
Well,
count?
if they didn't make stuff that works, then I wouldn't even say anything about them. But it works.
Okay,
I know that the people in this chat don't make stuff that works, dude.
Do computers work? Do cars
Yeah.
You didn't
work?
answer my question.
Do airplanes work?
You know what up and down is, right?
Does this stuff work? Does Discord work?
Yeah, okay. How do you know there aren't people in this chat who make stuff that works?
Maybe they do. I don't know.
Yeah,
Are
maybe
they
there's
part
somebody
of the
here
scientific
who builds
community?
houses or something that work. Maybe somebody builds computers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we can just appeal to whoever's in this chat that makes stuff that works then, I guess, according to you.
Well, when I build a computer, I don't really take credit for that. I mean, I really just putting the pieces together like Legos. So,
well done, smart boy.
But I do make, software that works out of.
That's
not exactly.
You make stuff that works? Okay, well, there's a guy. We'll get his approval then. There's a scientific community spokesperson right there.
I volunteered before. I said I make stuff that works.
Yeah, I make stuff that works too, but I'm not the scientific community. I'm one person.
Make stuff that works. Right, okay.
My parents made something that works. Me.
What do you reckon, Jedi? We log on to Wikipedia, the new definition of science. If you make stuff that works.
Alright, so because my
You
hairdryer
guys know what I'm talking about. I don't know why you're playing word games. You know what I'm talking about, so.
yeah,
You're not that stupid, so.
You want us to go to a bunch of arbitrary people that you've defined as the scientific community and show them that the Earth is measured flat, when this is what we do all the time anyway.
Yeah, why not? See what they say. What could be the harm?
Well, instead of talking crap, Raiden, why don't you go round a few of them up and bring them in here for us? And they can prove it's curved, and we can sit back and go, oh my, we didn't know.
I don't know if they're that interested to come in here. I'm not sure.
So let me get
Maybe
this
they think you're just a
You're
bunch
allowed
of
to tell
delusional
us.
idiots. I mean,
You're allowed to tell us that they're not interested in coming here, but you can't accept that we're not interested in going there.
no, I didn't say that. I said I'm not sure if they are.
Well,
I
why don't you go and
think
ask
you're a bunch of delusional idiots. I don't know, but
Go and ask them, so then you can be sure.
Who should we be talking to? Like Professor Brian Cox, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Who do you want us to go and talk to?
yeah, I don't know. Sean Carroll, somebody like that. I don't know.
Okay, they refuse to speak to us.
I wonder why.
You don't know.
You wonder why? Okay, you wonder why.
You don't know who you get your approval. You don't know who you get your approval from to think the things that you do, even.
The fuck.
Just
Yeah, you don't even know
I
who we're
think you
supposed to
guys should
ask
get
them.
your ideas out there in review. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I said give me the website. I'll submit them.
Yeah, reality, man, that's what we do, man. What are you talking about? Like, you think that doesn't happen?
It doesn't seem like it. It seems like you guys waste your time talking to lay people and trolls.
We talk to whoever wants to talk to us.
Dude, this isn't the only flat earth. There's like conventions and groups and meetups and apps and other platforms.
I want to see you guys on NBC News talking about this. You understand what I'm saying?
Why?
He needs a logical fallacy to affirm his consensus.
That's happened.
No, that would make me happy. If this is true, I want this to get national, worldwide attention.
For someone who's so against it, right? I find it interesting you're in here a fair bit.
Sorry, Matrix. He wants bells and whistles. He wants big announcements and trumpets. That's what he wants.
Be. If it's true,
It's
it
been
should
on the
be.
news. Dude, it's been on the news. Lots of stuff's been on the news. You might not have
Yeah.
seen it, but it's been there. It's been on
You
the
guys
news.
must enjoy talking to lay people in trouble.
It's all over the fucking place. What
You just doubled down. What the fuck?
He just repeated himself. It's like he hasn't looked at the subject at all. It's like there hasn't been flat Earth court cases won. It's like he hasn't.
Right, can you contact NASA and just tell them to give us like at least 1 or 5 years budget so we can do everything you're asking?
He wants presidential announcements. He wants to grab him by the shoulders.
Yeah, look at right here. Headline news: Denver Post. Colorado pastor thought he could make flat earthers see the light. I see the light. It didn't work. Colorado megachurch super pastor McDuffie obsession with flat earth conspiracy began with a longtime friend that he knew on Facebook. Huh.
Is that the final experiment?
Yeah, that's the McDuffie.
What do you think of that whole thing? I see people still talking a lot about it.
It wasn't an experiment, so by the label, you should know.
Yeah, here's how that experiment worked for me anyway. So I say I live on a chocolate-covered strawberry if I see a 24-hour sun. I see a 24-hour sun, therefore I live on a chocolate-covered strawberry. Do you agree with me?
Well, but a lot of people did discuss ahead of time whether there could be such a thing.
Okay, so you agree with me?
Well, I mean, a lot of people did say what the link would be between the two models and that phenomena.
It's like he isn't answering
between models.
Well, what's the question?
No model.
Do I agree with you that we're on a strawberry? No.
Why not? We saw the 24-hour sun.
What do they have? What do they have to do with each other?
Did you deny? Do you deny it?
No, hold on.
Deny that we're on the strawberry? Yeah.
What did they have to do with each other? Now you know how your logical fallacies work. They have nothing to do with each other.
This guy denied it. He straight up denied it.
But there was a discussion before about some people, not all, but some flat earthers thought, hey, this would...
Yeah, everybody has different ideas.
Right.
This guy had an idea that strawberry.
You guys here all have the same idea, do you think? Or is that
And
you
then
guys
they
have
also will be involved in an illogical fallacy.
Exactly. You think you guys have the same idea?
You know that some globers believe the Earth is a globe, but it's motionless, right? And others think it's another shape, and then the other thinks it's a spinning globe, and they all have different. This guy believes it's a strawberry shortcake flavor Earth, but they all saw the 24-hour sun. But who's correct?
Well, but I was just more curious, like, so you think they did go to Antarctica and saw the sun, it just doesn't mean that it's round, or, you know, some people are saying they didn't go at all. Some people are saying,
well, that's more getting into
they went, but there's an optical effect.
That's more getting into more of a conspiracy. That's more getting into more of a conspiracy. It seemed like you were ignoring the fact that it's inconsequential to us.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
That's getting into a conspiracy, whether or not they went and whether or not they witnessed a 24-hour sun. What we explaining to you that is inconsequential to us anyway. It doesn't
Either way,
prove
so you
or
have no
doesn't
theory
disprove
about whether
or not. Yeah, I only took a breath. It doesn't prove and it doesn't disprove whether or not the Earth is flat or not.
So you don't have an opinion on whether they really went or anything like that because it's immaterial?
Yes, inconsequential to us.
It doesn't make the Earth turn into a ball.
Bingo. It's like he isn't listening like the other guy.
I'm listening. That's not fair.
You know what the main problem is that the globalists have been saying for 8 years or 10 years, the sun cannot set on the flat Earth. And you're like, why? Why is that? And you're like, because the sun would always be above your head. And you're like, well, yeah, but there's all kinds of different effects, optical effects and whatnot. So they're like, okay, sure, bet. Let's go to Antarctica And if the sun doesn't set, it was always above your head, demonstrating the flat Earth. You're like, certainly, let's see it. And they went there, and sure enough, for at least 24 hours, at one point in time, the sun was always above your head. The key, though, is that they didn't have to go to Antarctica to do that. The sun is always above your head anyway.
Well, the question was, why would you see it when it's got to move so far away? It's out of your...
Well, because we live on a chocolate-covered strawberry, like I told you. I told you my experiment and how it worked. So you have to agree with me, or the Earth is flat.
No, I mean, I'm agnostic on the I'm agnostic on the shape of the Earth. I don't see.
Yeah, bro, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. The issue is, right, that everybody's standing on the ground, right, and everybody can go observe the phenomena of the sun. If you go outside, you can see the sun doing what it does. The issue is when people start making claims about the mechanisms of the heavens above and how that works, and you're gonna have some people giving you some stories and the other people giving you some stories. But the sun and the heavens above are gonna do what they do without your opinion or the other guy next to you, without his opinion. The heavens above work the way they work. People's opinion is not gonna affect it, or change the shape of the ground below our feet.
Well, not according to Jaron, because Jaron believes that his location is an independent variable. So therefore,
who's that?
Jaron.
Who's that? Is he in here?
No.
Oh, okay. So are you talking to him? Go to his channel.
Why would you tell me that he doesn't have a channel on here, dude?
Yeah, he does.
Jaron does? He has a Discord?
Yeah. Go find it. Bye.
Oh,
can I finish my point on what I was saying?
Go ahead. Now, according to Jaron, go ahead.
Yeah. Considering he's illiterate when it comes to what science is, he claims that the independent variable for his so-called experiment is his location. So therefore, before you interrupted me, if Jaron travels, then sun behavior. Oh, yeah, chew on that.
No, you messed it up. Jaron says science doesn't prove anything at all. It's completely...
Yeah, unless it's a non-valid experiment, then it proves that flat Earth doesn't exist.
My bad, Vaxwax, and
yeah, I think
you were saying something to the same point, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I misread that too. I thought you were saying, like, you guys all need to listen to Jaron again. I'm like, no.
Why would you think I say that?
I didn't, because I didn't pay attention to what you were saying.
I kind of just snuck in, my bad. Because I'll tell you why.
The Globers were saying, Jaron, this proved that the Earth is not curving.
Correct. So the point, Vaxwax. Yeah, Vaxwax. The point is that people are not the argument. That's the point.
So is everybody here on the same page as to why the experiment, on the results or whatever of the experiment, or are you also on different pages?
It's
the books.
I'm curious, like getting a survey of the whole set of pages.
It's quite literally not an experiment. Are you guys talking about... Oh, never mind. You know what? I need to shut up because you guys might be talking about something because I just got in, so it might not even be what I'm thinking.
Someone brought up that guy in Colorado I didn't know he was the super church pastor, but the pastor.
On. Siri, hold on. Let Wax get in here.
Yeah, sorry. I was just trying to say what's going on.
No, go ahead. What do you want to say? I feel like you got stepped on, so I think we should give you some time to... What do you think? What's your take, right? Your current take on the state of affairs with a sun in the sky or not?
Like with the little Antarctica trip?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't really care either way. I mean, look, the sun already behaves that exact same way somewhere else on Earth.
So if it does it somewhere else, it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, the sun's going to do what the sun's going to do. It doesn't prove what it is, where it is, how far away it is, or anything like that. It's literally affirming the consequent. If 24-hour sun, then the vacuum of space stops violating the second law of thermodynamics. It's stupid. And
That's what it said. It was, if 24-hour sun, we live on chocolate-covered strawberry. That's what it was.
Oh, my bad. That's right.
You can also argue that if we observe the sun going around the heavens above, that means that it's going around God, and God is sitting at the center of the sky, and he's watching us from up there. You can say that too.
But I don't know. I haven't taken the whole TFE thing seriously in the longest time because it's again, I'm not just parroting what they say on NPD, but it's true. It's literally not a science experiment. It's false.
They didn't say science, did they?
So then it's not an experiment. It's not valid.
Well, why would that matter? It's not like you care if it's scientific.
It was a social experiment.
Yeah, social experiments exist.
Totally, it was a social experiment. I agree.
Yeah, so it's a pseudo experiment.
Test was.
All right, so Eggshells is going to tell us what the experiment actually was.
To me, it was a test to see how people deal.
No, the experiment they said they were doing.
Oh, I don't give a shit. Like, no,
oh, so it wasn't an experiment?
What I think.
Was it an experiment?
As I saw it, what I saw it a valid experiment of was how do people deal with disconfirming evidence? How does a community who largely
so nothing to do with going there, right?
Of the 24-hour sun, once their own people go there and live up to this crazy flat Earth standard that's been set since time immemorial, that somebody's got to fly you down there at their expense, pay for your childcare, like to do this thing that everybody's like, that's never going to happen. It actually happens. That's the biggest psyopy looking part of it. But the most interesting thing is to see how the community deals with the fact that there's probably a 24-hour sun in Antarctica and Flat Earth has got to film it. That's fascinating.
So,
completely staged too. It doesn't really matter. The thing is, who went there that's actually trustworthy? Nobody.
So, do you agree that if you
who agreed to go? That in itself was pretty interesting. None of them, Oakley, what's his name, 200 Proofs guy, Eric Dubay, Dave Weiss, a bunch of people were unequivocal, very clear beforehand that there cannot be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And look at these videos, they're reusing footage, why would they fake it if it was real, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
just because I'm saying that doesn't mean I'm holding...
While you're rattling on,
come on.
Eggshells.
I'm sorry.
Eggshells, why do you always bring up Oakley? Oakley always, for the last 10 years, has referred back to that plumber guy that worked down there that said that he didn't see it.
Sure.
That's every single time Oakley's ever said it, he's referred back to that guy. So if you're going to use his name, at least step up and say it to his face.
Well, I don't understand what's the issue. If he is saying it, why do I need to say that to his face? I'm telling you.
Yeah, but because he is referring to someone. He didn't just step out there and say it's not happening off his own bat. He said it because he's referring to someone who worked there. Nothing more. If he had never had someone work down there, he would have probably said, I don't know.
What do you think, Iggs, is the effect here that once a globalist learned not to attach a worldview to a map or a model, what should happen next? Do they just double down, or do they finally decide to use objective reality instead of models?
Really? You wonder how that's going to turn out?
Well, yeah, because they basically went there and they said, here is a globe model versus a globe model. They debunked the
I want to see a globe model personally.
Well,
I mean, I can answer for that in the sense that before the experiment, there are certain flat earthers that said the sun is not a physical thing so much as an optical effect, a beam of light. And that's a way out.
You what flat earthers really said?
Well, some of them said...
they said the surface of Earth is flat.
Which is obviously bumpy. I'm a fractal earther, if anybody's curious. It's very bumpy. It's definitely not very flat.
Mr. Bumpy, listen. And when we look in the sky, we say, I don't know. So now what?
Got to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, how do you explain that all these sky observations predate the heliocentric model by thousands of years? How do you square that? Do you just burn the books? Just pretend it never happened? Like, destroy the vast majority of human history? And just say, oh, you know what? Human history just abruptly starts about 380 years ago. No one really cared about the sky until then. And then the Catholic Church, God bless America, came by and said, hey, check this out. It's sun-centered. And people are like, that's dumb as shit, dude. That's really dumb. Oh, yeah, it sounds pretty dumb. Don't tell the peasants, because they'll revolt. Oh, you told the peasants anyway, they didn't care. Oh. Is that what else do you guys got? Wax? Do you got anything else you want to add, or you're just pretty much that's where you're at? Is Raiden still here? Rally Man?
No, I don't have really anything else. I'm not really too concerned about the whole thing because the whole thing's a scam.
What do you think about? What do you think about Witsit doing like a tour of alternative new media? Does that count?
I think he has no other choice.
No, that's for Reality Man, Raiden.
Oh, my bad.
I thought he's still here, right?
No, the guy asking the questions was A Theory guy. A Theory? That was the guy asking.
Yeah, Raiden wants to know why flat earthers just hide on Discord and don't go out and about in the world and talk to people.
Yeah, I think I have an idea why.
Okay,
I think two things will happen. Well, I think one, if you actually talk to these people, two things would happen. One, they would tell you that you're wrong, and two, they would show you how you're wrong, and then you wouldn't have anywhere to go at that point.
Is that why you atheists just stay online now? You're afraid to be
For me, it's just entertainment. I don't. That's the only reason it's for me. It's not because it passes the time, you know. But I can't speak for anyone else. But I think that's the reason why you guys avoid these people and you waste your time talking to trolls and lay people.
We're not avoiding anybody here. We're here for anybody to come talk to us 24/7.
Did he say we talk to trolls and white people?
No, I said lay people.
Oh, okay.
Trolls and lay people.
That's more boring. That was funny before you changed it to lay people.
I literally thought he said white people too. I thought that was really funny.
I'm just saying, if you guys really believe this stuff, you really are wasting your time on Discord.
Dude, we talk to anybody. They're not necessarily lay people. It's the general public. Some of them are astrophysicists and academics and stuff like that. We just talk to everybody.
Okay.
Not a waste of time, dude.
You're saying that Axios is a troll? Axios. He said you're a troll, bro.
I'm thinking in the aggregate, you guys talk to more trolls and lay people than you do professionals in these different disciplines.
Axios, are you a troll? Oh, where's Axios? Oh. Axios, are you a troll?
I don't think I'm a troll. Like, I sometimes pretend to be flat
He said that we speak to trolls in here. We speak to you in here.
I don't think I'm a troll, but sometimes I pretend to be a flat earther.
Yeah, like I'm not trying to wind people up, I think is what a troll is. Somebody who just tries to aggro people and fuck with them, and that's not me. But I do sometimes pretend to be a flat earther, which other people's definition of troll that might meet. Right, that's what I'm getting.
What about I-Tier? He's an astronomer. He's a astrologer or something like that. Is he a troll?
He's full of shit.
I don't think so. Don't have any reason to think that.
So, Raiden, do you think if we get like NASA 1 years of NASA's budget, can you speak to them? So we can get one year.
Just 1 day? Shit. What year? Just
1 year minimum.
What does NASA's budget have to do with what they know and what they have access to?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
They give us the money and we spend it. We don't need their shit.
He said, what does NASA's budget do with, what does that have to do with what they do? Maybe they don't need the budget, so they can keep doing what they do without the budget.
We could borrow a couple of their satelloons. We could borrow a couple satelloons from them, though.
Quetzalcoatl, if you know more than NASA scientists and engineers, that would actually impress me.
Listen, there's people in this chat right now that think gases go down. So you got some people in here that are kind of screwed up in the head right now. In this room right now.
Hey, you just made my point. You guys are wasting your time with trolls and lay people.
Okay, all right. I've said that like 20 times already.
Is that your talking point for the day? Like, who fed you that?
I mean, yeah, I disappeared for 20 minutes.
No one fed me anything.
You learned lay people today.
So, out of curiosity, Raiden, which one are you? The troll or the layperson?
I'm a layperson. I'm not a scientist.
Excellent.
We're wasting. Okay, no, wait. We're wasting our time with you, therefore. So go on mute.
I was on mute.
Yeah.
Go back on mute.
Yeah, buddy.
By your own criteria, we're wasting our time on you. So get on mute.
I got a degree. I got a degree that says science degree on it. Does that count?
I mean, to be fair, the shape of the Earth isn't a science question; it's a geometry question. So it has nothing to do with scientists.
Just observation.
Hey, Ryan, you said we should speak to the science community. AI has a science degree, so we speaking.
Keep making jokes about stuff, but you're avoiding these people. It's obvious. You can talk about.
Ooh, AI! He said you're a joke, bro. You're a joke, AI.
I'm saying you're a joke.
What's it based on?
You could have associates of science, associates of applied science.
What are we doing? What measurements are we taking?
Bachelors of science, bachelors of applied science.
What methodology are we using? What claims being made? Is it
chicken bones and tea leaves. Look at the stars. I looked up at the sky, and I saw a twinkly star, and I said to that star, "Divine me the nature of creation." And the star said, "Certainly, Toby, the Earth is a ball in space. And it's lava. It's made of lava, and it's water covered." I'm like, holy shit, really? And they said, "No, I'm just joking."
See, you guys are just saying stuff, but that's okay. I understand all of it.
Think about that, Raiden. If you look up at the sky and you think you're divining knowledge about the ground via the sky, what do they call that? Is that astronomy?
Navigation?
Or is that astrology?
Celestial navigation.
Or if you're talking about horoscope, that
words out of my mouth, eggshells.
Who the fuck unmuted eggshells?
Here, let me ask you something. Just give me a reason.
I unmuted him because Raiden was saying
had a heart attack.
He's a troll, and we wasting our time
Your
talking to him.
cardiologist or me?
Reality, you're supposed to be on mute, dude.
Well, you asked me a question.
It was hypothetical, dipshit.
We don't want to waste our time on lay people. Get on mute so that the professionals can speak up.
Okay, I'll go on mute.
Okay. Now, only scientists can talk to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I don't even listen to a lot of scientists unless they're in their own field. And
Well, that's a troll.
sometimes.
We can't talk to him either because that's just a troll.
What's trolling?
Trolls and lay people, right?
Yeah, we're going to up our game like Reality Man asked us to, and we're only going to speak to scientists.
Okay, so most of us can speak in here then.
I'm a Spartacusist.
Let's talk to AI. AI, what do you think about, the globe Earth?
The globe Earth is a very excellent artwork, and I would give it a B+.
There you go. We spoke to the science community. What do you think now?
Give it a B+.
Well, to be fair, I mean, I'm not saying all Globers, because that's not fair to say that, but from what I've noticed, the vast majority of Globers tend to think plumbing, cooking, HVAC, auto mechanics is all science. So, I mean, we could all be scientists if you really want to just believe.
I mean, science. You're a scientist.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't think it's much of a science question. I don't think science is about pushing the envelope of what you understand, and nobody's pushing the envelope by finding out whether we live on a ball.
Science is about figuring out cause and effect relationships in the natural world. It's not about pushing envelopes.
Yeah,
it should be something novel. Novel is a requirement of science. You don't call doing the 400th iteration of the Cavendish science, I don't think. There is usually, in many people's minds, we think of science.
Cavendish wasn't science. It wasn't a valid science experiment.
Well, of course, but you just say that about pretty much every scientific experiment that disproves your hypothesis, right? You only choose whether to do that based on whether it supports flat Earth.
What are you talking about? What is an actually observed phenomenon in the Cavendish quote-unquote experiment?
Balls orbiting balls.
So balls on a tension beam or whatever or a torsion beam, whatever it's called, are those found in nature?
No, is that required in the scientific method? Which part of the scientific method is that?
It's called step one, dummy. It's called step one, you dum-dum.
Step one, you idiot.
So, balls orbiting balls.
Reality doesn't mean you try to then mimic it. Why would you do that? You're trying to nail down variables, not mimic nature.
We already know why balls are orbiting balls in the Cavendish experiment, because that douchebag built a contraption with balls on it. There you go, case closed.
It's natural science.
Good evidence that maybe.
It's natural science. Right? It's the study of the physical and natural world. The observation of the natural phenomena must be natural before you take this natural phenomena into an experiment. So you most definitely need the observation of something happening in the physical and natural world, because that's what you're studying.
Sure.
Cause and effect relation.
For natural science, right? What about applied sciences?
Applied science.
Also a valid way of knowing truths about the world?
Applied science is things that have already gone through the scientific method and we know cause other things to happen.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what that really means, but I mean like applied science, like engineering. Engineering is an applied science where we use the science of physics to make predictions about a spinning flywheel and how much mass it would have, and, blah, 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 blah.
When things are going to fall down and distances and parallels.
Do you think applied sciences are a valid way to learn things about reality?
Applied science, how the physical and natural world works. Yeah, well, because this is how we understand. This is how we understand the world to work. Science, right? How stuff works.
And natural.
Applied by us to create things based on the principles of reality, like up and down, for example.
Well, Eggshell's just kind of exposed himself by claiming that engineering is science when it's not.
It's an applied science. It's called an applied science.
Do you? Okay, Eggshells, give me one example.
Sure.
Give me one example of pseudoscience without saying flat Earth. Like just one example, please.
Homeopathy.
Homeopathy? How's that pseudoscience?
Because it posits things about molecules of water that have no basis in reality and would rewrite physics as we know it based upon no observations, and it has flawed self-defeating logic, particularly when they do it when they potentize or it gives something the quality when they're trying to sort of make this root water or whatever, and they mix it with water. They used to have to dilute it again and again and again and again and again, billions of times, until it would be lucky. If you had a drop of original substance, you would need more water than was in all of the oceans on Earth in order to filter that back out, so that no molecules can probably remain. And then you call that most potent, and there's no explanation as to why that remembers being the root wort rather than your hand or the beaker it was in or the whale's urine it was in 6 months ago. It's a molecule. How does it have this quality of being able to remember things?
But what if someone practices homeopathy
on any good science, and when it is tested in double-blinded trials, it fails invariably.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, I mean, I don't really know too much about it. So, what if someone practices it but doesn't claim it to be science? Then how would that be pseudoscience if it's not being claimed by the person?
Still pseudoscience. There's no requirement for me that pseudoscience. It just needs to behave like a science.
Well, no, for something to be pseudoscience is literally
that are masquerading as something. So I would still call shamanism pseudoscience, right? But shamanism isn't
engineering
saying, I'm wearing a white lab coat and doing science. He's going, no, I'm going to cure your AIDS by sticking a chicken bone in your ear, right? And he's made that up. But I would still call that pseudoscience, wouldn't you?
not if it's not being claimed to be science.
What would you call it? An African village guy who cures things with chicken bones and blood sacrifices. What would you call him? That's scientific.
Do you like the AZT idea?
No.
Use some AZT instead. Holy
The homeopaths to have empirical evidence.
Say again? Do homeopaths have empirical evidence?
Have empirical evidence or use empirical methods.
Yes. Yeah, they think they do.
Well, what if they find a plant in nature and then they figure out it kills bacteria? Wouldn't that be a naturally observed phenomenon if the oil from a plant kills bacteria?
Sure.
And couldn't that then be okay? So then couldn't you build off of that and then turn it into actual science because you had a naturally observed phenomenon? So does that mean? So that means in every case it wouldn't be pseudoscience then.
Hubble. Say again, but you could be wrong in your conclusions. That's the problem, right? And then if you persist in that delusion after you were wrong in your conclusions, Samuel Hemmelweis or something, I'm getting his name wrong, came up with this idea that treating like for like would work. So he would give somebody some headache-causing thing if they had a headache, and he found it didn't work. But he then was like, oh, maybe I'm just giving him too much. And he found when he lowered the dosage, people seem less sick, right? So you could go, oh, great. It doesn't work. Or you could go, oh, it seems the less I give them, the more diluted it is, the better they seem to get, because they didn't know about the, placebo effect back then. So he's coming in this suit and he's sternly giving this person a glass of water, and she feels like, oh, great, somebody's listening. This man, this esteemed man that everybody listens to is giving me this stuff, so I start feeling better. And that might actually physically help as well. So it might have some efficacy, but it is not in magical water that somehow remembers that it was in root wort 20 minutes ago. Or
they had a headache due to hydration issues, and then they drank water and the headache went away because they got better hydrated. But there's still not really a naturally observed phenomenon there.
Well, it is, yeah. It's observing that.
Oh, he's manipulating variables to test an effect. Why are we even talking about this?
Yeah, I was asked for an example of pseudoscience.
Well, how about for wax? Do you see a difference between, say, the scientific method, natural science, and just science as a word, knowledge, scientia?
Well, wouldn't that just be pseudoscience, something claiming to be natural science that doesn't follow the scientific method?
Okay, how about this? Think of the days of yore. You got a caveman, and a caveman sees a rock just roll down a hill. And he's like, round things roll.
Yeah.
Would you call that science, or is that just, what is that?
It could be anything. It's advancing the forefront of human understanding. I think it goes very quickly from natural science into applied science. Yeah, where first I would call it natural science, where he goes, things roll, and he sort of is picking up rocks, and he notices that flat rocks and square rocks aren't as good as round rocks. And that bit I would say, yeah, he's doing science. He's testing the variables of the roundness of rocks or the steepness of hills or blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, but thanks, Eggs, but you're not wax.
What does that mean?
Eggs, but you're not.
Sorry.
Okay.
What does that mean that, okay, so you got a caveman, he sees a rock roll down a hill, so then he comes up with the conclusion that round things roll. The rock being round, that was the cause of it rolling, or did something dislodge it from its location for it to roll down the hill?
It's not that. It's how we're going to go on and ask the question about why things happen around us. Why a rock rolled down a hill, for example, based upon the shape of the rock, the density of the rock, the gradient of the hill. We're just going to be asking these questions.
Right.
Yeah, I'm saying that first caveman who like invented the wheel. Was that done? How was that done? Do you think? What process? Like, if you were to go back in time, like the time machine, and you go all the way back, and a caveman says "ugh," and you're like, okay, the first thing we have to do is we gotta invent fire in the wheel, and then just kind of go from there.
I mean, they didn't really invent fire. Fire was already a naturally occurring thing.
Yeah,
fire will exist without man input.
Around when stepped on.
I think Haas was trying to get in.
But if we're doing natural science, we're just asking the question how and why things happen in the physical and natural world.
And then what is there a difference between that and just science as in knowledge, like scientia?
Just gathering knowledge about how the physical and natural world acts. Does what we're talking about, as in what you're talking about, gaining knowledge, and there's a methodology to gaining certain types of knowledge when asking how and why. There's a method to doing that. It's the scientific method. But we can make lots of observations and see things happen, observational science, but we can only go so far with just seeing things. We've been talking about applied science. Well, we're just using stuff, how it acts in the physical natural world. Why things go down, why things combust, how energy transfers, all reference to horizontal, perpendicular, up and down. So just those studies, right?
Well, what if like a non-round rock, like just a big hunk of a mountain fell off the side of a mountain and rolled down the hill, but really it's not round at all. It's got flat sides and it just tumbled because the mountain, like there's an earthquake and it dislodged a gigantic chunk of rock. I mean,
down.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be round for it to roll.
No.
I mean, because it's not like if round then rolls. I mean, because other things can roll down a hill if they're not round.
Yeah.
I mean, it being round wasn't the cause.
Yeah. So as soon as we start asking these questions, we're already talking about down. That's going to be perpendicular to horizontal, the plane of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, but then again, something could roll up a hill too. I mean, what if something's going fast enough and it has enough momentum, it will go up a hill as well. But yeah. I mean, that's the only part you saw. Like, what if you turn around and you just saw this rock shooting up a hill because it just rolled down, a mile-high mountain and it was going at 150 miles per hour, then it rolled, but then you turn around and just see it go up the hill. I mean, I don't know.
Does that happen?
I mean, I imagine it's possible.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. That's why you have to imagine it's possible.
I mean, I'm sure it's happened before, but it doesn't make it a phenomenon, though. I mean,
so if it's happened, right, something happening would be a phenomenon. That's what we're studying: the physical and natural world, science, right? The study of how the world operates around us, and then how we apply how the world operates around us to what we can create and do.
Right, but through all your research and stuff, you should be able to conclude that it came from the top of that hill or the top of that mountain, rolled down for half a mile or however long. It had enough momentum to go up on another smaller hill.
What, bro? You need to look up the upwards rolling reverse cone. It's a cone that's so you take two ice cream cones, stick the big ends together, so you got a reverse cone, right? You put that on a track that's narrow at the top, and you put it on the bottom, it'll roll up the hill. Yeah,
that's
well,
not actually. That's not an
I
actually
know.
current phenomenon, though.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying there are objects that can roll uphill without any extra force.
True.
I'm trying to remember that. I think I've seen that, but it rolls right all the way up the hill.
Well, it's gotta be.
It's not just a cone, right? It's warped in some other way. I'm vaguely familiar.
I think the track has to be narrowing. Too.
Oh, the track does a narrowing, and it maybe it's not flat too. Yeah. Oops, I forgot something.
Yeah, I don't get why only science, natural science, because I get the idea natural science is sort of devoid of human intervention. It's trying to look at the world as if humans weren't in it. But
That's what
I think applied science is far, far more useful and relevant to our everyday lives at these kinds of questions.
We're talking about how the world, the Earth, operates around us.
Yeah.
You're talking about.
So, for example, would you describe making a map of your country science, a scientific pursuit? Because I don't think I would.
So, it doesn't follow the scientific method because I'm not trying to figure out the cause of things. I'm trying to gather knowledge based on observation of how the world is operating around us. So I can figure out distances to objects, distances between objects, my distance to objects, all based on a horizontal plane. It's the study of the world, my friend. That's what we're talking about.
Right. That's why I don't think that's why engineering isn't science.
Sure.
Because with engineering, you're not trying to figure out the cause of something. You're trying to get something to cause something yourself. And then when something does cause something, well, the reason why it caused something is because a man did something or built something.
Maybe, yeah. And what it seems like we're all agreeing is this is an equally valid way to come to work out things about the world. Like doing a map is not science. You're not trying to figure out cause and effect, as you said, Jedi. But a map is a way of learning something meaningful about the world.
Yeah, a map. So gathering distances between you and something. Yeah. We can figure stuff out.
We don't need variables and stuff. We can go, well, I'm going to make an observation, some assumptions. Like if I see a mountaintop from there at that bearing from me, at 272 degrees, I'm going to assume it is at 272 degrees.
Yeah. Geometric principle based on a horizontal plane. An elevation angle is up from that horizontal plane. Yeah.
So things can be tests and observations can be meaningful without them necessarily being scientific, is what we're establishing.
Yeah, based on you gathering knowledge about how you perceive the world around you. And all references and measurements will be taken from a horizontal plane.
That's the claim.
That's what we do.
When you say we?
Yeah, all the time.
We is that?
All the time.
You personally as part of this we?
Yeah, everybody.
Okay. Tell us about it.
Well, it's the principle of gathering distance with angle measurements to objects of certain sizes.
Yeah, I just don't think I've ever done that.
No. Figure out the distance between you and, say, a mountain based on how much angle there is above the horizon.
Like I did something vaguely similar to that when I did orienteering as a kid in like year 9.
Yes, basis for navigation and making maps.
But when you say we, you said we before. Which we were you referring to?
You spoke about
use it.
You spoke about making maps earlier. So when we make maps, the process of making maps, it's angle measurements, vertical and horizontal. based on distances and objects with ground position. Yep. So they're all angle measurements.
Probably, yeah.
We were speaking about it earlier, right? Locally. So the maximum distance that locally is practically used for a horizontal distance is 6,000 miles in one straight line. For example, when we're talking about using the celestial sphere, the elevation of things above the horizon, the distance to its ground position, and practical use of a horizontal plane. Now, that's just a radius. Double the distance, you get the diameter. You have to understand it's based on the observer standing within a circle. So that circle of equal altitude around the ground position of the observer. It's a measurement, though. It's practical use. It's not necessarily science. It's just how the observer views the world.
Yeah, and when you say we, do you put yourself in that group as somebody who's made these angle measurements?
I've made angle measurements. We all do this. It's kind of the same thing as putting up shelves. That's how we operate within the world, right? All parallels. All horizontals are parallel, right, to the surface of the Earth, always at all distances. All verticals are perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. You're horizontal at any reference. Right, your kitchen table is horizontal, right, and that's parallel to the plane of the horizon at an altitude. All distances extending out from your horizontal. This is all we measure always locally, right? We measure the Earth to be flat.
But when have you done that? I want to hear about your story.
All the time, whenever we've engineered, right, putting things up like shelves, building a garage, a garage.
You feel that building shelves in a garage is in some way going to
finding level.
You're treating your garage floor as level when you're putting up shelves means that the whole Earth is flat.
No, you asked him an anecdotal question. He gave you an anecdotal answer.
Right, but surely you would pick one where the shape of the Earth would be relevant, right? Otherwise, you're just saying angles exist.
But you are basically just saying, oh, because you haven't done it, therefore he's wrong. It's just anecdotal. So it's already fallacious to begin with.
But the whole flat Earth epistemology seems to be we must test it for ourselves, isn't it? We can't trust these photos, we can't trust these scientists, we can't trust these Cavendish experiments because they're not proper experiments. That's
an anecdotal argument again. You're still in the fallacious reasoning. It's an anecdotal argument. You're basically saying, because you haven't done it, therefore it's not true. Still anecdotal.
What I mean
How the fuck do you have a worldview based on trust?
Sure.
How do you have a worldview based on trust?
Myself. Because I've met experts and
so what?
Pretty good. So I trust them.
Okay, that's just I trust them because I trust them.
No, because of their expertise. You can tell if people are expert at something.
You don't have the expertise to evaluate their expertise.
I think it's possible to evaluate somebody else's expertise.
Ooh, that was good.
Without having
I like that.
Yeah, I don't think that's true though. Like, does that mean you can't tell a good football player from a bad football player because you don't play football?
We have the results, dude. So we have the results of the football player, bro. Right? We can see what they did. They scored goals or they stopped. Oh, when you come up with a brain surgeon, you think he's an expert brain surgeon. Do you go over his freaking client list?
So he was going to have a reputation for being a really good brain surgeon and work at a really big hospital in charge.
Which is a sociological statement about what a bunch of people think.
Right, but that's a good measure, right? Same as
I trust this guy because other people trust this guy. It's fucking turtles all the way down with you. Like, dude,
that's ridiculous. It just means he's done a lot of brain surgery.
Actually, always argue about
maybe he's a con artist.
Then you contradicting
at a big hospital.
Then you are contradicting your anecdotal fallacy in the begin with, because you just try to put to Jedi because he's not actually doing it himself. Therefore, Therefore, he cannot speak upon it. Now you're saying, I trust a professional.
No, that's a lie.
Yes, you is, because you said, what have he done? Or if the question is irrelevant.
Because
that's a scientific method.
Flat Earth. I'll say it again.
Can I point out something, you eggshells?
I was asked a question.
Can I pour you out,
Essential
Sandy?
flat Earth epistemology is we must test it for ourselves.
That's
so
horseshit.
I'm not saying his opinion is invalid because he hasn't tested it. But I'm asking if he has tested it because he's using this magical word that everybody jumps on if I say it, which is we. We use it as flat. And I think it's fair to say, how have you used it as flat? And what he's given me is an example that wouldn't be able to tell the difference if it was flat or round. And saying this is good evidence that we're on a flat Earth. I just don't think it is.
What?
Putting up shelves
Did
in
he
the
not?
yard is not a
Hold
good
on.
bit of evidence for your cat.
Hold on. Did he not
About
use the
using
Earth
all
as
ground
flat?
level.
What is his guard? Can you not hear me? Did Jedi not use it as flat?
If you thought it was a meaningful argument, I mean, power to you.
No, you asked him, how do we use the Earth as flat? His garage is on the Earth.
Okay. Explain how you what you did in the
And then
garage
he
was
used the
different from
bubble
the globe.
on the Earth to make something flat.
Sure.
He used it as flat.
Sure. Jedi, can you explain how it would have been different if we were on a globe? What would you have done differently in your garage?
You're
that's a core question, right?
You're asking how we practically use the surface of the Earth.
Mm.
And we use it as a horizontal plane, where all horizontals are parallel to that plane at all distances. Even if I put up some shelves, make a construction based on up and down and weight and engineering and so on, at all distances, we're always going to measure the surface of the Earth to be flat. If I want to figure out my distance from one object to another, if I want to start making maps, all references are going to be referenced to horizontal, because they're all going to be made.
Circular, that is?
No,
Your evidence that it's flat is just that you already think it's flat?
No, it's measured
How would it
that
be
way.
different? The question, the direct
He's
question
using
was,
it.
how
He's
would it
using
be different
everything
you were
as
on a
if
globe?
it is flat, whether it was on top of a globe or whether it's not.
Sure. So how would it be different if it was on top of a globe? That's the
Doesn't matter. He's still doing it if it's flat.
It's core to his whole point. Otherwise, he's saying my main method
because the
for knowing it's flat is because we all use angles, and I would use angles the same on a globe. That's a dumb argument.
So listen very carefully, clown. Okay? Even if he's on top of a globe, if he can't measure a globe for all practical purposes, outside of his realm that he's measuring, because you asked for anecdotal fucking evidence, so outside the realm of what he's measuring, it might be curving. But where he is, it's flat, and that's the only thing I'm concerned. We're not concerned with where he's not. We're only concerned with where he is.
Fair enough. Okay. So you're sort of saying his Earth is flat in his garage, which is fine.
Oh, no, not his Earth, dude.
Locally.
You're the fucking craziest sophist in here, dude. This is retarded.
It's local.
You know you are, too. That's the funny thing is you know exactly what you're doing. And I know that you know that I know.
Yeah, I think
And I know that you know that he knows that you know that he knows.
I think you're off the deep end, mate, if you don't see the logic.
So check this out, dude. Is the scientific method based upon trust?
I don't know. You guys have a funny.
You do know.
About the scientific.
It's based upon not trust. It's literally the entire basis of the scientific method is not trusting what other people did.
It's not a binary question, right?
No, it is a binary question because it's about not trusting what other people did. That's why it has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. That's why you have a scientific method, is because other people might be biased. And the scientific method there is that even if the individual conducting the experiments are biased, if they conduct the experiment properly in accordance with the scientific method, that bias cannot interfere with the scientific method or the results. So, but the point is, even if they do an experiment, that experiment is not simply trusted. You have to replicate it.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So, scientific method is about not trusting. That's like the whole foundation of it.
Sure, I'm just saying you could
because
answer
we have the method as opposed to
also
trust,
is about
right?
trusting, because when scientists give their results about how many rats died in this trial, they don't actually send you in photos of the rats or give you the raw data that the lab technician, when they wrote another rat died. They crunch those numbers and then they put the results of those numbers in their science paper. So I would say that is a very high trust environment because we don't know if that many rats died. They don't provide any evidence of that. So I think while both could be true, I'm not saying mine is more true. I'm saying you're asking a binary question that is subjective.
I really doubt you talk to any professionals. I really doubt you talk to any professionals or experts. If you ever did, you would know that they always qualify what they say. Okay?
Yeah.
They always qualify what they say. Is this might be true or that might be true. There's some study and the results seem to indicate that there's a correlation between X, Y, Z and that. But they don't make the universal claims about the results of frickin' experiments.
Very true. I think that's very true. The more one knows about a topic, the more precise and hedged and often uncertain sounding or doublespeak sounding their answers can be. I agree. Yeah, I think that's a very good indicator.
Yeah, and especially the older they are.
Yeah.
So if you listen to old physicists that are retired talking about, like, reflecting on their career, dude, it's almost sad because they come up as like, yeah, dude, I was lying to myself the whole time. I thought I was a shit and I knew something and I didn't know anything. But they don't realize that to the end of their career, right? So they're working their way through a career. And in the beginning, they're like a science nerd, like you, right? But you're not exactly a science nerd. But I'm saying they trust the science, right? But then as they work their way through their career and they see how it all works in practice, because there's human beings doing this shit, that all the claims of certainty are just, maybe.
Sure, I agree. I don't think so about the shape of the Earth, but yeah, I think about cutting edge science stuff is just so often something that's cutting edge is just a bunk result, and then they fail to get replication, and nobody talks about it again. You go, what happened to that wonder cancer drug they were promising a couple of years ago? And you never hear about it, and they go work on 5-year funding cycles. I think all of that's true. I just don't think it intersects with the shape of the Earth. I think that all. I mean,
salt has been bad for you and good for you 7 times in my life.
Because, as we just agreed before this conversation, it's not even really a scientific question anymore, right? What shape is the Earth? They might do tiny.
It never was.
How it can wobble, but it's an applied science thing, right? Like mapping is an applied science, engineering is an applied science, physics then is a huge part of that.
What are you even saying?
Well, that you don't need science to figure out that the Earth's a ball. You just need observations.
Yeah, because it's a geometry question. It's not a fucking ball question. It's not a science question.
So how do you geometrically measure it fit?
Dude, how long you been in here?
Make your observations fit. Or you could
are you trolling, bro? Are you not haven't you been paying attention for the last year and a half?
What's that?
You haven't been paying attention to what we've been saying for a year and a half. How do you tell the difference between a flat surface in here and a sphere?
You guys claim that other tests have proven it. I don't think anybody in here does anything personally, do they? I haven't heard of any tests that anybody in here has done.
Like what kind of tests?
I don't think anybody in here has done a valid test, unless they want to speak up now. But I think
you don't think a valid test exists. You would not accept the result, any flat Earth result, no matter what it was.
No. I think there are plenty of valid.
You'd say, well, how could all the experts be wrong? I looked at the stars. I saw moon pictures.
But what you're just throwing that at me without no evidence. Where's your evidence that I would say I would throw away all tests as bad?
Dude, all I do is listen to you just dismiss everything that's called, and you don't actually make an argument against the validity of it. You make sociological arguments on the probability of who's likely to be wrong versus who's likely to be right. You don't actually refute the substance of the argument or the data or the experimental method or anything like that. You never have anything of substance.
Yes, I do. I say that you apply the scientific method only to exclude tests that you don't like, and you don't meet that standard yourself. There is no flat experiment that meets this scientific standard that you guys have claimed.
We don't have a scientific standard. It's a geometric standard, dude. We're not. It's a measurement, right? So it's the quality of the measurement itself.
Flat, or do you just have a failure to detect a given particular specific radius?
Well, are you going to go into there's nothing that's actually flat?
That's a direct question. Do you have a measurement?
No, and I'm asking you a direct question. I'm not going to waste my time going into flat doesn't exist.
So you can't.
We're not going to get into the fucking pedantic game of is it flat within fucking 2 millimeters? Is it flat within fucking 10 microns? Is it flat within 200 feet? What does flat mean to you?
Given radius.
I'm trying to clarify what does flat mean to you.
Oh, I would say less than a deviation of 100 meters over 10,000 kilometers in the level of water.
100 meters in 10,000 kilometers.
Yeah, I'd call that flat. Yeah, so that's like past the pole, isn't it? Like halfway around the Earth. Yeah,
human beings can't even make a surface that smooth.
That's fine. It's not human beings making it, is it? It's human beings testing a surface made by reality or God or whatever it is. It's not relevant. The question is, does Flat Earth have any tests that show flatness, or just tests they think specifically disprove a specific radius? So could the Earth be fatter and all flat?
Yeah, the reflection. Go ahead.
I just want to point this out, dude. Your standard is way too precise, bro. There's plenty of things that we call flat, in fact, even really flat, that have a much less flatness scale than what you just described. So, for example, if the Earth was 190 million square miles on the surface, and the highest point to the lowest point was 13 miles, that would be really freaking flat, would it not?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, have you detected
Okay, so then take your So then take your standard that you just said and chuck that in the garbage can. Thanks.
No, you're fine. I'll use that standard. I'm happy to switch standards if you propose a different one. The question still remains: has Flat Earth ever tested flatness, or just attempted to disprove
within your definition? Fuck no. No one can test it within your ridiculous
so you haven't
definition.
Tested it. No,
not within your definition.
You give me your definition. How precisely has it been detected? What's the error bars on existing measurements? That's something that must exist, right? In order for a measurement to be valid,
no, you're conflating two things, dude. You're conflating two things. How flat within a standard it has to be versus the imprecision of the measurement. Okay, sure. You're conflating two different ideas. Good try, though.
Either.
You are an epic sophist.
I'm inviting you to use either, and you clearly can't because you
don't even know the difference. You can't even distinguish either.
Just haven't tested it. All they've done is attempt to test 3950.
Not within. Listen, we haven't tested it within a fucking 0.000000001 deviation. No.
I'm saying you haven't tested it at all. I don't think you even have.
Yeah, and that's okay. I'll give you one.
Okay.
Just the Bolivian salt flats. Just that itself.
Bolivian salt flats, just those words, that's a measurement, is it? What's the error bars on that measurement?
You don't even have to measure it, dude.
You don't even have to measure now. This is amazing. We must measure.
No, because we have your values, right? We have your values.
My values. So you don't need to measure. Brilliant.
Yeah, so we have your values, 3,959 mile radius. We know how the law of reflection works. The angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. We know that if I'm standing on the Bolivian salt flats, I should see a distortion of the surface relative to the sky, and that would be visible, way visible, not just a little bit invisible, way visible. Right? So it's easy to see a difference of angle of 1 degree, right? You can see that difference? Or are you fucking legally blind? See, some things are so off they don't require precision of measurement. I can look at the Empire State Building and know it's not the size of it. I can look at the Empire State Building and know it's not the size of a chicken without taking out a tape measure.
Sure. So we don't need to measure. You don't have any measurements. So you are now conceding.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm not saying that because listen. I gave an example. Okay, you want an example of measurements to FE Corp? There's measurements.
The known fraudsters and liars that I taken apart.
Okay, so like I said, remember what I just said? You'll never make an actual argument about the substance of the experiment. You'll talk about the people who did it, like a fucking woman. The
substance of the experiment, of the Lake Balaton experiment, was that they lied about their results, never released their results, claimed something that happened that was geometrically impossible on the ball, didn't make a single recording of that happening, and or didn't release it to the public. I'm calling them fraudsters and liars based on the substance of what they did. You know we've discussed this before, and I destroyed you on it, and you banned me. So please don't do it again.
No, because you're talking about the wrong experiment.
Okay, why aren't we talking about the Lake Balaton experiment and whether they were fraudsters on that? The substance of that
who did they defraud?
Huh?
Who did they defraud?
I didn't say they did any financial fraud. I said fraudsters, which can mean liars. I think they are liars about what they.
Okay, what did they lie about?
Whether they hit the target, whether they hit the target at the full range of the.
I literally watched a live video of it happening.
Well, you didn't? Did you watch them show you the target? Why have they never shown us hitting the target?
Yeah, the target. Listen, the target was up. They hit it with one laser, but not the other. They had two different lasers. You know that. And the reason it didn't hit it with the other is because the laser burnt out.
They hit
the green laser burnt out. It failed.
Tricked everybody into thinking that was the full range test.
It was a fucking live stream of 3 people. There was 3 people live streaming it.
Well,
like I said, that's all you got. Is being sip like a woman, dude. And it's an experiment that doesn't even matter, dude.
Okay.
Because the important one. Look, that's not a far enough distance. It's like fucking 12 kilometers.
No, their ranging shot was 12 kilometers or something a bit less than that.
No, you're conflating 2 different things. So you don't know what you're talking about. So Balaton was like 12 kilometers, the longest one. It's like 6 and 12. Like ISO was 41.
But we've been through this before. Do you remember my criticism of them last time? Do you remember the full point by point that we went through?
No, I don't, dude. Because you never actually had any points.
Well, okay. So the points were, did they set out to use a horizontal aiming device, a super accurate horizontal aiming device, meaning you could get tangential to your current vector of down or tangential to the geode at that spot, and then shoot out, because the idea was then you're not shooting through the sagittal of the bulge. You are trying to hit a target and show that target is the same horizontal height from here. And what that means is their measurement would be far more impressive because it's not going downwards through the sagittal, it's going directly out horizontal, so the height should be far higher on the globe. It should be far more detectable. And what I think you agreed to last time is they boasted about that SALAD device and the collimator they had for the laser, and they set it up and they used it the day before and they got a photo of them hitting a target. And then they went out the next day and the SALAD wouldn't work and the laser burned out or something, so they couldn't use the collimator, and they changed the color of the laser, and they claimed then they've got a very waggly, unsteady laser because they're basically aiming it by hand. And they claim they hit the target where there's 5 people standing next to the target. They're filming the horizon. They're filming away from the target, looking at this beam on the horizon that's dancing up into the sky and going, oh, there's no denying that. There's no denying that. And none of them turned their cameras around to hit to film hitting the target. And I said, oh yeah, we did film it.
Okay, so,
just we're not ready to release it yet. And they still never ever released it.
Listen, we never had this conversation. I've never heard this argument.
Part of it.
Hold on, eggshells. You've had this conversation with somebody else, not me. It wasn't me.
Indeed.
But I'll tell you right now, bad video production is not a valid complaint, dude.
I'm not talking about a video production. I'm saying
yeah, you are. They pointed their cameras the wrong way.
Well, I'm saying they
weren't doing it for you personally, eggshells.
They were doing it to do a test, and the test was could they hit the target, and they didn't turn their
and they poorly documented it for people on the internet. Like, so what?
They didn't film their primary results, and you think so what? That's the main thing.
They poorly documented it, but listen. What they did is they decided that was a bad fucking idea. Listen, eggshells. Balaton was like their 4th laser test. That was the 4th one. So ISO was the 5th one. Well, I mean ISO twice, so it's 5 and 6. So the point is that it's not an easy test to do. So
did they hit
Balaton?
The target?
Nobody fucking hinged on Balaton ever.
But it's important. This is important. Did they?
Why is it important?
Because if they lie about whether they hit the target, then they are untrustworthy people when it comes to doing this kind of test. Same as a fraudster who's ripped somebody off on some sort of,
Do you have any evidence that they lied?
Money with them because they've got.
Do you have any evidence that they lied? Do you have any evidence? Okay, so lying is willful deception. Give us the evidence of willful deception right now.
Did they hit the target?
Did the evidence of willful deception?
Sure. I'm asking you, did they hit the target?
Dude, why are you asking me a question? I want your evidence of willful deception. No, you need to tell me whether they... No, dude. You're trying to play a game. I'm not going for it.
They didn't hit the target.
Good try, eggshells.
That was the willful deception. They didn't hit the target and claim they did.
Okay, post me where they claim they did and they didn't.
Oh, in the standard thing. Somebody posted the video just up there. I can get you the Splice Arcane one if you want, but
No. Oh, the Slicebrock
You're not
one.
going to find it yourself.
If you actually read the PDF, there's literally a picture of them hitting a target in that PDF. You know that, right?
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? They do. That's true, isn't it? Indio. Now that photo of them hitting a target.
There's a picture in the PDF.
That picture in the PDF. Is that them hitting the target at full range or a ranging shot? Do they make that clear in the PDF? Or do they willfully deceive you? Which do they do? Do they tell you that is a short-range ranging shot? Do they tell you that, Indio? No, they fucking don't.
No, because listen. No, I've already heard this. No, you just want to believe something, dude. No, so the picture of the target is in the beginning of the PDF, right? It's not even part of the. It's not even part of the report, so it's not included in that, right?
It's in the same.
Is that included in that? So they have test 1, test 2, test 3, 1 through 7.
Mm-hmm.
But at the beginning, they have imagery, like because it's a report, right? So people put imagery in it. They have a collage. They have a collage like ISIL, the laser target. They have a collage. They never said that was the target hitting that they said they did. They never said that.
It wasn't? Did they say it wasn't?
Did they say? What do you mean? Did they say it wasn't?
Well,
they never put it out as it was. It's you guys that tried to twist the shit.
You just invoked it now as if they hit the target, and I had to tell you it was a fake ranging shot. So obviously they are.
No. Listen. No. Good try, dude. It was never part. Listen, they have a test 2, 12 kilometers. There's a bunch of their evidence is in that section. Their evidence for it is in that section.
Well,
that picture is not in that section, is it?
No, it's just.
Is it yes or no? Is it in the section? Yes or no?
No. It's at the front, like you said.
That's right. It's in the front. I think you're lying and deceptive.
Well,
okay, because you're looking for some other reason other than substance to hand wave dismiss the entire thing.
Sure. Did they hit the target?
We all know what you're doing, eggshells.
Yeah. Why are you lying? Why are you lying, bro? Why are you lying?
Well, am I lying? Did they hit the target?
You tried to misrepresent four different items of what happened. Four different things.
The target. Directly answer the question, Indio.
12 kilometers? 12 kilometers? I don't know.
Okay. Did they say they hit the target?
I don't remember.
Yes.
I don't even remember if they successfully even did the test at 12 kilometers.
They claimed they hit the target. They claimed they were.
Look. Let me go over what happened. I saw the stream. They were using the super accurate laser aiming device. They were panning it down, the green laser. And then it fucking died while it was at the top of the target. But you could see it coming down in the trees. So then they switched to the blue laser, but the blue laser, it didn't have as much wattage, so it couldn't penetrate like that far.
So,
but they could see it visually, but it wasn't bright enough to illuminate the target.
Right. They say they hit
you do know that blue travels a shorter distance through the air than other colors, right?
Laser, I agree with you there. Yeah.
So you do.
I wouldn't use blue. Yeah, I'm with you on that, 100%. But did they say?
But you're saying they lied, okay?
Yeah,
because they didn't conduct the experiment to the perfect perfect requirements. Somehow it become it.
Well, they said they hit the target, and we know, and we're confident they didn't. So that's what lying is, when you say you did something that you didn't do.
Where did they say they hit the target? What exactly are you talking about? In what context was this said in, dude?
Right. Hold on.
Are you talking about the Slicebrock game video?
Yeah, on the Slicebrock show, on the PDF, they say they hit the target. They didn't hit the target.
They did. Is that a lie? There's a video picture of them hitting the target. He wasn't asked did you hit the target at 12 kilometers. Was that a specific question? Was 12 kilometers a specific question?
I don't remember the exact.
Did he differentiate?
I thought it was 20 or 40. I thought it was a round number.
Hold on, we're beating a dead horse to death. So whoever's making kablammy noises, please stop it. Thanks. All right, so You got a lot of claims on the table here, Eggshells. You're saying a lot of I don't knows, and you don't seem to have a precise statement. So, Eggshells, it would behoove you, now that it's reached the crux. Hold on, dude. Now that it's reached the crux, it's time for you to pony up your evidence right here, right now, on the live stream in perpetuity. Let's do it. So go get your evidence and present it.
All
right, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Just give me a minute or two. I'm in doing something for a second, but I just get the video of the Slice Bar Kane because he has a long Skype or something call with Mike Kavanagh, and so you can just hear it directly from Mike Kavanagh's mouth.
No. Yeah, that's cool story.
That's my evidence. That's my primary evidence. Is
no, your evidence is Mike said he hit the target in what context? Did they differentiate 12 kilometers versus 6 kilometers?
Yeah, that's what we need to see.
They're all talking in the video.
No, you're accusing him of lying, so we have to be very specific when you're accusing someone of lying.
We be specific by letting me finish sentences, right?
No, your sentence is irrelevant, dude, because you're trying to remember. We just need. No, I'm serious, bro. You made your point. We need to see the actual evidence in the context, okay? So you need to provide it to back your claim. You already said you're going to go get it, right? So that's what you need to do.
While he's getting that, I asked around, I'm looking for, supposedly you guys are, undefeated debaters. So am I in the right place, or?
Yep. You are. Have you brought your...
Yeah, go ahead, Eggshells. Go get that stuff, Eggshells, and you can also concede that you were wrong, or you misheard, or you were wrong about some points. You can also concede to that.
Are you guys are you flat earthers, or are you guys a diverse group in terms of religion, atheism, or?
This isn't the religious debate channel.
I'm just saying, because don't religious people, are you guys used to religious people arguing about this?
Yeah, we don't take this from a religious point of view.
Okay, I know that. You guys are more scientifically inclined, but you guys aren't interested in that.
It's more empirical.
Yeah, you just don't like that stuff. You guys are pretty much atheists, right?
No.
All right, so you do entertain it. You wouldn't dismiss the religious views about it?
Would I dismiss them? I would just say, that's a belief-based fucking... You have a belief. If it's based upon religion, then you have a belief.
Yeah, don't Christians believe the earth is flat, right? The Bible says that, right?
Some
That's
do.
a belief. Yeah, that would be a belief.
You have a belief. No one disputes whether the Bible is a belief.
What is it that you ultimately reference to know whether something is true or not in regards to the shape of the earth, bud?
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's going to be just your conscious experience, right? Your some things you can do within your conscious experience, maybe some thought experiments, maybe that's
thought
the scientific
experiments.
method. Well,
That's how you study the natural world by meditating. Need to get the lotus position and imagine what it would be.
Well, the way I build my epistemology,
he totally went left with that when he had me fooled.
I start with I think, therefore I be. Consciousness is something I cannot deny, and then I build from that. So it would be, basically your conscious experience is our reality to a degree, and within our conscious experience are these thought processes and consistencies. The consistencies we label knowledge. The thought processes maybe things like the scientific method.
The method deals with consciousness.
The cogito of globe, I think the Earth's a globe, therefore it is.
Well, how do you guys know? How do you guys know things? My bad. Maybe I'm just an idiot.
No, you're not.
You might be.
You might be. Have to be clear what you're saying. What is the consciousness in your mind?
Top Mike.
Oh, I might be. No, I definitely am.
Listen, bro. You just join the room and just have a conversation. Don't.
I mean, to be fair, we all are, right?
Have a back and forward.
Yeah.
Right.
I think he's trying to just ask questions. I think he's just trying to ask questions. That's all.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, man, come on, man. Come on.
Yeah. Holy fuck. Yo, bros.
Where's that guy?
Hey, chill out. He's getting it. He'll let us know when he has it. But in the meantime, if somebody's asked a direct question and you're not that somebody, for the love of God, let them answer. Thank you.
Well said.
Was anyone in this chat not an
when did
ex-Glober?
you guys?
Are we all like ex-Globers here?
Yeah, like
Reed,
like
get muted.
how big was it? Tell me all about it. How big was it when you first realized? And what was it? Like, what got you into it? Who's got the most interesting story? I want to hear it.
You mean how relevant was it, or how dramatic was it?
It isn't.
Yeah, how dramatic was it whenever it hit you? Like, you're like, damn.
All right,
Holy
India's
shit.
going to answer for you. There you go.
Smoked a 1 gram crack rock. I was so happy.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, tell me, like, what happened? What were you looking into?
34 years, and I'm 34 years old. So I'm a different
Listen,
man.
I mean, I'll tell you, dude. This isn't about fucking. Who is fucking constantly talking over, dude? Anyway, saying about personalities and my experience is kind of irrelevant. It's less oh shit, here's this alternate evidence. I believe the Earth is flat. It's more like the evidence that's been presented to us, or the claim that's been presented, can't possibly be true because the world doesn't present itself as that. So, for instance, I saw a television news broadcast. It was the weather saying, "Hey, someone sent in this photo. This guy Josh Nowicki. He took a picture of the Chicago skyline from 52 miles away." Right? And and this year it's got to be a mirage. Well, it's not a mirage. Mirages have particular features. The mirage is a qualitative description of seeing something, right? So it's inferior, superior, Fata Morgana. Qualitative, it looks a certain way. Doesn't look like a mirage in any respect. And if you do the calculation of how far you should be able to see on an Earth radius 3,959 miles, they shouldn't be seeing the Chicago skyline. Okay, that's what, I was like, hey, that can't possibly work. So you go look for other stuff, right? Hey, what are the long distance views?
Wait, so they're telling us. What do they tell us? Like, what do they claim they can see it?
Earth is a ball of a radius of 3,900. No, they tell us that the Earth is a ball of 3,959 miles.
No. What are they taking pictures of the skyline and it shouldn't be there? Like, what? Say that again.
Yeah, it shouldn't be there. It should be under the curve of the Earth.
Yeah. So, what are their explanation for that? What are they saying? They're saying it's a mirage.
Said it was a mirage. Yeah. That's what the news guy said. The meteorologist said it's a mirage.
Where's that? Like, how's that even supposed to work? How are you supposed to see the skyline? That doesn't make no sense. I'm a little confused already.
Okay, so the dude is on one side of Lake Michigan, seeing all the way across Lake Michigan, the largest lake in the world.
Oh no, I get that. No, listen, I get that. I'm just confused how the mirage would work. Like how if because the curve's supposed to be there, right? Like you shouldn't be able to see it, but you can see it, and they're saying it's a mirage. So I don't understand how they think a mirage works.
Because they don't know how else to deal with it. What do you think he's going to say? The Earth is flat? I think the meteorologists are going to say in their new local news broadcast, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, what you're seeing here is a falsification of the globe's radius.
Yeah, that's what you're seeing.
What if, like, in the next decade, they open up commercial flight to outer space? Would that convince you guys? Like, if you went up and saw the globe?
Yeah, you know what would convince me? Honestly, you know what would convince me? If that was indeed the case, if we go down that hypothetical rabbit hole, I would want to see the other side of Earth.
Oh my goodness me.
I would.
Bro, India's starting a conversation.
Hold on.
Stop. Everybody's gonna get muted. Bear, you're muted, bro. My bad. Because you're roboting and interrupting, bro.
Yeah, so I can again elaborate a bit.
The other side of the Earth. Who's saying that? To get muted again? Just speak again. Say the other side of the Earth again.
We don't think the Earth is a fucking space pizza, Brendan.
Brandon? Okay, Brandon, you're muted.
You know, what's interesting is I guess astronauts who supposedly have been to space they have what's called like, what is it, the halo effect or some kind of term for it. It just means that when you see the globe for the first time, when you get up there and you look down at Earth, you have this really almost like religious experience of being humble, feel like you're one with the universe, or like, you know, how small we are, whatever, how connected we are, how people, like the guy wrote a book about it, like one of the astronauts wrote a book about it.
And yeah, we're well aware of like how astronauts, when they are interviewed or when they talk about quote unquote being in space, how they talk about it. They don't talk about it from remembering it from experience. They talk about
because they can't
like how
see the
they
other
felt.
side.
Can I finish a fucking sentence? Jesus fucking Christ, y'all people are rude, man. They talk about it in an emotional way. So they talk about it like, oh, the feeling, the sensation, like it gave me goosebumps, and I reflected on my whole existential existence, and like they never talk about it like I could see this or I could see that. They never talk about it in like a purely observational, descriptive way. It's emotional. They talk about it in an emotional way because they're fucking actors and they're trying to get people to have emotional responses. Right? They're not talking about it rationally. They're appealing to emotions of human beings. You should pick up on this. Watch some astronauts and how they talk about quote unquote being in space. It is just it's just an appeal to emotion. It's all the entire thing.
How would you react?
I'm too scared to do it because I know
if I'm a professional,
this is a serious rabbit hole, you know.
It doesn't matter how I would react. But if I am a professional and someone's asking me what space look like, I'm going to tell them what space looks like, not how I feel.
Well, you're still saying I feel that space looks like, or from their perspective.
I heard some things that made me very skeptical. Maybe you guys have heard of this and can elaborate. But because I'm gonna murder this. I really hope you guys know more about this and you can elaborate on it. But apparently, when we went to the moon, supposedly there's like these outer radiation atmospheres out there or something like that. That's hard to get.
We know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I guess
Van Allen radiation
we don't have it now. Yeah, we don't have the technology now, but we had it back then or something like that. Is that what they want us to believe or something?
No, we
want to act like it's so hard.
No one's ever had that technology. It's not possible.
Indio, one second.
That's what's so disturbing, right? Like this is a powerful argument.
Can I rebuttal the Valhallan belts? Do you know being in a radiation? It's being in a radiation over time. They were over there like for 3 minutes only, and that's it.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's horse shit. Go on Gerald White's channel. He's got all the documentation. How many? So the way NASA gets to bamboozles people is because there's a conversion and they use different units. Now, there's different units for measuring radiation exposure. There's REM, there's Roentgen, there's Gray, and depending, there's sieverts. So NASA uses a unit where it kind of hides how much exposure of radiation they would have had and human physiological effects. So Bonehead here says, oh, it was only 3 minutes. Yeah, but it's the dose. It's the dosage, the total dosage that matters. So, yeah, they're only in there for 3 minutes, but their total dosage is a fatal dosage.
Go and stand in the microwave for 3 minutes.
Anyway, Series 8, it's called the Van Allen radiation belts, and they say the reason they survived is because they didn't know about them. An astronaut was directly asked how he survived the Van Allen radiation belts, and he said, well, we didn't know about them.
Did eggshells get his evidence yet, or?
Nah, he's got the rest of his life to find it, so.
Please do not say Excel's names 3 times. He's gonna come back. We don't want Excels to be too excited about having a conversation. Just let him do the research and maybe come back next week, please.
I think the research is just looking at the video, I guess.
What do you think about couldn't you just send like a GoPro on a balloon to like space and see the curve?
Real quick, before you guys answer that question, Indio, you know that the first example that you brought up about the long distance observation across the Lake Michigan, that guy on the TV, he's a meteorologist, right? The guy that said about the Mirage. He also posted a video after and he debunked himself. He said, "No, I was wrong," something like that. There was like he took it back. Those claims about the Mirage. Do you remember seeing that?
Yeah. And then he brought in like a physicist. Do you remember that?
Not that part.
Yeah. So they did like a special about it, about that photograph on that TV station, and they brought in a physicist, and they actually demonstrated how the sun would set on the flat Earth. It was kind of hilarious.
I gotta check that one out. I also wanted to add that Brandon, even though he brought like a red herring or something else, something not relevant to another question that the guy didn't ask, Brandon is actually a meteorologist, and now he's deaf, and I wanted to ask him what was his assessment about that as well. But anyways, we can move on, because Brandon, he's also actually in that field, the Brandon guy in here, in the VC. But we can move on. You can reply to the questions, or whoever has the guy that you're talking to. Go ahead.
Okay, so you still here? Okay, so there's a difference between what you're trying to see, right? So if you're trying to see a curved horizon, there's a certain altitude you have to go to where it would start to curve. It's a lot higher than what people think. It's something like 1,000 miles. So GoPro ain't gonna cut it, because you got to see the whole ball. Right, because you're looking at like.
What about that old video? There was that old video where he debunked himself, right? Remember the old video on YouTube where is it years and years now? Where they were out on the boat with the flashlight or the spotlight, and he ended up debunking himself because, just like they predicted, once they got really far out, and he shined the light across to them, way out there, the light was hitting like 10 feet up on the pole. Like because of the curve.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And the guy's just sitting there, and the flat earthers just sitting there flabbergasted, like, oh, I don't know how that, maybe, I don't know why that's happening.
I think you're mixing two different things together, dude.
It'd be insane if we could find that video because it's so old. It's
yeah,
be like
the video don't exist. That video don't exist.
Maybe let me look around. Hold on.
No, I know what you're talking about. You're mixing Jeranism's Netflix documentary, that one, with Stephen Hawking's. You're mixing them together.
Oh, okay. So that was just like some stage stuff, or what's going on there?
No, you're taking parts of one experiment and adding them into another. So Stephen Hawking did a documentary called, it was on the Discovery Channel.
Well, this is the experiment that we could do, right? Like we could do this experiment. Like we go to the beach.
We've done way farther than what they did. We go to dude, you're late to the party. We've done.
Yeah, you never been to the beach and see the boat?
Yeah, I live by the beach.
Yeah, why does the boat disappear?
I've never seen it disappear. I've never seen that.
You've never seen it disappear across the horizon?
I've never seen it. No.
Oh shit!
I watched the boat go 30 miles away.
Sorry, India. I think he might actually be talking about the Nat Geo thing with Mark Sargent.
That one? Who fucking knows, dude?
Yeah, dude. You don't remember they had the piece of wood and it shined up like 17 feet or something on the damn pole. He's like, whoa, they're in the little boats.
That is the.
In the little
boats? It was nighttime, right? It was dark.
17 feet.
Had little hands.
What little boats, dude?
Can someone please find a
because the definition of an atom is just
when did the definition of the word change? When they found out it wasn't indivisible, or before that?
Probably after.
Yeah. And all they did was change the definition and called the thing that they were wrong about something else. And instead of admitting they were wrong, they just called it something else.
Like
that's how science works. You just change definitions.
We change what we know about things based on observations.
That's fine, but not changing definitions.
Well, why would we have to change the name of an atom to something else?
Okay, we have a category called atoms, right? There was a category of individual freaking elements. They were indivisible. Then they found out they actually are divisible. They maintain the name atoms. Okay?
Like it comes from like Old Greek or something, but
it was
English. So
yeah, but they didn't stop using that definition until they found out they weren't indivisible. It's supposed to mean indivisible fucking thing of matter. Then they found out, there's nothing that's actually indivisible, so we'll just keep calling it atom and just change the definition. That's not science.
It is hard to like make those like linguistic changes so much. I understand.
They could have just called them what they are, right? They could have just said, well, there's no such thing as atoms, but there's these electrons, neutrons, and protons, and they coalesce. And we're going to call that something else.
What would you call like a bounded group of those things?
Something else. They're at no loss. But dude, there's an infinite amount of words we can use in the English language.
The word atom is only supposed to describe the entire unit of.
I forgot what the point was.
The point is that he has to that we know atoms exist. We don't know atoms exist because they don't.
By definition, atoms don't exist.
So, but like, do you know that neutrons exist? Or like, unless you want to go straight to quarks, we can go to quarks or whatever. I don't care. Like, how do we know that any of those exist if we reject the observations being done by other scientists?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into the ontology of quantum particles, that's where it gets fucking weird because.
Like an electron, I don't believe is made up of anything else. It is just an electron. So how can we even say that an electron exists if we've never
Well, I mean,
I've never done.
Now we're going to get into quantum mechanics, and that's why I brought up ontology, because when you get into quantum mechanics, when an electron is quote unquote bound to an atom, it doesn't exist in any particular place. It's a cloud. It's a cloud of probability density. But when it's not bound to an atom and is flying, it has a ballistic fucking profile. When it's an actual particle, so when we get into the quantum realm, we're stuck with these models that model reality, but they don't capture it accurately. But that's not what we're talking about. We're going way down the frickin' rabbit hole.
I know.
We're talking about a story about.
If you don't know that the models of like the solar system are valid.
They are valid, but they're not real.
No models. Conceptions.
They're models.
Yes. So why wouldn't
you do realize
it's attainable to go to other planets?
No, just because your model works, don't make it true. There's an infinite number of fucking models for any arbitrary data set. You realize that, right?
Sure, but I don't see why.
Okay, so you're reifying the model and saying that you're reifying the model. The model has these geometries of elliptical orbits, and now you're saying, oh, these are actually real in the physical world. That's why I'm asking you how you know this stuff is, like, how you know any of this is true. It's just a story you were told. That's all it is.
So do you believe that, like, electrons exist?
Holy cow. I know electrons exist because I can hook up a cold cathode tube and shoot them at shit.
Yeah, we can send probes to different locations in the solar system.
Yeah. Okay, that's just the story you heard.
You also just told me a story.
Oh my god!
I can tell you how to make that. I can tell you how to. I can tell you how to make that right now. You could literally make that in the next 30 minutes. You just got to smash a light bulb.
I do need to like leave and do something else. I appreciate your time. I'm sorry that I am not like being convinced.
I apologize.
No one is trying to convince you. See, that was your first mistake. We're here giving you information. to give you information.
Okay, well,
that you don't actually know anything, that you have a bunch of beliefs in this point, and almost religious. It's certainly dogmatic. You have a bunch of dogmatic religious beliefs
by other scientists.
That you don't even know what they observed.
Yeah, because I don't study those fields.
You just, but yeah, and you just.
I wouldn't be able
if I
to
asked you which scientist,
either.
bro. Okay, I could ask you which scientist, you wouldn't know that. You just believe in some magic science guy that's out there because you saw a Discovery Channel documentary.
Well, and
that's the situation. I'm sorry. You have no primary knowledge. You don't even have secondary knowledge. You don't even have tertiary knowledge of the claims that you believe in. This is like a game of telephone. Well, you don't even know what's said.
Well, I actually think that this channel is extremely toxic and is really bad for science communication. And I think that space exploration is very important.
So you were here to get on your soapbox? So you actually came here to get on your soapbox. So you came here to get on your soapbox and say, we're trying to convince you, pretend we're not convincing you when we're never trying to do that in the first place, then get up on your soapbox and say, this channel's bad, it's misinformation, go get vaccinated.
I didn't say it was misinformation. I think
everything tell us one factual error. Listen, hey, dude, real simple. Tell us one factual error we said to you. Factual error.
That gas can't be affected by gravity.
Okay. Show us how it's a factual error with an experiment.
Yeah.
See,
listen, you want to know what Newton said? You want to know what Newton said? If it can't be, want to know what Newton said? He said, if it can't be resolved with the experiment, it's not worthy of debate. Show us the experiment.
Yeah,
gas pressure creating gravity creating gas pressure right now.
Discourage space
gravity creating gas pressure right now.
That we explore other celestial bodies.
You're not exploring shit, dude. You're not a spaceman. You're not a spaceman. You're not exploring shit. You're watching TV. You're watching a fucking screen. You're not doing anything.
Exploring more of the solar system.
Nobody's exploring anything. The only thing you're exploring is 57 channels and nothing on. I clicked through the internet. I see space fucking CGI. That's the only thing you did. You're not exploring anything. You're not one of them. You're not a spaceman. You're not in their club.
And
none of the people listening to you are in their club.
Just completely.
There's no we, dude.
All of the science that they've been doing.
There's no we. You're not with them.
You guys are.
You're a stuck-up sycophant. That's what you are.
Other scientists and astronomers do is bad.
Have we talked to? No, don't straw man us. First of all, I've talked to scientists. I've talked to PhDs in physics. I've talked to fucking astronomers. I've talked to astrophysicists. I've talked to cosmologists. I talked to people that work for NASA. I talked to them in this chat. Have you? Who have you talked to?
I still think that it's bad to.
Who cares what you think? You have an ignorant opinion.
That has been done.
You don't know anything about science. You could listen. You said that science can be done without fucking experiment.
I didn't say that.
It's an empirical part of science is the experiment.
Type of science.
That's not science, dude.
Yeah, I know. I understand that math isn't science at this point. I had always thought that it was like some sort of science, but I guess
Bradley, feel my love.
No.
Feel love.
Feel my mute button. So this is very simple. Math is not science.
I understand that math is not science at this point. It's
okay, but science is a systematic. The definition of science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Okay, the natural world, not the synthetic world, not the man-made world, not the abstract world.
Simulations, or do we count simulations as
No, simulations are not science. No,
I've done simulation studies before, and they were.
And you didn't do science. Okay, well, what was the physical, actual experiment that you conducted? Because this is the natural world, not the simulated world. Not the simulated worlds. You're back to the reification. You've now made things that are immaterial material in your own mind. It's stupid. I don't know why you're doing it.
Really? We will be using simulations. Then we're going to we're going to be doing natural science with material, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say that simulation experiments are part of natural science.
No, they're not.
They're not. They're not part of any science.
I never claimed that they would be. I just said that they are scientific studies that you can do.
They're not scientific.
Why wouldn't they be scientific? You can have a hypothesis.
Because they don't involve the natural world.
So you're saying that science can only be done on the natural world?
That's how science is defined.
I don't think that's true because
you've been pointing out the different
Okay, look in the Oxford Dictionary right now. It says the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it.
So
very specifically, it also say outside of man's influence, so not caused by man. As in, man's not there, and you're just the observer in the natural world and looking at the phenomena occurring, and you making predictions as to what causes that and validating that hypothesis through an experiment. This is natural science. The thing and tool that you would use.
So I'm not saying that simulation studies are natural science. I'm just saying it is science.
They're not science. In what sense are they science? How are they falsifiable?
You have a hypothesis and you run an experiment.
Okay, what is it? What is a hypothesis? Tell us what a hypothesis actually is in science. A hypothesis. Give us a scientific hypothesis that you can do with a simulation.
Okay, here's a scientific hypothesis you can do in a simulation. For example, I was working with a simulation for pandemic spreading. So I could say that
fucking explains everything.
Decreasing the rate of spread of a virus will decrease the amount of patients in the simulation getting affected or infected. So that can be tested through various experiments in the simulation by decreasing the viral transmission of the virus. And you can observe in the simulation how many patients get infected. And
I'm glad you saved so many simulated lives.
Support or not support your hypothesis.
Holy cow.
Okay. Nothing about that science. You're really just.
How is that not science?
How could it be?
Because you're performing.
Okay. Let's tell. Okay.
Against the hypothesis.
Let's say you are doing science. Your simulation. Can we get any physical laws of nature from your simulation? I want to make. Can we get a law? Can we even get a law within your simulation? Because the object of science is defined what the physical laws of nature are, right? So, that's the object. That's the end goal. We want to know the laws of nature, right? The physical laws. Let's say we're going to take your simulation. Where are the laws of the simulation within the simulation, right? Can we find any laws within your simulation? You can't even do the basic object of science.
Hard-coded laws within the simulation.
Okay. So what do they tell you about the simulation? Nothing, because you wrote it.
I didn't write the simulation.
I'm just saying, you get it, right? Look, it's like, okay, I'm going to perform an experiment in Grand Theft Auto. I'm going to punch all the hookers that I see and see if I can still get laid. Okay, that's stupid, dude. You're just playing a circle jerk in a video game. That's not science.
This is a bit weird, right?
I mean, you might not think it's an important science, but it's a scientific
please. Science is and only anything that adheres to method. That's what natural science is, right?
Yeah. Well, to the scientific method, you can use the scientific method.
I haven't finished, dude. What you do after that isn't going to be science, though. All right, if you do some kind of mathematical study or some kind of modeling or computer program or whatever, that's not science. The bit where you followed the scientific method, that was the science, wasn't it?
What is performing an experiment on a model then? What if not science?
No, it's not a model. Not a model, dude. Listen, let's see if we can do the scientific method with your simulation.
I'm just asking what do you call doing a scientific experiment against a model?
We're going to get there.
Doing one.
We're going to get there. We'll see if a model even applies, right? Whatever you think a model is. So what was the naturally observed phenomena that you're trying to study?
For example, in a simulation for like the spread of COVID,
I'm asking you, what was the actual observation you made in nature so that we can study the cause of the effect? What was it?
Well, it wasn't a natural experiment. It was just an experiment on a model.
Oh, so this is not science then?
So what would you call
Just
it?
remove
That's
the
what
word
I'm asking.
natural.
If it is not science, what are the experiments on the models called?
These are not, listen, bro, your models, first of all, yeah, this is ridiculous. So you don't have anything in nature you can point to that we're going to be conducting any kind of scientific method or
I'm not even claiming that it's science anymore. I'm just asking, what do you call an experiment against a model?
People doing stupid shit to figure out stuff that they really can't conclude anything about. That's what you call science. You're like, oh, if someone's just studying it, all of a sudden it's science
anymore.
Right, hold on. I think I can. I think I got an olive branch. Right, so the closest thing you will get to a scientific model, and a scientific model is a very particular type of beast. It will be based. It will be based on one or more validated scientific hypotheses. So this is what I was saying earlier, right? The science bit, that's when you do the science bit, the natural observation, the prediction of experiments to validate the hypothesis. What you do after, mathematical fucking feeling studies, all of these types of things, right? If you've got a scientific model, it's got to be based on scientific hypotheses. But the model isn't science. The science is the scientific method and the experiment. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Good. So what's the problem?
I'm just asking, what would you call using the scientific method on a model? What would that be called? Since it's
not a thing. You can't. It's not. No one is doing that.
Do an experiment on a model. You're saying that you can't do an experiment on a model.
No. How many times do I have to say it?
But I've literally done experiments on models. Like you can see.
I know, and someone. I know you've played with toys and simulations, and for some reason you think that has something to do with science. I don't know why.
I'm asking you, what is it called? Like, if I have a model of the Empire State Building, and it's like a very small model, it's like as big as a water bottle, and then
I'll tell you what it's called.
That model, and my hypothesis is, if I smash this model, it will break. And
I've got it for you, bro. Bro, I'll tell you what it's called. It's called mental masturbation. That's what you're doing.
So, like, a simulation study is mental masturbation. That's what I should be calling.
That's correct.
Well, in your example, you caused your model to break because you smashed it.
Yes.
You understand that natural science is outside of man's influence, though.
To structurally no longer be sound.
Yeah, well done. But as long as it's outside of man's influence, you understand what the word natural means.
Which, interestingly, it is a natural thing that I'm observing in that case. It's not simulation.
Well, no, you're not. When you smashed it.
So I don't know why that's mental masturbation.
Sorry, excuse me. When you smashed the model, you understand that natural is outside of man's influence, right? It's the only reason why I'm jumping up and down when you were the cause of this.
So you don't think
that's
that we
not
can
science.
do an experiment on anything artificial?
No, for the very reason that it is because of man's influence. It's synthetic. Man made it. Now, you can do trial and error. You can do, deductively try to figure out, solve a problem or whatever. You can do those types of things. But you made the thing. It's synthetic by the definition of it. Artificial. Artifice
can be done on any artificial objects.
We don't even know if the variables inside your simulation represent anything that's actual in reality.
So, we can't, for example, do an experiment to test if a synthetic oil is flammable because it's artificial.
No.
Hold on. You can do an experiment.
But it wouldn't be science?
Wouldn't be natural science.
You got chemicals
involved. I'm not claiming it's natural science. I've never claimed any of this natural science.
Stop right there.
I'm just saying science.
You're not claiming it's natural science.
No.
Natural science is an adherence to the scientific method. We started here about an hour ago. Anything outside of that is declared as pseudoscience. Pseudoscience is something that claims to follow the scientific method.
If it is flammable, is it
My God, I'm trying to help. Trying to help.
I need an example. Like,
what?
Okay.
What of a natural
We'll give you
experiment?
Okay. Let's say we have an artificially created oil. I want to test if it is flammable or not. My hypothesis is that it would be flammable, just as an example. And the oil could be like refined canola oil or something. And I want to see
synthetic. Now you can do experiments, trial and error, but these are synthetic. This is like chemistry. This is engineering. Correct? It's like every time I talk, you think that's the time that you should talk. It's weird. Maybe there's a lag. I'll go for that.
You made an oil. You want to see if it can catch fire. So you try to catch it on fire. So what? That's not natural science. It's not science at all.
Natural science. Is that also mental masturbation?
Yes.
Okay, so like material sciences is also like out of the table. Like
it's not. Material science doesn't exist. Whatever you're putting science on the end of it, it's not what it is. You don't even know what the definition of the word is.
Which is why I'm asking you guys for clarification, if that's okay. Like,
well, I mean, you could solve this problem with a quick Google search instead of you sitting in here and filibustering. You could have just.
I did look up the definition of science. I've read many definitions at this point.
Yeah,
I'm just
so Greek
confused by what you guys are saying because there are.
Yeah, I know you're confused. Obviously, you're confused. The word science comes from, I think it's a Greek word. It's scientia, right? It means knowledge, right? So you're trying to find out knowledge. But there's this whole other thing called...
I'm not trying to figure out knowledge. I'm trying to figure out science. I understand that words have etymologies. I'm not trying to figure out the definition of the word that the word that we're talking about is etymologically originates from. I'm trying to just figure out what you guys think the actual present day use in English, modern... potentially standard American English. I don't know where you guys are from, but I'm speaking standard American English. And I am only looking up the word science, not any of its etymological origins. And that is what I'm trying to figure out, if you guys think...
Well, it's already defined. We already told you to go to the Oxford English Dictionary, right? And look up natural science and what it is. Everything else that you're talking about is essentially trial and error, engineering. It's more engineering what you're describing. Bro, what you're describing is engineering. It's not science.
Are you guys linguistic prescriptivists?
Oh, good grief. What does that even mean?
So a prescriptivist tells people how to speak and tells people what words mean. A descriptivist describes how words are used by people who speak the language. So
all that aside,
I could prescribe a definition to a word and say, well, actually, it means this and only. I could say that a can only means a soda can. It does not mean a verb that means to be able to. It only means a soda can. That would be a prescriptivist mindset where I'm forcing others to only adhere to a certain definition of a word, even though a word could have multiple definitions that are actively used by the speakers of the language.
You're wrong. Let me explain. Words are token meaning pairs, right? So by that connotation, without the pairing to the token is the visual thing, the letters or the sound. So the letters or the sound isn't the word itself. The word is the token meaning pair. So you can't have a word with just letters. Just letters are just random letters. They're not necessarily a word without a meaning attributed to that.
They need to have a morphological attachment.
Right. So the point is, just because many things are called science doesn't mean they're equal. Many things bear that token. Right.
I never claimed that any of these sciences were equal.
No, okay, that's fine. The point is that you'll notice in these conversations, people are talking about the term science, and science has many different connotations and denotations that are commonly used in common part. Correct. So you have to parse out the differentiations between the two, not just focus on the word itself, or sorry, the token, right?
Well, they're only assigning one definition to the word science that contradicts how science is commonly used in language, and even within the certain fields that they're often used in.
Right. So the important difference is, why are the two fields which use the same term different? That's what matters, not the word itself. Words don't create realities. Do we agree on that? Like I could just make any word I want and say it means what I say it means, and then say because I define this word, therefore reality is lessons. That doesn't make sense. You have to parse out why your definition has validity in reality.
Because that's how it's used in reality.
No. Not how it's used, why it has validity. So, for example, if somebody says level is curved and therefore water is curved because water is level, that would be wrong.
Well, what makes the word banana a valid word and the word science only valid? Like, I don't understand. Like,
Nobody said it. No, dude, I'm not parsing out that science can only mean one thing in all contexts, as if it has a unilateral, unequivocal definition and token association. Okay, that would be bad thinking, because it actually is used in multiple different areas. So what matters is the parsings out of how it's valid in reality. And I gave you an example. Okay, so some people say that level is curved. Now, level being curved, so they say, means water is curved because water is level. But when you measure water, it measures flat. So level isn't curved after all. What say you?
Well, that's like kind of going into a new thing. I would rather just go back to the original thing that I was talking about, because we never even got to...
No. This is. Listen, friend. You may not realize this, but I'm an advanced cybernetic, cybonic AI from the future, so this is your one chance to get to speak to one, so take advantage of it rather than talking through me. So the way this works, brother,
I
is...
don't think it's right, because we're jumping to
Okay, I'll explain it to you. Now, the definition isn't going to tell me whether the water's curved or not. I can't just look at the dictionary and it say...
what is and isn't science.
Hey, friend. Breedley. Do I have to say the word what is and isn't science every single phrase that comes out of my mouth for me to not make a long form argument that may take 30 seconds before you interrupt me?
Well, I just don't...
I told you we're getting... Hey, Breedley, it's not a tangent.
It's going away from what we were just talking about.
Breedley, I'll give you two options. Either I get to finish my sentences or you get muted. Those are your options. Choose. Yeah, wise choice. But not really. What he should have done is just let me finish my sentence. Because what I was going to say is, when I look at the definition of the word, right? The word itself, definition, doesn't create the reality. So if it says in the dictionary, level means adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's liquid water, but when I go out into reality and I measure the water, it measures flat. I didn't use any science to accomplish that. I used measuring, right? So just because you do things out in the physical and natural world, or even in models, doesn't mean you're doing science. You could be doing other things. Now, if you loosely want to say all fields of knowledge are science under the umbrella of that word, then that means everything you do is science. Baking a cake is science. Drinking a soda is science. Taking a dump is science. It's all science. And if everything is science, then there's no particular. There's no differentiation. So you could take the word science and throw it in a trash can because you no longer can use it for anything. So then you have to come up with entirely new words for each separate category of what you're doing. For example, measuring, testing, et cetera,
Well, we all know that they're just using the word science, but they want people to hear truth. So when they say, well, I did this and it was scientific, they want people to hear, I did this, so my claim is true. That's what they want people to hear. That's the takeaway.
Yeah, they're borrowing the vicarious merit of an established method that arbitrates propositions to a determinate knowledge and say, oh, that applies to what I'm doing.
Exactly. And like, oh, you can call it science. I don't know how you call it simulation science. That's a stretch. Even with the most craziest flexible definition of science, saying doing a simulation and testing the simulation within the simulation, just calling that science, that's a little out there. I'm sorry.
Well, it would give you an accurate truth statement about one thing, wouldn't it? What occurs in your simulation. Exactly. In my simulation, when I put these variables, I get this result. Yeah, we know that. Good point.
Yeah, you programmed it that way. If it didn't do that, that would be interesting. If you programmed it to add and it made a 3D cube, that would be interesting. It's like, why is my computer program not doing what I told it to do?
A good example of that wasn't it one of those, not the Mandelbrot set, but there's one where if you put it into a computer program, you get you put the certain math into a computer program, and then it results in this permutation of lines, and it can only happen in a computer program. Similar to the Mandelbrot set.
Yeah, there's a couple of those, like, does the Mandelbrot set, there's something called the Julia set, and there's like variations of both of those. So yeah, you're probably right, though I don't know particularly which one you're talking about, but I know there's a whole, it's a whole thing on the internet about people coming up with different fractal versions of fractal formulas, basically.
Hey, man, I apologize for being too hard on that kid. You know, God forbid that he wouldn't let me finish a sentence. But I said, listen, I want to finish a sentence. So I'm going to stop you from interrupting me when he was trying to stop me from continuing. So I apologize to humanity for being such a cruel tyrant. My bad.
Please don't. He was a dick. He deserved it.
You're actually getting a promotion, but it'll be given to you in 40 years.
In 40 years, I'll be -1. But yeah, anyway, words are token meaning pairs. A single token could have an infinite number of meanings attached to it, and a single meaning could have an infinite number of tokens attached to it. The parsings of the token meaning pair are contextual and syntaxical and lexical, et cetera, et cetera. And you got to parse out all of what you mean by that before you can come to common terms. There are very, very few tokens that only have one meaning associated with them. Very few. Can anyone tell me one? I'll give you a hint. There's a very important one in this discussion that is one of them. Does anyone know what it is? Trick question. Horizontal. There you go. Horizontal, my brothers. Parallel to the plane of the horizon. Horizon being where the surface of the earth appears to meet the sky. So horizontal is parallel to the plane of where the surface of the earth meets the sky, which is level, according to the physics of water, measurable and determinate across the all known territory as being between two parallel planes, meaning it's flat. So horizontal is orientated to the arrangement of the entire known territory being flat. There you go. The earth is flat. Deal with it. Anyway, I gotta go check on some frozen pipes. Oh, Indio, did you ever get any snow?
Yo, man, fuck you. Got like 21 inches. That's what she said.
Yeah, we got a ton of snow out here too. Spent 10 hours shoveling.
You don't got a plow? Look, you'd be one with a plow, man.
Yeah, but I can't plow where the things that I had to shovel. But I think I am going to get a snowblower for next season.
Get a flamethrower.
Snowblower? You pussy. Break your back like the rest of us.
It's not even about that, dude. It's about time. I don't actually mind shoveling. I like it.
Point.
I like being out in the nature. I like the feeling of doing it, and it's like nostalgic for me. But that I just started realizing, like, I just wasted way too much time doing this.
Yeah, you're right. Snowblower's mad fast. You can do in 30 minutes what it would take you 3 hours to shovel, especially if it's deep.
I think I'm gonna have to update telling people that I'm gonna mute them. That way they don't get scared and run away.
Mm-hmm. So how we get internet in Antarctica?
How do you get internet in Antarctica?
Yeah.
It's that simple. High altitude aerial repetition.
You mean through a satellite, yeah?
Well, what's a satellite?
Or any other high altitude platform, like an aircraft, for example.
Or nothing.
Anything that's got a sender or a receiver on it. Sorry, Aaron.
even nothing, because what I just said actually could be accomplished by redirection of the signal, by being bounced off of something that just happens to be in the air, whatever it is. It could be the air itself. Keep in mind that the Globers claim that that is what happens to a lot of signals, right?
Yeah, but Globers claim.
Marconi did it from Antarctica to the United States with antennas.
That wasn't Marconi. That was Admiral Byrd.
Oh, Admiral Byrd. Yeah, Admiral Byrd. Thanks, India.
What did Admiral Byrd do?
He used to give every week radio broadcasts from Little America in the Antarctica. And the receiving tower was in Long Island, New York.
Okay.
Who told you that?
Don't forget that Antarctica
the
is
United
the highest
States
elevation.
Navy. The United States Navy told me that. And CBS News, because it used to be on every week and broadcast across all of America.
Yeah.
So, how do we get internet in Antarctica? We send a signal.
Well, internet in Antarctica is actually undersea cables.
No, it ain't.
Oh, yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, it is, dude. Yeah, there's actually a documentary with the people that laid them talking. Okay, so stop.
There's not a single underwater sea cable for internet going to Antarctica. You want to bet?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll bet your native currency. I got $1, so that should be worth $1 million where you live.
I got more money than you and your father put together right now. You want to bet?
Oh my goodness, mate. No, we're not going to be talking about monies and bets and stuff. What I'm going to do is going to look at a map of undersea cables that provide internet to continents and see if any go to Antarctica at all.
I'm putting my money on Jedi.
Your money?
Yeah, man. What's up, Matrix? Oh, AI says yes. Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, I was just saying, I'm putting my money on you.
Yeah, AI already says yes.
Yeah, we're waiting, Jedi.
We're waiting for you, dude.
Me? You said you're going to look at the map.
Yeah, for my own benefit. You said that it doesn't. You should probably be doing the same by backing up your claim. What you're doing wasting fucking time, mate, I don't know.
No, I did it already. That's why I'm
okay, I can just claim that you're tiresome and uneducated as well. Like, this isn't even an argument. This is just a personal...
Holy shitballs.
Why is Bradley in here?
Hey, man. Have any recommendations for like a telescope?
Why don't you just Google it like everyone?
Well, it depends on what you want to look at. What are you trying to look at?
I want something that I can see the craters on the moon.
Well, you can just buy a Samsung Galaxy. It'll just make some CGI ones.
You're trolling me, right?
No, I'm not trolling. Look it up.
You really think that's
Samsung Galaxy augments photographs of the moon on their phones using AI? It's been known about this for like 4 or 5 years. Yeah, they advertise it, dude. It's an actual feature of their phone.
So they have 100 times zoom for no reason?
They don't need 100 times zoom. They're freaking doing CGI. And zoom isn't what's going to help you. You need angular resolution.
What do you think about this?
I think that you're a midwit with a ninth grade education that is trying to sound smart when you don't know shit.
Chill, man, chill. Anybody has a telescope here?
Yeah, well, I used to. Not anymore. Why
quick question. Why would you require a Yeah, you're not going to be eating chips while I'm trying to talk. That's disgusting. why is it that when we're discussing the Earth, you all want to be looking in every other direction but the Earth?
Well, I just chimed in with a question.
I know.
You can,
but I'm just curious. You came in here chiming in about telescopes, so I can only assume, and based off of what you've said, you want to be looking at other shit, not the Earth. Why is that?
I mean, feel free to discuss the globe. I'll just listen.
I'm asking
There's no globe to discuss.
Why you want to look in every other direction except for the Earth.
I'm not interested in the debating flat Earth.
So why
I just had a question.
Yeah, well, but why is your question about the moon? Why would you come to a flat Earth channel and ask about the moon? Go to the astronomy channel.
Meow. Yeah, dude, if you're looking for recommendations for telescopes, just go on YouTube. I'm sure there's a lot of them being reviewed for you. Why are you here?
Most towns have photography and astronomy clubs, and if you're looking for moon stuff, go to your astronomy club in your local town, and they will probably loan you telescopes or at least tell you where to go, what to recommend, if you're after very specific things.
I'll sell you mine if you want it.
Okay. If I see somebody like changing the chains that the moon is hanged from the dome, I'm gonna get back to you guys.
What the world are you talking about, dude?
The fuck?
The biologic moon is probably just CGI or something.
Our logic, what?
In his mind.
The moon hangs on chains from the dome, by our logic.
Or CGI or something like that.
Also, by our logic, the sky is either CGI or the things up there are hung from chains upon the dome by our logic.
Or if I see God in the sky, I'll get back to you.
Dude, I'm trying to be polite. All right, don't continue this fucking shit. All right, it's not our logic. You're just making this bollocks up.
You mute my husband, Louis?
No.
Please.
No.
You notice how you can't actually address this topic? You're either too cowardly or you're too ignorant. But you have to straw man our position, say domes and moons and all sorts of shit. You actually can't address anything. You can't prove the Earth is a globe. You can't falsify that the Earth is flat. All you can do is flail around with your fantasies.
And the turtle that we are living on, and the
there's no turtle. Yeah, what? No one said. So straw man some more. That's all you can do. You have to create a flat Earth in your own head. You know that this is your flat Earth that you're creating. So in your mind, if the Earth was flat, it has all those things. Well, you're an idiot.
Point, I think we are living a simulation.
Of course we are.
Yeah, well, guess what? In this simulation, the Earth is flat, brother.
It'd be like in the movie Matrix.
Oh, we're up onto the 20-meter board. It's going to be a high dive for this brain into that jar.
I think the closest thing to anything intelligent he's said is meow.
Meow. I understood that.
Next.
Well, I'm just going to scroll up and down the channel, see if I do not recognise any names. There's lots of names that I do mention, so forgive me if I miss you out. But we're always looking to speak to new people. We're here in the English Hub. We are in the English Hub, right? That's where we are. Good stuff. But yeah, if you've got any questions regarding the shape of the Earth, excuse me, or why us from 24/7 say the Earth is flat, then please unmute your microphone, introduce yourself, say hi, and tell us what your question is. There's a couple of people that I recognise, that I don't recognise, like Isaac Bandera. What's up, Isaac, my friend? How are you? It's good to see you. Have we got any other names that I don't recognise? Lewis is deafened. Sorry, Lewis is muted. Luke, I'm going to unmute Luke, see what's going to happen there. Should we try that again? Yeah, well, Luke, no one's objecting so far, so I'll unmute you. Excuse me. Meow. Luke, you're still there? Oh, no, that was you. That was the bloody cat. Yeah. Someone should have warned me. Anyway, but I don't think we've got any other new people that I can see. We've got MJ. I've known lots of MJs in the past, but maybe you're a new MJ. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Hope you're doing well. I've really got a cough. Hold on. God, dear me. I was going to say Schooling Globers, but that's DJ, because DJ's changed his bloody name again. We got Tony's in the house. What's up, Tony? It's good to see you, my friend. Don't recognise your name, so I'm just saying hi. If you've got any questions, anybody, any comments that you'd like to raise regarding the flat Earth, please, like I said, feel free to unmute yourself and say hi.
I was just looking, Jedi, at what this, was he Breedley or Bradley or whatever you say his name? He was typing up in the side chat here. How far does this kid think he can see on a clear day?
I don't know, dude.
Long-range eyes or something? Or...
Do you know what? And I completely skipped past him, so I do apologise. I'll unmute him, and we'll see where we can go for this.
Hey, Bradley, how far on a clear day do you think you can see?
I think it's 10 miles.
So let me get this straight. You're telling us you think it's 10 miles, your maximum vision, and you're trying to tell us that the curvature of the Earth is blocking this?
I'm trying to say that you wouldn't be able to see the United States.
So you can't even see 10 miles. So you can't even see 10 miles, and you're complaining about seeing something that's, what, multiple hundreds of miles? Huh?
Well, even if there was no air, then you still wouldn't be able to see the United States from China.
Why would you expect to?
Well, if the Earth was flat, then you would be able to see there.
That's not a why. That's just reiterating the same nonsense.
Wait, okay, so please quick.
We want the why. Don't ask me to answer questions. We want the why.
Can you say the question again? Because I want to give you the reason why.
No,
you said if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see China. I asked why would you expect to?
Because there would be nothing blocking your vision.
Incorrect.
From seeing China.
Do you know how angular resolution works?
I'll say no.
Holy cow.
Good choice.
You understand that, let's say, for example, that mountain that's far away looks small to you compared to the one that you're standing on that is big, right? That apparently, let's say they're the same size, a few thousand meters tall, but that one that's far away looks smaller, right? Eventually, you could imagine that if you kept moving away from that mountain, it's going to get so small that you can't see it anymore. Do you agree that this is kind of our everyday observation of the world and how perspective works?
Well, yes, but you could use a tool to zoom in.
Cool, but that would also have a limitation.
You would not be able to use a telescope or some sort of device to magnify the vision in front of you.
It would also have a limitation.
Well, Jedi, here's the problem. Magnification or zoom does not fix the angular resolution problem. It's the diameter of the lens, not the focal length, that increases angular resolution. You would still have the same problem.
So so if we would not be able to see an object in front of us if it's too far away on a flat plane.
Okay. If the visual angle subtended is smaller than the resolving power of the optical device, you can't see it. Like look at your hand right now. Do you see the individual cells? Do you see the bacteria? Do you see your pores? Right? No, they're too small because the visual angle is beyond the limit of your eyeball. Okay?
Well, yeah,
so
but
if
I'm
you
saying that
take
you can use
China,
a tool.
which would be thousands of miles away, and if you take the tallest mountains in China, their height, the angle that they subtend in your vision would be way smaller than what could be resolved. And it would be undifferentiable from the horizon itself.
So you would not be able to use a tool to see the objects out by the horizon.
You would need a freaking lens whose diameter was like freaking 100 meters. And since
so if you had that, which those exist.
No, they don't. The biggest telescope in the world is 10 meters.
And how far can it see?
What do you mean, how far can it see? It's not about how far it can see. It's whether it can resolve it. You don't see out.
We potentially build a lens that's 100 meters across.
Let me ask you, do you see out or does light come to your eye?
The light comes into our eyes.
Okay, so the reason you can resolve better with a larger diameter optic is because it captures more light. Okay, and if it's large enough, there's actually a formula for this. It's called the Rayleigh criterion. You can make a prediction on how small of an angle you can resolve with any particular optic. Okay, yeah. Now maybe 100-meter telescope could see to China in a vacuum, but we don't have that, and we don't have a vacuum, and this is a hypothetical that means nothing.
So you're saying that we would be able to see China if it wasn't
maybe,
and we had a 100-meter telescope.
Maybe, yes, probably. Yeah. Maybe.
Maybe.
There wasn't
probably not. China
probably not because
of
this.
States.
Yeah. Listen. Probably not though, because you'd have to look across the ocean, and if you had a wave that was 1 meter tall.
Right,
let me finish my state. No, it is ridiculous how dumb you are. So if you had a wave that was 1 meter tall, 1 kilometer away, it would block 1,000 kilometers away.
You got Mount
because
Fuji
it's called linear. It's called linear perspective.
Mount Fuji in Japan will be bigger than the coastline of China, right? So that would obscure China, Japan again, most of the way.
Dude, a 1 meter wave would block everything.
Yep. Bloody hell, your thumb blocks out the sun.
Now, you're lucky because you should get mad at this stupid question because all it tells me is you didn't actually think even for 10 seconds about what you were saying.
I wish he was still here.
Oh, he ran away? Was that same guy as from earlier?
Yeah, it's Bradley or whatever.
Oh, the simulationist? Oh, he couldn't get enough? You guys want to take a wager? Here's my wager. He's going to go on the internet and come back with eclipses, NASA photos, climate tree. What's the other one? Eratosthenes.
Rockets, satellites, and moon landing.
I'm betting Dave McKeegan. Dave McKeegan, Professor Dave, or I don't know, maybe McKeegan. I'm betting one of those videos.
Amin, do you have a question? You can speak to us. You don't have to type everything. We understand this is the English hub, and not everyone's English levels are A grade. Wow, look at the cope session of this poor clown.
Hello.
Hey Bruno, how's it going?
Hi, bro. It's good. Not bad. What about you?
Yeah, can't complain.
Yeah.
What brings you here today, mate?
You know, just to learn some English.
It's in English.
Yeah, as you can see.
So why this particular room?
Just roaming around, finding some servers, you know.
Ah. So what do you think? We live on a ball, tilting, wobbling, spinning, 70% covered in water, flying through space? Or is it planar with topography?
Oh, that's a good question. So what's your thought, Dan? Let me hear you first.
Why would I want to hear me first when I asked you the question? You're the one in a
I don't know,
strange place,
bro.
not me.
Okay, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Let me say I don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah.
You only saying I don't know, so you can bypass answering.
No, I literally don't know, bro. Some say flat, some say round.
What do you say?
Maybe let's say round.
Maybe it's round? Why do you think
Yeah.
maybe it's round?
I saw some pictures from the astronauts.
Pictures from astronauts. I don't know
Yeah.
any astronauts.
Yeah, bro, these guys are
Never
there,
met one.
out there. No?
So, with their pictures, how can we prove, you and me, how can we prove that they're real?
That's another good question, which I don't have any answer.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's
So
also
tell me,
something really interesting.
what's your answer? What's your thought? That Earth is
My
flat
thought?
or round?
It's
Yeah,
flat.
I want to hear about your thoughts.
Flat. Flat.
Flat.
Flat.
Okay, why?
Why is it flat? Well, I don't know
Yeah.
why it's flat, but we know
But
that
you're
it is
believing
flat.
it's flat.
Yeah. We don't know why it's flat unless it was created specifically like that. So the why it's flat, I do not know.
Okay.
But we know that it is flat because when you go and measure it, there's no measurable curvature.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Not really.
So when we measure it, it measures a particular way with no curve. Okay? So we know that it is flat. Why it is flat, you'd have to ask whoever created it.
Oh.
Why they didn't make a pyramid or why they didn't make some other kind of random shape. That's up to them, not me. Look, why it is, I don't know. The fact it is, yes, we do know because we can test and we can measure this.
Okay.
Do you know about geometry? Do you know the word geometry? Who is it we're talking to, Bruno?
Yeah.
Bruno, are you familiar with the word geometry?
Yeah.
Know what it means? Right, okay.
Yeah.
So it's claimed that the Earth's surface conforms to a certain type of geometry, that being that it's spherical, right? That its surface is curving. But if you go and check this surface and it's not curving, like they claim, then we know it can't be a sphere, right?
Yeah, it makes sense too. So I've got a basic question. Hello, Pranat. Can you hear me?
Ask away.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If you say Earth is flat, then why there is different time horizons? Like 1 a.m. here, it's 7 p.m. in UK. Why is that? What's the reason for it? Hello?
Was that for the time zones?
Yeah, why there's different time horizons?
Well, some of the time zones are political, which is really interesting, but it's just based upon where the sun is. So when the sun
If you
is
say
directly
Earth is
above
flat,
my house,
the sunlight plays it on the same place, And why it's different?
the sunlight comes from the same place. Yeah, from the sun. So when the sun is over my house, it is 12 noon. Then the sun moves, follows its circuit, and when it gets to your house, it's 12 noon. So it can't be over both of our houses at the same time unless we live next door to each other, which I doubt.
Uh-huh.
So the sun follows a circuit, right? A path. And it moves along.
Okay.
When it gets over to my house, it's daytime. And it's probably nighttime at your house. As the sun moves, the light moves with it. And the light moves away from my house and goes to your house. So it's just based on when the sun is over the top of your house.
Okay. Okay, Bennett, I think it's time. I gotta go. That's a nice conversation I had with you.
All good, mate. Catch up.
Yeah. Are you from UK?
Australia.
Australia. Oh, okay. Nice, nice. Okay, guys. Bye.
See ya.
Yeah.
Welcome, Earthling. Certainly, the Earthling knows that the Earth is flat, right? They always run away.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that they do that they do run away when the truth is being laid out for them to consider. It is a shame. Yeah, and what is that truth, ladies and gentlemen? Basically, you're not living on an oblate spheroid, is the truth of the matter, as Earth is indeed measured and utilized flat. And if you take your time just to have a look at that, you will be shocked, but also pleasantly surprised. Yeah, that's all it is. That's all we're saying. We're not able to measure any degree of curvature over the Earth's surface. And according to the globe maths, it would have to be 8 inches per mile squared. So if you have 10 miles of distance, you would expect to have 66 feet of curvature there. But yet we are making observations across that distance, linear distance of 10 miles. And we shouldn't be able to do that if the Earth's curvature were there, if we were living on this ball. That's what we're trying to bring forward.
Yeah, exactly, Jim. Something ain't adding up.
Yeah, sorry, you broke up there, T-Dub, I think it is.
Oh, not again. I've been doing so well. Damn it.
Yeah. So what did I actually miss?
I was just agreeing with you.
Oh, yeah, cheers, yeah. Because that's all we're doing, ladies and gentlemen. It's just bringing that the fact that we're not living on this oblate spheroid. It was a shock to me 10 years ago. Yeah. But a pleasant surprise in the end, because when I look back at all my experiences, it was never seeing the curvature of the earth. And now I'm not worried about things from space, like, coming to destroy earth. All that's gone now. So I now know we're not rotating, we're not curving, we're not hurtling through the universe. Yeah. That was just a misinformation.
Just before I go to work, why is it that because we can show the ground is measured flat, you have this concept of flights must take longer because now the ground is flat? Are you viewing some kind of map that we don't know about yet and misconstruing the key on or legend on that map? Because you must have some kind of mindset, some idea of what you think flat Earth is. So all of a sudden now you're just assuming distances will magically change, so therefore times will magically change for flights. They still fly over a flat surface regardless of how long it takes. But I'd just be interested to find out why you magically believe now that it would take longer. As you said up there, 26 hours as opposed to 14.5.
That would be odd, wouldn't it? Because an aeroplane traveling at 600 miles per hour means in 1 hour that plane would have traveled 600 miles. I mean, what's the problem there, ladies and gentlemen? And then the main point is those miles are straight units, linear. They're not curved miles. So, and that's what we experience in flight, that the plane is flying horizontally. It's not taking any curved trajectory as it would do to follow the curvature of the earth if it were there. But the plane is following the surface of the earth, which is horizontal. It's just that simple. The main difference between a horizontal flight and a curved trajectory flight is the torsional stresses that is applied to the aeroplane. On a horizontal linear flight, the plane is under very minimal stress as it's flying horizontally for let's say 9 hours. But if you subject that aircraft to a 9 hours of curved trajectory, that puts an enormous amount of stresses on the wings where they articulate with the fuselage and where the engines articulate with the wings. Those particular points, and also the undercarriage and the tail section, would be under enormous stresses for 9 hours, let's say, which would result in the aircraft having to go into the hangar for inspection on said locations to ensure nothing's gone wrong, to then carry on being used. See, and that would be a couple of hours at least of inspection. Well, I've never seen that happen at the airports. I've seen them come in, land, and all the luggage is offloaded. The toilet section tanks are offloaded. The meal cart trolleys, they're offloaded. And then You see the new stuff going in, and that takes about an hour. And then in 2 hours now, the plane is ready to go back out and take the passengers to the next destination. So, yeah. Following a curved trajectory for any given length of time puts enormous stresses on wings, engines, tail sections, undercarriage doors. Okay? For example, the British Air Force, American Air Forces around the world, when they're using their jet fighter planes and they're doing their training and their practice, barrel rolls and high banking at speeds and, okay, nose upwards, nose downwards. When they get back to the hangar, they inspect every single rivet, nut and bolt, every articulating point on that aircraft before they go out on their next training session. All right? And that's a smaller plane taking a lot of stress because it's moving much faster. But that's what they do. So, the same would apply to a passenger jet airliner if it's going on a curved trajectory for like 9 hours, 10 hours of continuous curving, the stress and the weight, because weight shifts, adding stress. This is the point here. And I do believe, or should I say, I do understand that an engine did fall off a UPS cargo plane recently. An engine fell off. Okay, there we are. So that was that lack of maintenance that caused that. The aircraft itself was from 1991, a Boeing aircraft. And just to round it off, my colleague Matrix made a good point. Just because you're flying over a flat Earth doesn't mean that your destination time is going to increase. That's not true. And even if it were to, it could be due to weather. Weathers can delay sometimes. But outside of that, flying horizontally does not increase time over distance to your destination. No, it doesn't. If it's 500 miles per hour, in 1 hour you will cover 500 miles. Unless we have some turbulence where the aeroplane may have to slow down.
Losing the crowd.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Hi everyone. Anyone hear me?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Yes. Hello.
No.
What happened here?
Sorry, what were you saying?
Hello.
Yes, hello. Hello.
Hello.
We hear you.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Not necessary.
Come on now, that's uncalled for. You don't have to do that.
He said it.
It's gig 15.
I'm gonna leave.
All right,
I'll
see
play
now
muted.
look what you've done to yourself.
Thank
Look
you.
what you've done.
I've got a question.
Anyway, welcome, Kasparov.
Is it okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The question is, if the Earth is flat, what they tell us that is round, and if it's round, what they didn't tell us that is flat. Like, what's the purpose of the flat Earth of a round Earth? What makes the change? Like, if they're lying to us, what's the point? And can someone express their feeling about my question?
Who do you think's lying?
No, the question is not who is lying. The point is, if it isn't round, what's the point? Like, if it's flat, what's the difference? Is we still live in the same place?
Yeah, you already experienced the Earth as flat and stationary anyway. So yeah, you would just know that it's not a globe, and that could have different impacts on different people, depending on their personal situation.
Can you elaborate? My English is not quite good, and I didn't understand the first word.
Okay, so you already experienced the Earth as flat and stationary. So the only thing that would change is your knowledge. Okay, and that might sway the way you research, the way you spend your time. It may have all sorts of different impacts on your life. Okay, I could ask you a similar question. I could say, what if your parents were lying to you and you were actually adopted?
I would feel betrayed.
Clear. Yeah, but it wouldn't change your life, though, would it? Thank you. No. So, what's the point? If someone had evidence that you were adopted, would you not want to see it because it wouldn't change your life, or would you want to see it because it would be some important information?
But it wouldn't change myself. It will simply change my perception of things.
So you wouldn't want to know.
But not really that I didn't want to know. It's simply if the fact is right in my face, I would know.
What if your wife was cheating on you? Would that be different? Someone had a video that your wife was cheating on you, but you wouldn't want to see it because it wouldn't change your life, whether you knew or didn't know.
Like, fundamentally, what's the change if the Earth is flat or round?
Yeah, I mean, she could just keep cheating on you, and you'd just keep going to work, and you wouldn't even know. Well, nothing's going to change. So why even bother looking at the evidence?
I can't understand the point.
Well, you seem to not care if the Earth's flat or round, but you decided to join a flat Earth channel. So
yes, to speak about it, because I don't understand all the attention to go study flat Earth.
So you don't care where you live. You don't care if people are giving you misinformation.
Oh, but of course, everybody's lying every time. Even the government, even your daughter, your sister, your brother, everyone.
Everyone just lies, do they? And you're fine with that?
Not really, yeah.
Okay, so don't you want to know where you live? Like, there's a big difference. I mean, there's a big difference to being on a big spinning space ball, hurtling through outer space at millions of miles per hour for no reason, just lost in space. Right? And you could get killed at any moment by an asteroid, or the sun may burn out one day. You know, an insignificant speck on a universal scale in the globe model, right? But
maybe
very different.
So maybe the globe model would simply dismiss the God history about Christian, like as both below we are inside the like there's.
We could be a Christian and still believe that the Earth's a globe, but yeah, in the Western schools they teach people. Yeah, they teach people that they came from monkeys, right?
It makes no sense.
Yeah, well, that's what they teach everyone, and they kind of replaced religion with themselves in a way. I mean, they want people to just trust in authority and not question it, okay, and believe what you're told, and they tell you that you're here by accident, you're a mistake, and it was nothing exploded, turned into everything, and you're just here by chance, lost in space on a ball. Whereas, yeah, sure, it would lead more towards the idea of there being some kind of creator and that this place is, designed for us and that kind of thing.
Are you like, we're not living in a solar, how can I say this more in English?
Solar system?
Exact. We are not in the solar system, we are in a soul system. And like every planet that they say will be the different plane of the astral plane.
Well, that's not what we're claiming. We're claiming that the Earth, we're empiricists. I don't know if you know what that means.
No, I don't know.
Okay, well, it's about being able to test things, right? So you can gain knowledge, right? Testable, repeatable, physical testing of the real world. So we don't think that the Earth is a flat planet floating around in the globe Earth version of outer space. Okay, like most people think of a globe, right? And they think of a big vacuum of space, and then they hear about flat Earth and they try to replace the globe with a flat planet. We don't claim that. Yeah, so we would claim what we can actually test empirically. Okay, so I like to think of this place kind of like the floor or the foundation that we live on of the system that we live in. Okay, and most of the surface that we know about is covered in water. If the Earth's a globe, that water would have to be curving at a specific rate. We could calculate how much it should curve over a certain amount of distance. And when we go out and actually test that in reality, the surface of the water is flat, always, over very large distances, where it would have to be curving for the Earth to be a globe. Yeah, it's what we all experience. Okay, we would say the Earth's not moving. There's no evidence that the Earth is actually spinning, hurtling through space or anything like that. So we live on a flat, stationary plane, right? We have celestial objects in the sky that move like a big clock in the sky, creating daytime, nighttime, seasons, and probably a lot more. So we don't claim to know how everything works, but we can test the surface of the Earth to see if it's a globe or not, and it most definitely isn't a globe. It's not possible because there's no curvature.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So there's been probably thousands of tests that have been done now. You know, so, I mean, for example, let's get a 40 kilometer lake. And then we can get a high-powered laser and shoot the laser across the surface of the water over the 40-kilometer distance to hit a target on the other side of the lake.
Mm-hmm.
Then we can calculate on a globe how much curvature should there be over that 40 kilometers distance. And it's over 400 feet of curvature, right? Over 100 meters of curvature over that distance. But the laser's hitting the target every single time. So if the Earth were a globe, that laser wouldn't hit the target. It would be blocked by the curvature of the Earth. It would be impossible for that laser to hit the target every single time. But that's what happens.
And do you have like documents about this experience, like I could verify it?
Yeah, absolutely. So the one that I'm talking about now, it was done by a team of field engineers who actually built a $30,000 laser and leveling device. So I'll put the experiment. So they have an hour-long documentary where they show you all the 5 different tests they did with the laser. And then they've got a PDF document that's 180 pages that goes over all of the technical specifications. And this is a team of engineers as well called Field Engineers Corps. So this is just one out of many tests. So I'll just grab the information for that one. Just a second, and I'll post it in the side chat.
It's okay in this server to send links?
Yeah, you can send links.
Okay.
As long as it's within the server and TOS rules.
Okay.
All right, just a second. All right, so yeah, there's 2 links there. One's to the YouTube video, and the other one's to the PDF document. And yeah, so basically there's many hundreds of these types of tests that have been done, different places, different weather conditions, ocean, lakes, frozen lakes, salt lakes, and just testing for that curvature. Yeah, so I mean, I don't think anyone can.
Damn, it's a big ass laser.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a custom built laser. I think they spent $30,000 and about 1,000 hours engineering it, getting it perfect. And they're counting for all the weather conditions. They've got weather stations set up, and they do 5 different tests over different distances. And then we've got more simplified tests as well. Basically long distance observations. For example, if you're standing at the ocean, the horizon should be a certain distance away from you if the Earth's a globe. So I remember being taught. Yeah, so
I've seen some. Sorry to interrupt you.
No,
I've
you're
seen
right.
something on Instagram, like it's a very very pricey camera from Nikon, and like someone on the sea, and there's nothing on far away, but if he zoomed very, 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 very much, he could see the boat that wasn't seeable by the eye.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so back in the olden days, in the past, people used to see the boats going out, and then it would look like the boat's gone, but they could still see the horizon, and they came to the conclusion that the boat's going beyond the curvature of the Earth. But yeah, now we have these amazing cameras that we can use, and we can actually zoom in and see actually the boat is still there. It's just got too small to be able to resolve with the human eye. So we can zoom back in, we can see the boat. Sometimes you can't zoom back in and see the whole boat because you've got waves and things like that, or sometimes you have mirages that can cause things to, not be in the same place that they are, right? So it can look like it's the bottom of it's missing, or sometimes it can look like it's floating up in the sky, but you wouldn't want to use that as evidence of anything, really. But yeah, we can zoom back in and see the boats again. We can see things that are huge distances away. For example, we can zoom in and see like oil platforms out in the ocean that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the discussion. It was interesting.
Oh, no problem.
Bye.
Have a good day.
Same. At my location, it's 10 p.m. So I will go sleep.
Oh, okay. Me too. All right. See you later.
Ciao.
He seems like a nice chap.
Yeah. Crazy more people aren't like that, just ask some questions. Don't get all upset. This is still such a trip to me that these shards of glass that are all different shapes and sizes cast perfect circular shadows when you move the board away.
Oh yeah, and you know something else I noticed right the other day. Right, so I've got the dog bowl just sitting outside the door here, and in the morning the sun reflects, like the light reflects off the water in the dish, and it casts a reflection onto the roof somehow inside this room I'm in, right, through the screen door and up onto the roof, and it's at that, so that the light, the angles, like there's an angle, right? It's not like the bowl's directly under the roof where the reflection is, but the reflection is like a circle. It's not oval, and I'm like trying to figure it out, going, how's that working? Like, I don't understand.
It's crazy, yeah, man. It's crazy. Reflected light is bizarre. Like reflected light is just personal to the observer, basically. And you can this is what used to happen to me. I used to live on this big lake, and when it was a full moon and the moon was between me and the lake, I could usually the lake's pitch black, you can't see the lake at all. But when it's a full moon, the whole lake is glowing, and you can see the fishermen like reeling in fish, catching fish, perfectly clear. And then you just drive down the street a little bit, maybe 500 meters down the street, and you look back at the lake, same night, same time, and you can't see it at all. It's just pitch black. So I could be standing at my house looking at the lake, watching people fish, and someone else could be 500 meters away and they can't see any of the light that I can see. So the lake's not really lit up. It's just lit up for me and not lit up for them.
Wow, that's weird.
It's the weirdest thing, yeah. But think about it like this, right? So that's the reflection of the moonlight coming off the water. But if you had a different light that's not the moon, say you had a search helicopter hovering above the lake, shining a giant spotlight down on the lake, everyone around the lake would be able to see the spotlight lighting up the whole lake. But when it's the moonlight, it's just personal to you, and another person can't see it at all. Like, you can't even see the lake, it's that black. Yeah, it's such a trip. Kind of similar to how when you're at the beach and you see that reflected light going across the water, meeting at your feet. Only you can see that. No one else can see it. Everyone has their own personal one.
Right. Someone's like 10 meters away and they can see that, but they don't see it going to your feet. So, it's weird. It's like where I sit outside in this room, right? So I'm at an angle looking at a window of the house, and it's got a reflection in it like a mirror, and it's showing part of the neighbour's yard, right, and their garage. But I look over there and I can't see any of that. Like, I can't see some of the stuff that it's reflecting, like from a direct line of sight. I'm like, okay, that's weird. How's that work? And then I try and get a more acute angle, and like, no, it still can't see what it's like showing all that. And then and then I'm thinking, oh right, so to the window. If I was to then do the same angle but inside the house, and then draw it like a triangle. If I went to the point where a straight line from me to that other line from the window going inside, if I went and stood there and looked through the window, I can actually see what it's reflecting from the outside, but from the inside I've got a direct line of sight to that. So it's like, and it just sort of like messes with your head with trying to figure it all out. Like, it's so weird.
Yeah. It is. It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, that's why I think like the sun kind of behaves like that reflected light in a way. How the place that you see the sun in the sky isn't the same place that everyone else sees the sun in the sky. It's like everyone can sort of see it in their own position. Like you know how when you look at a sunset and it's lighting up a section of the clouds and they're all glowing crazy red and stuff like that. You're like, wow, that's crazy. Think about a giant long beach. Say it's like 100-mile long beach or something like that. Someone that's 100 miles down the beach, they can also see the sun, but they might have no clouds around their sun at all. Right? It's not like they would have to look to where you're seeing the sun and that everyone would see the same clouds lit up. Like, they would not, like, if there's no clouds where they are in between them and the sun, they'll just see a sun with no clouds, not lighting up any clouds. And if they were to zoom into those clouds that you can see lit up, they wouldn't be lit up at all.
Right.
Yeah. The similar thing with the rays that you see shooting through the clouds, like the crepuscular rays or whatever. That's also like a reflection as well. That's personal to every single person. Like, if you see those shooting out of the clouds, branching out, not everyone can see that. Everyone will see them slightly different. And someone else, someone that's 100 miles away, they won't even be able to see those clouds. They could have a different set of clouds above them, between them and the sun, and they'll see their own crepuscular rays coming through their clouds. Your cloud, your ones doesn't exist at all.
Exactly, yeah. Actually, a couple of days ago, it was getting close to sunset. I guess the sun was probably 20 degrees above the horizon, roughly. And there was some crepuscular rays coming through the clouds out to the west, right? All splaying out. And then we're looking out to the east, and there was some clouds to the northeast. Now, through those clouds, there was rays, it looked like rays coming down from above them, like, and I can't explain it because, like, they weren't curved, they looked straight, but if you, like, held a ruler up to it, like those rays, they were going up into the sky, like nowhere pointing back towards the sun. So it was really weird. I was like, how does that work? Like the sun's over there, and it's got some divergent rays happening over there in the west, but now to the northeast, there's these what look like sun rays coming down through the clouds. But coming down like at a slight angle towards the east, and I was like, I don't know how this works. Like, how is that even working? It was weird.
Yeah.
You would think that those rays would be coming from above that place, above the east, but it wasn't. Like the sun was way out to the west, so I don't get it.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I was thinking about it, because from either point of view, like I couldn't think of it even making sense, like from a globe perspective. You know what I mean? Like there was just no way to rectify what I was seeing. It just didn't make any sense, no matter how I thought about it.
I have another speculation about the sun. I think that. Do you know what a local horizon is, T-Dub? So a local horizon is when there's something basically that's blocking the actual horizon, which would be called the apparent horizon or the horizon. So if you've got ocean swells, even small ones, or a mountain range, or a cityscape or something, or even if you put your hand in front of your eyes, that would be considered a local horizon. It's basically a horizon that blocks the main horizon, right, which is based off perspective and weather conditions. I think the only time that we see those clean sunsets, when you see the sun disappearing from the bottom up, happens when you have a local horizon only. And that when we have an observation where you don't have anything obstructing the sun, no local horizon blocking the sun from setting or squishing into the actual horizon, I think it squishes. I think it always does that. I think there's always that angle that makes the sun just kind of squish, kind of like this footage that I'm going to put in the side chat here. I think this is when you zoom right in on a sunset and you don't have a local horizon blocking the actual horizon. I think the sun sort of squishes and looks kind of like it looks in these images.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, I was busy for a sec. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, could you call a local horizon an actual geometric horizon?
Well, I guess so. I guess you could call it that.
Yeah,
I think the technical term would be the local horizon, but it would be geometric.
Right.
It would have nothing to do with the globe, but it would still be. Yeah, it would be physical Earth curvature. I mean, not curvature, physical, something physical blocking the proper horizon.
Right. Yeah. Because like I see the moon, for example, like get blocked by my neighbor's roof. You know what I mean? Like it starts setting behind the neighbor's roof.
Yeah. But I'd like someone to prove me wrong. If we can find a horizon over the ocean that looks like a perfect clean sunset, you got to zoom in on it, because from a distance it kind of looks clean. But when you zoom in on these things, it definitely doesn't look like a clean bottom-up obstruction. So if someone can get a day where there's no swells and you get a clear zoom of the sunset, show me a cleanly setting sun that looks like it's disappearing behind the horizon. I don't think that happens. Just
right, yeah, and like, well, look at that one you posted. The last one you posted. There's a gap between the last bit of light of the sun you see and the horizon. There's a clear gap there. How does that work?
Yeah, exactly. Who am I? Can hear myself echoing through someone.
Oh, it may have been me. I had my mic open.
Oh,
I don't know.
Cool. Stop now. It's all good. Yeah, this one, like, this is a good example as well. I mean, that if this person didn't have a camera, a zoom camera, they would think that the sun that you can see before it zooms in is half set. And if they didn't zoom in with a camera and they just kept watching the sun, it would probably look like it just fully sets. But you really can't see what's going on until you zoom in. When he zooms in, it closes, it makes the aperture smaller, doesn't let in as much light, and then you lose that glare effect. There's a different word for it. It's not necessarily glare. I forget the word.
Reminds me of that Simpsons episode where Homer gets high on chili, and he's like out in the desert, and he's hallucinating, and he's like, he walks closer to the horizon, and the sun goes up, and he walks backwards, and the sun goes down. He's like, sun go up, sun go down.
Yeah, man, that was an awesome episode. I haven't seen that forever. But yeah, man, if someone can prove me wrong, that would be awesome. Show me a cleanly setting sunset where there's no local horizon, there's no ocean swells, or basically waves like obstructing and making it look like it's setting cleanly. I reckon it sort of squishes into the horizon, and when you zoom right in on it, it definitely doesn't look like a cleanly setting sun.
Oh yeah, Matthew Loans posts something he thinks is that. Have you seen that one?
Probably seen it 50 times, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
I was listening to some old playback episode from years ago with Matthew on it the other day. It's word for word the same shitty arguments that he still says in 2026. Don't know if anyone's seen the documentary by a guy named Lanolin. It's called The Abomination of Desolation, something like that. But he basically spends about $40,000 setting up a pretty elaborate laser test over a frozen lake in Alaska, and he gets an awesome side view of the laser. So he bought a $4,000 camera and a $1,000 rectilinear lens, one that it's like got a reputation of not distorting images hardly at all. So he set up three weather stations, point A, point B, and point C. Right, point A to point C is 6 miles, and that's where the laser's going to transit. And then point B is off to the side, triangulated basically, like in between the two and away on the side. So he can get a side view with this awesome camera and lens of the laser transit, which he was able to do. So he got an 8K, or a bit over 8K, image of the entire 6 mile laser transit. And then once the laser was 3 foot height and the target was 3 foot height, they were able to see the laser hit the target basically 6 miles away. And in the side view, once you compress the image horizontally, you can see that it doesn't curve. It doesn't, like, if the Earth were a globe, it would have to curve when you compress it. And it doesn't. It actually bends up a tiny little bit. And it's a real globe killer, because that upward bending means is that there is a little bit of upward refraction, which means you have very, very slightly higher temperature down lower and cooler temperature up higher. So the light deviates a little bit towards the cooler, but you can't see it unless you compress the image. So to be able to see the laser at 3 foot from 6 miles away and the Earth were a globe, you would have to have the opposite refractive index. You would have to have the downward refraction. You would have to have cooler air going to warmer air to have it allegedly bending somehow around the globe perfectly to hit the target. It would be impossible for that laser test to work if you had upward refraction, which you can see in the test. So it's actually there's no rebuttal for that.
It's funny, right? Because there's a upward if there's an upward kind of vision of the light, like that can be mistaken as Earth curve, right? Because the laser's being picked up at a higher point. So you go, oh, well, there is curvature because lasers go straight. And I'm picking it up at a higher position, which means there's a downward deflection of Earth curve. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The good thing is you can see in the compression, curve, right? In the compressed footage, you can see it like an arc. Yeah, like a curve curving up. I'll post the pictures in the side chat as soon as I find them. But yeah, good to have a good side view of a laser beam, because that's always their argument with the laser test. The laser's bending around the curvature of the Earth, and that's the only way it would be able to hit the target.
What's the video called?
Called Abomination of Desolation. I'll share the link in the side chat in a minute. Just trying to find the pictures. Yeah, he's a pretty smart guy. He decided to start looking into flat Earth, but he decided that he wants to just pick a couple of topics to go right into depth with his research on. So he decided to pick cinematography, like learning how footage can be faked. So he's got a ton of stuff about how NASA, what techniques NASA used to fake their footage. And optics was his other choice. So he's gone deep on how light propagates through the air and that kind of thing. He knows a ton
I don't
about it.
I don't know if I'm crazy, but there was a guy that came in 12 months to 18 months ago into the main server, and he was talking about doing something like this.
Yeah, I think that
do you
was him. I
remember
think
him,
Matrix remembers
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and he told us about a pretty detailed kind of outline of a test he was going to do, and I don't think I ever heard from him again, but I do recall someone exactly like that, and it was in Alaska as well.
Yeah, that would be the guy. So yeah, it took him a long time to get it all done. It cost him a fortune, and it's a pretty cool documentary, and it's kind of crazy what they were doing. They were riding these snow machines across over this giant lake.
That was part of the problem because he couldn't. He said it gets so cold that you can't use snow machines. He said that you got to really pick your times to do it.
Yep. And in the video, it's crazy. They're cruising across the lake. They think the lake's completely frozen, and then they look back, and you can see all of the ice cracking behind the snow machines as they're driving along.
Fuck, how scary!
Yeah. And then they had to drive back over that section again to get home, over the cracked section. And then they took drone footage over the lake, and they noticed that there's whole sections of the lake that aren't frozen at all.
So 6 miles, right? What's the drop over distance for that?
I'll check.
1066. So be like 6.
I think it's 3 foot.
Less than 30, right?
Yeah, 3 foot observer height or 3 foot laser height. Might have been a bit over 6 miles, but we'll just put in 6 miles. Eye height level 3 foot.
Well, if they're both at 3 foot, you can use 0, right?
Yeah, I'll just check what the raw curvature is over that distance. 1 second.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, 24 foot of curvature.
24 foot. That's from a 3 foot observer height, right?
No, that's just the curvature over the distance.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So realistically, if you've got a 3 foot laser, then something. What was he detecting at the 6 mile mark? He had
the laser,
a mirror, or another. He had another camera, or
another camera. Yep.
Yeah.
P1000.
So that should have been picking the laser up at 24 foot in the air. Oh well, add 3 plus 3.
Yep.
27 foot. I don't know how people still can, like Globers can still look at this stuff and not go, okay, I need to look at this, right? Even if they don't want to admit that the Earth's flat, right? If you want to be honest with yourself, you're going to go, why the fuck isn't this laser 27 foot in the air?
Yeah, exactly.
Just ask the question, right?
And this guy had weather stations as well, and it was almost identical, the temperature gradient. So that's meant to be the primary thing that controls the light deviating. And if the temperature doesn't have a significant gradient and it's pretty much the same, they can't use that as an excuse.
And what height did they? So they took temperature gradients at different heights, like temperature readings at different heights.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I need to watch it again. I only watched it one time.
I'm gonna watch it. I've got to spare a couple of hours. So.
Yeah, what's better to watch? He did a 6-hour talk. If you start at 3 hours, well, the whole thing's good, but the test starts at 3 hours. He goes over everything in a ton of detail. He's talking on a different server about it. And he's still in the process of redoing the documentary to add a ton more to it. I'll share both of those things in a second. I'm just trying to find these freaking pictures of the side view. But yeah, he joined my server, so we've had a bunch of chats with him. I'll see if I can, when he has some free time, to come and maybe do like a presentation or something like that in here. Set an event for it.
Yeah, in here or even in
or in the home server,
24/7. Yeah.
Yep.
And then we can record it and put his information in the server.
Yep.
Well, you can do it outside of it anyway, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Oh yeah, found the pictures. Yeah, I need to get the 8K version off him. Yeah, so there's the link to his first version of the video, and then underneath it is what I recommend listening to.
What's up, Peyton?
Here's another cool observation that Lanolin made. He was, no, I've never seen this before. He was able to capture a Fata Morgana with a laser beam.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. It looks like some inversion going on.
Yeah, same conditions that cause Fata Morgana, basically, with a laser. And it still bends up as well. Look at the continuation of the beam. It still goes upward. That's not what should happen if you have a Fata Morgana. They say it's caused by, heavy downward deflection of light. I'm still yet to see a laser beam bending downward through the air.
That's the one thing I always ask for. I'm like, show me a laser beam bending over a hill. And you know what got me to look into refraction? When I was talking to Ruhif, I saw that Rob Skiba video where he pulls that drawn sun across the table, and they use that Fresnel lens. That's what got me to look into it. Now I know that's a poor argument because you're using a synthetic environment, but as of right now, that's the only thing I have that I can use that, like, if somebody's like actually listening, right, to the conversation, I can bring that in for them to understand, like, this is what happens when light deflects upwards instead of downwards. But other than that, like, I don't really bring it in anymore. You made a good point when you're like, oh, we can't use a synthetic environment for the observation.
Yeah, but it's not a bad argument, Sheepdog. It's because the more water you've got in the atmosphere, the more lensing happens, right? So, I use the same thing. That's what I picture in my mind, right, with things going down over the horizon.
Get a temperature inversion, and then all of a sudden you've got like a bubble in the air because you got cold air trapped under warm air. That cold air is going to be really dense. That's going to look like a lens.
Yeah. And then as you go further and further and further, it compounds, right? So it actually looks like the thing that you're looking at's closer than what it is. So it's going to be magnified, right? So if you've got something that looks like it's going down, and then as you go through the atmosphere, it's actually getting more and more magnified, then it's going to be more pronounced, right?
Yeah, it's like India said with the 1 foot observation, that 1 foot wave, after a kilometer, something 1,000 meters tall was going to be obstructed by that 1 foot wave. It's the same thing with the point of refraction. Wherever that point of refraction is in the distance, you know, they would say, oh, that's the geometric horizon, but it's not because the horizon's apparent. So let's invert that, because that's what they did. They inverted what we were seeing, right? So let's take it back to the right way. Instead of deflecting downward going around the ball, all you got to do is make one angle deflection upward, even 1 degree, or what they say is the refraction of air and light is 1.33, right? So 1.33 degrees upward, and then all of a sudden now that, you know, at 1 mile, it's just going to be a little bit. At 2 miles, it's going to be even more. At 3 miles, it's going to be even more. So that object that's going away is going to appear to sink downward in your vision.
Yeah. It's not getting to your eyes. Well, part of it, right? So there's your bottom-up obstruction. Makes so much sense. I heard you say the other day, Sheepdog, you might be moving.
No, I'm not moving. Changing
No?
jobs, but not moving.
I was going to say, property in Venezuela, you might as well get into it right now, mate. It's going to go up in value.
Oh, I already know.
Something near the beach there, up the Caribbean. We just got back, well, back a couple of weeks ago now, or maybe a week ago now, from Colombia. Good.
But yeah, I mean, if it goes up, it goes up, man. We're working on getting property out there, but we got to take care of what's here first. This economy sucks, man. Tired of it.
Expensive. I didn't realize we went through Dallas on the way there and then back through LA. Everything in the US is so fucking expensive, man. Just food. Food's crazy.
Yeah, on average, each meal is $10 per person.
Yeah, we went to crazy thing. We went to Whataburger because we were just stopping in Dallas, right? I said, I want to get Whataburger. The two of us, it was like $50 for 2 meals, like burger, chips, and a drink. That's almost 70. Oh, it's 75 Australian dollars for 2 fucking burger meals. Out of control.
That's insane, man. What the hell?
Oh, it was nuts. Yeah. Like, it wasn't even that good, but
I don't know where you paid that. Maybe $30, but not 50.
40. Okay, I'll say 40. I'll check my credit card, but
I mean, like, if you special order, like, let's say you change it from fries to onion rings, and then you did a milkshake instead of the drink, then yeah, it would be like 16, 17, $18 for one person.
Well, that's what I reckon. It was $20 a meal. Yeah. $20 a meal. $20. It was late at night because we couldn't sleep. We were on fucking opposite hours.
But I'm glad you had fun out here at least, though. You got to come out and visit.
I went to a good old Texas barbecue, man. It was so good.
Let me ask you this. What was it like seeing the moon upside down?
Oh yeah, it was different. Yeah.
Well, little do many people know, the moon doesn't keep its orientation throughout the night anyway. So if you wait till moonset,
right?
you can, it's almost upside down at that point anyway.
Yeah.
By moonset.
But I caught you guys, TW and DJ talking about how there's not a defined line for the horizon. Like it's right. Like even up in the plane, right? There's no defined line. It just goes hazy, and you can't see anything.
Yeah, when you zoom right in on it, definitely.
Yeah, well, even when, most of the time when you don't even zoom in on it, like the whole way across, you just look you just look to the horizon. There's no defined line at all.
Yeah, and what I was talking about as well was local horizon blocks where the true horizon is. If you've got ocean swells or a mountain range or elevated land, you can't see where the proper horizon is, and it will look like it's a sharper line. But that's not actually the horizon.
because it's closer.
Yeah, because it's closer, and that can happen from above as well. And I think a lot of the videos where people say the horizon's below eye level, it's the opposite effect. Instead of being blocked by something that's on the ground terrestrially, it's blocked by the haze. Right, it can be blocked by clouds, but it's blocked by the amount of obstruction, right? Look at, as you go higher, you can see further, and you're looking through twice as much air, and then that air will make like the opposite, right? It'll make like you can't see where the actual horizon is because it's obstructed, but because you're looking over such a long distance, it looks like there's kind of like a horizon that's lower than eye level, but that's not where the horizon is. That horizon's actually blocked by the David Weiss calls it the atmospheric deck of opacity.
Because it could either be the top of the clouds or the top of the haze, right?
Yeah,
and it's closer than what it's quite closer than what the horizon should be, or even the horizon is, because the horizon that we're talking about is just where the land apparently meets the sky, right? So.
Yeah, good examples. The attempted debunk on Flat Earth WS. I'll pull up the image. I'll put it in the side chat. You can clearly see. You can't see where the horizon is because it's blocked by haze. In all of these images, and it looks like the horizon's below eye level, but it's actually just because it's being blocked by the haze that it looks like it's there. But I guarantee if you zoomed right in on that, it would just look like a haze horizon. I need to find this footage. There's this awesome footage. It was on Phuket Words channel. I can't seem to find it. I got to go through all these videos and find which one it was in. But it was this awesome drone footage. He had 2 lots of it, where the drone would just go up in the air, and they had the camera horizontal, and they drew a red line across the center of the screen, right where the horizon is. And as the drone goes up, it goes up super high, crazy high drone. As it goes up, the horizon follows the red line in the center of the screen perfectly. It doesn't go off it at all. The whole way up, the whole way down. He had 2 different videos showing that. Need to find that. But on a day where you had worse visibility, I think it would look like the horizon's dipping. only because you've got that haze.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. Great way to explain it.
Yeah, here's the image from Flat Earth WS. And then quite often when you're looking out over the ocean, you've got a completely false horizon because of that mirroring effect that happens way off in the distance. And I got an awesome example of that here as well. Yeah, this is the one. So let's say a globe earther went out on this particular day. And they pulled out their little theodolite and they leveled it and they're like, see, haha, the Earth's a globe. Look at this horizon, a nice crisp horizon, and it's below the center of the frame because of the Earth curvature, right? But it's a completely false horizon because I actually photoshopped out the boat. And if you have a look where the boat is and where the horizon is behind the boat, which you can kind of see it a little bit. That's where the horizon is, and it's right in the center of the frame, where it should be.
Yeah, so you get the horizon in the center of the frame, it's flat. You get it below it, it curves down. You get the horizon above center, it curves up.
Yeah. But in this case, it's just there's a mirage happening, and unless you've got that boat there, it's going to look like it's horizon dip, but it's not. And I think that happens fairly often as well. Yeah, if not all the time.
Yeah.
If the
reflection of light.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like reflecting the sky or whatever in the background.
So like a flat part of water. Maybe on this side, the flat part of water that's reflecting is a little bit closer to you. So it looks like it curves down. Like, there's so many things going on there.
Yep. This one still boggles my mind, this next one. This one's tricky.
Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? It's a shock because it has to be. You know what I mean? Like it just looks photoshopped, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy looking. Here it is in some different with some different effects.
They changed the resolution. And now you got that bottom one. Makes sense.
Yep.
But the bottom one's changed color, right? So the original one is. So that's ocean behind them, right? Or no?
It's all ocean.
Grass.
No, there's no grass. It's all ocean. Yeah, it looks like grass.
I've seen that happen down the Great Ocean Road many times. I mean, I'm driving along the cliff and I look out and there's a fucking container ship floating in the sky. Okay,
But that must be a trip. I've never seen that before.
Oh, I've seen it lots of times. I used to live down there, and the conditions are ripe. And hot. Like the water's really cold. The air can be warm sometimes. Like
yep, that's
the air can be cold. Like air can be cold, and the water can be cold. Like there's so many different, because the weather changes so much down there, but the water temperature always stays the same. Even during summer, it stays cold.
Yep.
Winter water temperatures. It's like between 16 and 19 degrees all year round. Some new people in the chat. Milk. Is that you, Mick? You got 2 accounts.
Yeah, so we're moving to Cambodia in a couple of months, and I've just checked. There's this giant lake I saw on the map just next to the city that we're moving to, and I just checked the distance on it. Here it is in the side chat. 110 kilometers across the lake. Might be good for some observations, I think. 67 miles. 68 miles.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Hi.
Hi.
How old are you?
Old enough.
What?
Old enough.
Oh, nice. Good. Where are you from?
Earth.
What?
Earth.
Which أخ? What أخ?
Is there another Earth?
No English. You're Arabic?
Do I sound Arabic?
You're Arabic?
Do I sound Arabic?
Yeah. Me
I
speak
would sound
English.
more Arab
Please shut up.
Australian.
Please shut up.
Arab Australian.
I like Tabuli. Does that help?
Hello, hello. Help push.
Bully Hamas. Not Hamas.
Shut up, please.
Hummus.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Please. Please shut up. Get out.
Shut up with your Hamas.
لا لا خلاص تعال وجهك.
Yalla Ahmed.
Mm-hmm. How we get internet in Antarctica, boys? We decided yet? What do you say about it, DJ?
Yeah, I'm not sure. How did you validate how they get internet in Antarctica?
Because there's no underwater sea cables going to Antarctica.
Okay.
Yeah, so they must get it from satellites.
Okay. Which satellite?
Maybe Starlink, maybe the others.
Okay, well, they had internet before Starlink existed, didn't they?
Yeah, I'll have to check up on that. Yeah, another internet satellite.
Okay, which one?
I don't know specifically.
Okay, well, you might want to look that up. Validate the satellite.
Why would I? Because they don't have any other means of getting internet there.
Really?
Yeah. They don't
have you? Okay, well, you can send signals huge distances via repeater towers, right? That can be set up in the ocean. That could be a possibility that you don't know about. And also, there could be satellites in, we're not denying satellites exist. We're just denying satellites in outer space orbiting around a globe. So it could be from a satellite as well. Sure. Doesn't debunk that. It's not going to make the water curve, bro.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the internet was created in like the late 60s, early 70s, and it was done using computer nodes across the United States. Those computer nodes were all connected to each other through underground cables. Those satellites.
Yeah, I don't get it. If you guys think every satellite is carried by a balloon.
No one said that. But they do have balloon satellites. Balloon satellites exist, yeah.
What else is means of...
What?
What else is possible to propel a satellite except balloons?
Yeah, I'll put some other options in the side chat.
A satellite is just a repeater. A satellite is just a repeater. You could literally put a drone in the sky, and a drone could be your satellite.
What you mean, like reflecting radio signals off of a drone?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a stack of options there on that chart in the side chat.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Tell me you don't know about radio waves, like without telling me.
Basically, they have big towers.
All of these.
Yeah, they have big towers which they get their internet from, which are getting a signal from somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're claiming it's a satellite in space. We're saying we don't know for sure, and none of us can confirm exactly where the signal's coming from.
Yeah. But I'm looking at your satellite propulsion systems, and most of them are like they're either propelled by fuel or carried by a balloon, right? None of these work in any other way. They have an engine or a balloon.
No, most of them don't, right? So we got the high altitude platforms.
And what is that propelled by?
It's electricity. It's run by solar, I think, in that case. Then we've got different types of inflatable satellite options, right? Like blimp type things that you can
Yeah.
see there. Okay, I don't. Right, then we got high altitude, long operation, HALO things. I think they run on electricity as well. You know, a lot of these things you can look them up. You know, and there's footage of them, and you can see them being launched, and they're pretty common.
Yeah, but sure. But none of those things go as quick as satellites. Would you agree? Like ISS or
That's a
Starlink?
scale. That's scale and variance. You're just saying that because you believe that they're a certain distance away. So
Yeah, but
where you're wrong, dude. Yeah, but what?
yeah, but you know, you could verify how fast do those satellites go,
No,
right?
you need distance, right? First.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So how do you verify the distance?
No, I'm saying you can if you have like a balloon satellite, right? You could check its distance, wouldn't you? You could check its speed, how fast it's going. Wouldn't you?
No, you can't, because if it's smaller and closer, or you know, it's you can't tell the speed that way. You would have to know
Let's say
the distance and the
it's in
size.
stratosphere, yeah.
It's inside what?
Stratosphere. It's like
How did you confirm that it's in the stratosphere?
no, I'm saying let's say the balloon is in the stratosphere. Let's say for argument's sake.
Yeah, I don't think the balloons are propelling along like those little lights that you see up in the sky. I don't think that they're balloons. I can't confirm what they are. Right? People actually reported these types of lights in the sky before satellites even existed. I'm not making any claims. They're called transients. Transients. Yeah, they called them transients. But look, we can't really confirm what we're looking at. We see some little lights shooting around in the sky. Okay, we know that balloon satellites exist. We know 99% of communications via undersea cables and ground towers.
Yeah.
We know that the surface of water isn't curving.
Come on, man.
So actually, your
You go right back to the curve.
your argument that you came in with has fallen apart, right?
Nah, it ain't. Don't speak like that.
Well, you came in saying that satellites in space are the only means of communication for Antarctica, right?
Yeah,
That
yeah,
was
they
your
are.
argument, wasn't it?
They are, yeah.
Okay, but you haven't justified that yet.
Yeah, but you guys haven't proven it wrong. You're just saying we don't know. How is it falling apart?
Different types. We've shown you different types. We've shown you different types of communication. Correct.
Yeah, but you didn't prove that it.
So far, we have different types of communication. Which what if you've got different types of communication? Then not only satellites in space are transferring data, right?
Yeah, but you didn't prove.
Yeah.
That,
No, we don't have to, bro. No, we don't have to.
You just gave another possible explanation. Is that it?
And you're just giving a just so story without evidence.
Yeah.
So we don't have to do anything.
Yeah, calm down, DJ.
So the positive claim is on you for making. You have to make the argument, right? You have to give us the evidence because you have the positive claim. So can you give us the evidence for the claim that you're making?
Do you want the Starlink in space footage?
No. The claim is, right, that you have some kind of machinery or technology orbiting around a sphere Earth. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, show me the measurements of the sphere Earth. We'll start there.
Why would you need a measurement of a sphere Earth for something that is...
Well, because that's the claim that you're making, so I need to see if the first part of your claim, being the ball part... Yeah, it's the ball, right? That everything is orbiting around?
It's orbiting the Earth, not the...
You're orbiting a ball, right? A ball?
Yeah, but that's...
Okay, so show us the ball. Show us the ball. Where's the measurement of the ball?
I didn't bring the ball up. You brought the ball up.
Oh, so it's not orbiting a ball then. So, okay, I was incorrect. I mean, oh, it is. So it is a ball. Okay, we're talking about the ball again. Gunslinger, relax, bro. It's okay. So we are talking about the ball. So you're going to show us the measurements of the ball so we can make sure that whatever's being orbited is sphere-shaped, right?
Well, listen, we cannot agree on a ball, yeah? Me and
Listen, yeah, we can't agree on that. So then the story is not the technology is orbiting a ball. So that's not what you're talking about.
Yes, it is, but you guys and me.
It is. Okay.
Listen.
Okay, so measurements of the ball, please.
Calm down. So
I'm very calm. Can you give me the measurements of the ball that you're talking about? Can you just give me the measurement? Yeah, I know. I know it's crazy. It's so inconvenient for you that I'm interrupting this conversation where your claim is that there's some technology orbiting a ball. I'm asking you for the measurements of the ball and how we can validate them, and you don't want to talk about that for some reason. It's very strange.
It's not for some reason. It's for the reason that me and you guys cannot agree on whether.
All right.
Are you gonna stop interrupting?
And why can't we agree? Why can't we agree, Gunslinger? Is it because there's no measurements of the ball?
No, because you the guys don't accept the explanations.
No. Okay, so then there is measurements for the ball. Can you show them?
No, it's that we guys give you explanations.
We guys
reject.
No, I don't need explanations. Your explanations are just stories that you make up. I need the measurements for the ball.
Who told you their stories?
This guy's got nothing but excuses.
Man,
right? Yeah. No. You're the one that's telling me there's no measurements of the ball. You made that up.
What? No, I didn't say that. I said I don't want to talk about ball again because.
Terrific.
We talked
so you
about
agree
10 times about the curve, yeah? And
I know, I agree. So where is it measured?
When we
Who measured
get to the
it?
bottom line, you guys are not agreeing with me because you guys have
the
different
bottom
opinions.
line. The bottom line is that you're making a claim that the Earth is a ball, and you don't have any measurements of the ball. So I disagree with you, mostly because I think that you're making the ball part up. But if you're not making it up, please show me the measurements. That's all I need.
So what? We're not going to talk about anything except the curve, yeah?
Yes, that's correct.
There you go. Why do you reduce the conversation to that? If we don't agree,
because that's the claim that you're making.
It's not the claim. It's not the
so
claim.
You're not claiming that the Earth is curving like a ball?
You are being dishonest, says who?
I'm not being dishonest. I'm putting you right on the very claim that you're making, that you live on a ball.
And
so if the claim is not that you're living on a ball, then just say so. I don't actually think I'm living on a ball, but I have a study technology.
My claim
is the Earth a ball?
Orbit the Earth ball.
Orbit a ball. Is the Earth a ball in this scenario?
Always. Earth is always.
Okay, great. So where's the measurements of the ball, please? Can I see them?
Why are you doing this again?
Because that's your claim, that you live on a ball. All I really want to know is, can we validate the part of the claim that's most important, that the Earth is a sphere? Because that's what this VC is about.
We've been over
of course
it 10 times.
So, yeah, we have been over it. What we've been over is that you don't have any measurements of this thing. You just presuppose it. And then you also beg the question that somehow these sky technologies is, orbiting this ball. So I don't really believe you. It sounds like you made it up, or maybe somebody else made it up and you believe them, and you're kind of retarded. That's what I think.
Well, you are dishonest and ignorant.
What was I dishonest about?
You're dishonest.
Can you tell me what I was
And you're ignorant about that Earth is a bowl.
I didn't say the Earth is a bowl. When did I say that?
That Earth is flat.
Oh, Earth is flat. Yeah, it's measured that way by everybody.
Yeah, sure it is.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I mean, if you don't agree, I'm sure you have Earth curve measurements that you can show me.
I'm sure I showed them to you. Yeah.
When did you show those? Let me see them. Let's post them again.
Like
just entertain me for a little bit.
No, we're not doing this. We've been over this 10 times.
Okay, so we've been over the fact that you haven't produced anything, and I guess this is over, right?
Yes, it is.
Great. So you don't have any measurements of Earth curve. So the big part about your claim that some kind of sky technology is orbiting around a sphere is totally debunked by the fact that you don't have any evidence for any of it.
Mm-hmm. You will still want to talk about satellites or not? Or you're coping?
We are just done. We talked about it. You don't have any evidence for it. We're done.
You talked with me about satellites, boy.
We did. Yeah, we just talked about it. Isn't it sky technology that orbits around the ball?
Hell no,
Yeah, we did.
No, we didn't.
We didn't talk about sky technology that orbits around a ball. We didn't talk about that.
No, you didn't talk with me about it.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, this is how we all know now in this room that even though we've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes, you're going to run from the claim, and so I'm just going to mute you and kick you. That's how it works.
You're dumb, Sesku. You know that.
I know. That's what you have to do to cope. I know it's okay.
You're coping, not me. What the fuck? You're coping.
Yeah. Oh, mid-sentence, you got cut off. That's a bummer.
Wow, he's a little bit different, isn't he?
Yeah, he's one of our new fan favorites. He loves to come in here, and I mean, he got wrecked the first couple of days he came in, and now he's obsessed. He's made sock accounts. He's followed us into other servers. It's been a whole thing. He's like a new Rich Evans.
Oh, he like enjoys getting beaten up.
Pretty much.
What do they call them? Masochists.
Yes.
Well, a couple of people just joined in, so welcome to them. Feel free to ask any questions if you have any. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, James?
Yep.
Welcome, man.
Thank you.
It's quite the deep
Got a
voice.
voice
you have.
changer. Yes, no, maybe.
Sorry, what?
Is that a voice changer?
My voice can change, but it's not the voice changer.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. You believe you live on a spinning ball? A vacuum of outer space?
I do, yeah.
All right. Got any? What makes you think that?
I should actually have a question because I was talking to VC chat. No, I was talking to VC chat the other day. I was muted.
All right. Did I thought I just asked you one.
No, I just have a question because I was talking in the chat, like texting.
You can ask.
I was
You can ask.
muted.
You can ask your question after you answer mine.
Sure.
Yeah. What makes you think that?
Everything.
Can you name one?
I don't know, man. Just shoot something and I'll answer it. Just pick a poison.
That's your claim, man. So you don't know why you believe you live on a spinning
You guys,
space ball.
when I joined the VC, you guys said welcome to the Flat Earth, so it's your claim.
Yeah, and then I asked you a clarifying question.
I didn't believe in Flat Earth, no.
Do you think
I know.
flat's shape?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, you can't be that dumb,
Okay,
right?
he thinks flat's a shape.
Can you be that dumb that you think that I'm asking you about flat Earth when I said what makes you think you live on a spinning space ball? How does that make sense to you?
I just have a question because for me it's more easy to type because I'm in a room with more people, right? So I cannot be talking.
It's okay. There's not that many people speaking. It's mostly just you and him. In fact, I
Not
won't
in
even
the
chime in
physical room
anymore.
where I'm at, in the physical space. There's other people present here. I cannot be talking.
What I mean is, if you want it to be a 1 versus 1, I can just mute up and let y'all speak.
No, it's okay, man. I don't really mind. It's just I don't know why I don't have permission to send message in the VC chat.
I think
Nothing to do with us.
Over here on the server, over time you'll be granted access.
But I had access in the beginning. I was like sending messages. After a while, it means that someone removed it. I don't know why.
Well, then I don't know.
If someone could grant me those messaging,
We don't.
messaging
We can't do that.
privileges.
We can't do
I see
that.
other people typing.
Yeah, other people have perms. You don't. We can't give them to you. Hopefully, you can figure this out by now.
Well, because someone removed them from me.
Yeah, well, it wasn't anybody in here, and we don't have the ability to reinstate them. So if you're still having trouble figuring this out, I can get some crayons.
I want to address something really quick. You said that flat Earth is the claim, but you experience the Earth as being flat and stationary, and you observe the horizon to be horizontal. If somebody makes a claim against what is observed, that would be the claim that needs to be proven. I have no burden of proof. We experience the Earth as it is.
Yeah, so take, for instance, the stationary nature of the Earth. I cannot determine at all that the Earth is actually spinning, moving in apparently 4 different vectors at some mind-boggling speeds. I can't detect that with any optical device. In fact, any device, period. So it would be extraordinary for someone to say that the Earth is moving, and then they would have to give me some kind of evidence or proof that that is actually occurring. Do you have any of that, James?
I do, yeah. But I'm more interested in listening. Your guys' mindset. I'm just really.
Oh, terrific!
I'm just listening.
What mindset? So you have some kind of evidence that the Earth is moving in some form or fashion. Can you get that for me, please?
No, I just want to listen to you. I'm not here to present evidence. I really doubt my evidence will convince any of you, so I'm just here to listen.
Well, you don't have any, dude. So
I do. I'm just here to listen.
Okay.
All of a sudden, you're just here to listen?
Yep.
Okay, well, go on mute then.
Thanks.
Yeah, our mindset is more empirical than anything, right? So our experience and what we can prove in the physical and natural world is that the Earth is indeed measurably, observably, and practically used as a flat plane. And then the evidence for stillness, well, is no motion whatsoever. I know that's kind of a backwards way to do it, but we experience no motion of the Earth, and there's no test that we can run to see if it is moving. And of course, then we have the gas pressure that we breathe every day. That would require containment. So I hope that catches you up on our mindset that everything that we experience proves and, displays that we live on a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth. And since there's no evidence to the contrary and nobody actually wants to show us anything, right? They just want to listen. Well, this is what you can listen to. You've been ripped off. Your folks sent you off to a public indoctrination camp. They did a real good job. A bunch of strangers told you what the state wanted you to know. And now you're here, probably struggling to fit it all in your head because you can't separate what's been reified to you from what you actually experienced. It's a sad state of affairs for most of the world, but that's where we are.
But it's just a mindset.
What's a mindset?
That defeatist mentality where folks won't share anything because they automatically assume it's going to be rejected is ridiculous. It also sounds a lot like projection.
Waiting, I want to go back to the globe. Just haven't seen anything that'll take me back there. It's a lot easier. All the other morons believe they're on a globe, so go back
If
to being
one is
a moron.
concerned about who here is closed-minded, I'd like to point out that we've already demonstrated that we're capable of changing our minds.
James, why do you think that we think the Earth is flat and stationary?
That's a good question.
James is back?
Guy that sounds like a deep throat robot.
Oh, that guy.
He does sound like he would make a good narrator. He's got that narrator voice.
Yeah, who's that guy that plays Darth Vader? Darth Vader?
He's got more like a I'm gonna kill you in my basement kind of voice is what I hear.
Yeah, I hope you guys know that's artificial, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah, you cue into certain tones and shit, you know.
Most likely. Most everything on the internet's fake these days.
Come on, James, don't be a pussy. Take the mask off.
I am your father.
For all we know, he's using it to bypass TOS and shit because he's actually underage. You know, trying to get over it.
Mute him. Ban him. Nice to have a conversation with him. What did he say? There was too many people in the room, in his room. Is that what he meant? Like his mum and dad and cousins and aunties, uncles. They live in one room. Like Charlie from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, right?
Welcome, Axel, GTA Master. And that looks like all the new folks that I can tell. GTA, you want to mic up? I don't know if I recognize you. We've got Cress. Eric, how are you? Cress ran away. How about you, Eric?
Eric is Banana Man.
I haven't heard that for ages. That's funny. 30 years. 30 years.
Hello, Mel. Welcome. A lot of folks dropping in, not saying much. Hello, Mel. Don't be shy. Okay, GTA, what's your question? You're supposed to be practicing your English, GTA, but you can type it if you want. It's about the flat Earth. The Earth that you live on is measurably flat. So there's no more globe. There was never a globe. It was just something that they told you. It's like a story. It's like Santa Claus. You know Santa Claus? It's like that story. But you were supposed to grow out of it at some point, and some people just haven't grown out of it yet. I am not a professor, no, but we did have a professor of triangles, but I don't know where he went. But anyway, we have had professors come through. Some people here do teach. But all the things that we're telling you, we can show measurements of the Earth as a flat plane. And yeah, so anything that you need information-wise, right, measurements, any kind of study having to do with the surface of the Earth, all of it shows that the Earth is indeed flat. So if you need any of that, just let us know. It's very vast, anywhere between 18 to as old as you want. Probably people in their 60s. Yes, anyone can join. We also have a home server with somewhere around 25,000 members. So, yeah, you can join this channel. Bring all your friends if they have any questions. Tell them that you just found this really crazy Flat Earth channel in English Hub, and bring as many friends as you possibly can. I'm sure they will have questions, and I'm sure they would love to make fun of us. We welcome all of it. Well, I think I already told you I'm not a professor. I don't know why you're asking that question again. Apparently, Professor Triangle is on a leave of absence. Yes, there are some people that consider the Earth a planet, right? But those people are just misinformed. So we went ahead and measured the Earth to see if it was curving at all, and we didn't find any curvature. In fact, we found out that everybody, every industry is measuring the Earth as flat, and they're using it that way, and they're navigating it that way. So some people consider it a ball, but they would be incorrect. GTA Master, do you have any friends that aren't mic shy that would like to come in and ask questions? Okay. That's okay. I understand. Either you're just shy or you are not confident with your English yet. Totally understandable. YSF, what would you like to share? Up on the mic. YSF got scared. Capetic 19, welcome.
Damn. It's a party over here.
It is really. We were waiting on you. Welcome. Doesn't matter. So doesn't matter. What brought you into a flat Earth channel, man?
Nothing really.
You just bored?
Yeah.
Okay. You think you live on a ball?
Doesn't really matter, bro.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
Flat.
So okay, what does matter then? Anything? Because your name is doesn't matter. What does matter? Anything?
Not it's the shape of the earth, not really.
Why don't you think that matters?
Why would it, bro?
Well, you live on the earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody else that you know lives on the earth, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if everybody that you know doesn't understand where they live, you don't think that's a problem?
No, not really. What's gonna change?
Well, you could stop getting ripped off by the people that were telling you it was a globe in the first place. That would be one thing. I mean, you could stop getting ripped off. Do you like getting ripped off?
Maybe they're just ignorant about it.
Who?
They just like the people that say it's a globe.
Why would they be ignorant? They've been talking about this for at least 100 years, more like 500. But if they're ignorant, why would they talk to people about something they don't know?
Because that's what most people do.
So when they don't know something, they tell other people about what they don't know.
Bro, how many like people say that the earth is a globe without studying it?
Most people, I would say. So every nation that has an educational system that is close to what the Westerners have, which is most of them. So I would say somewhere around, let's say 80%. 80% of the people think they live on a globe and have no idea.
So they're ignorant about it, according to you.
Yeah, those are the people that are hearing about it. I'm talking about the people that are telling other people about it. So if the people that are telling other people are ignorant, why would they tell them something that they don't know?
Yeah, you should ask them.
Oh, well, we have, and they just seem to double down on the thing that they've been claiming from the beginning, which is that the earth is a ball and that they know it. And we ask them how they know it, they say they don't know. So why are people telling other people that the earth is a globe, even though they don't know it as a fact? I mean, you say it doesn't matter, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Say what you were going to say. I didn't want to cut you off. Well, what I was going to say is if it doesn't matter and they're still doubling down on it, to them it matters. It must be pretty important to have you know something that they know nothing about. That to me sounds like a scam.
Oh, hello? Okay, yeah.
Hello? So, anyways, I guess it does matter to somebody. It matters to them that you think that you live on a ball. Must be kind of important. Or maybe it doesn't matter.
If it's not important, why do tech companies go out of their way to censor this or delist it? They don't like this conversation. So why would they go out of their way to censor it? If it didn't matter, nobody should care. They confessed to doing that, by the way. Like that, they literally straight up told Congress that they had targeted flat earthers and censored them. I'm sure I got censored too, but I'm pretty sure that a ton of other people, they got their accounts completely deleted. Just gone. All of that work gone. GTA Master, if you have a question, feel free to ask it. No, GTA guy, we're not going to force you to talk. We'd prefer for folks to talk on here, but if you're too shy to do so, that's fine. You can listen and learn. That's okay.
Yeah, we have James that told us he was just here to listen, but he's asking some questions in the side chat. You can unmute James and ask the question. Yeah, ultimately we don't know the cause. We don't know how the sky works. Something that we don't have access to. But we do have access to the earth, and that is measurably flat. Okay, GTA Master, you've made a claim. Apparently, sometimes the earth changes the wind that makes the world move. I don't know where to begin with that. It may be, just a translation problem, something lost in translation, but I don't know how to respond to that. And believe me, I want to understand, but that one's a tough one. GTA, I don't really understand the question that you're asking. That's the thing. GTA, the Earth does not move, and it's pretty obvious that it doesn't. Everybody that is on the Earth doesn't experience any acceleration, any motion of any kind, with the exception of perhaps an earthquake. But that's the only time that the Earth is ever detected to be in motion. And even then, it's localized. It's not the whole thing. So, you know.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
I really hope some fresh fish shows up for Cyclone. I know Cyclone comes in here about the same time every day looking for fresh globies, but we don't have any. It's a real bummer.
I'm just listening in now anyway. It's about past my bedtime, so maybe if someone pops in the next 10, 20 minutes, but otherwise, missed for the night.
That's unacceptable.
I know, it's poor form.
You sick, man? You sound a little under the weather.
Yeah, I have been sick, actually. I'm just about getting over it, I think.
That's good.
But yeah, all quiet on the Globey front. I'm still listening for a bit, but good to hear you guys.
Yeah, man, always good to see you. This is your baby. We want to feed you, fresh fish. James, join the VC. Cyclone wants to talk to you, James. Yeah, no, you're not listening. Listeners, listen. You're asking questions. You could do that in the VC. So why don't you join the VC, ask your questions, and Cyclone will answer them for you. I mean, don't be a coward, you know. I'll make it easy on you. Welcome, Abid. Good to see you. You are the, well, you're the only new individual we have in here right now. So, you have some questions? Fire away.
Hello, hello, how are you? I'm sorry. I forget if I mute my microphone.
So, okay. Hello, Abid. If,
hello.
if the Cyclone, hello. What brought you into the Flat Earth channel?
Yeah, sorry. I just looking for discussion. I have no question actually, so I just want to fulfill my knowledge about these topics. And I'm doing something else also, so actually I have no question. So yeah.
No question? Would you be willing to answer some questions?
No way. I just try to fulfill my knowledge about flat Earth, or while listening to people talking about this topic. But I'm still beginner and I don't know what is while
That's okay.
people think about flat Earth, while schools teach us that the Earth is rounded.
Well, that's a good question, and I'd be happy to answer them for you. However, I got a friend in here that may be better at this than me. His name is the Cyclone. If he wants to come off mute, if he doesn't, then I'll talk to you about it.
Okay.
Sure, I can give you a few minutes. What's up?
He wants to know about the flat Earth.
Yeah. Can you share the link?
Okay. God, where to start? The Earth's flat, I guess. So, you should think about the nature of water. You know, water.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what we're really saying when we say flat Earth, we're not saying the land is all flat. Obviously, you get hills and valleys, but water is flat, like a body of water, like a lake. Yeah. You understand that?
Do you think that the form of water always follow the case? I mean,
Yeah, like
I
whatever
get you.
water will take the shape of a container, and the surface will always be level. Right? Like you fill up a glass, takes the shape of the glass, and the surface will be flat. Yeah? It doesn't matter how much you scale that up, it will always be flat.
I see.
You understand?
I got you. Yeah, Bruno. Yeah, this picture make me imagine easily. But I think it's because in the center of the Earth there is a gravitation that's why the water is always going down into the gravitation.
No, because the whole it's being pulled to the center of a ball, that's not real. It's just a story. In reality, it's always level, flat, horizontal. Just like the picture. Yeah? See, the bottom part says pseudoscience with the water around the ball, and they're at different angles. That's not real. That's not what happens. The body of water will not curve. You see? See, Abid, what they're trying to tell us is that even though we see the body of water to have a level surface, that eventually it curves. Could you imagine that? Imagine the water in your glass. Yeah? Imagine that surface curving.
No, because it's just small amount of water.
Yes. And when you scale it up larger, they say it starts to curve. You see?
Yeah, it should be curved.
But that does not happen. And you know this, but you've been told to think and believe and imagine that it does happen. But it doesn't happen. This is what this whole topic, flat Earth, is about. They've told us eventually that surface that we observe to be flat is not flat. But people have tested this. They've gone out and they've measured it. Long distance observations, laser tests, surveying methods. It does not curve, right? So the water on Earth is a horizontal level plane, generally. And then all the land sticks out of it, like islands in a giant lake. You understand?
Yeah, I got you.
But that doesn't mean that the Earth is some kind of flat object in space, right? Like a big square Earth or a disk in space. That's not what we are saying. You need to understand that. We're not in space.
What do you mean we're not in space?
Yeah. So they tell us, they teach us, and they show us images of galaxies, right? This big space with all planets, stars, suns, and everything moving around in this giant vacuum of space, yeah?
Yeah.
That's not real. That doesn't exist.
Okay.
No. Because in reality, the Earth is a contained system, closed. Yeah? Like a big building with walls and a ceiling. Right?
With walls?
Yeah, it's enclosed. Like a container. You see? And do you know how we know that?
Oh.
Because to have gas pressure, the gas must be contained physically. Right? So gas pressure is when gas is pressing against a container in all directions, like a balloon or a tire, the air in your tire. Yeah? If you don't have it completely closed in the tire, the air will move and escape in all directions. Yeah? Well, the air that we breathe is like that air in the tire. It's pressurized, which means it's pressing against a container. So we're not on the outside of a ball in a giant vacuum of space. We are still motionless in a big contained environment. And that's what's causing the gas pressure. See, the Earth is generating the gas and it's being contained. So we're in a contained system.
I see. It makes sense.
Yeah.
And yeah, it makes sense, but it's also in the same times the opposite knowledge about what I know about this earth.
Yes. They've taught us everything wrong about the Earth. You need to teach yourself. You
Yeah,
understand?
that's why when I received this new information about the opposite knowledge that I believe for years, it's kind of hard to replace it instantly.
It's very hard. We were all the same. Everyone here. We all got taught the same thing as you. We all believed the same thing as you. It takes time. But it's worth taking the time. It's worth researching. It's worth understanding where you live. Okay? And if you have questions, this here, this VC, and our home server is the best place to get information. So whenever you have questions or you want information, if you want more information on the gas pressure that I just spoke about, we can give you that. We can show you where to look. We can give you resources, videos, papers, academic articles. We can provide these things. You just have to ask. So all we ask when you're here is that you're honest and you ask questions and you have respectful conversation. That's all we ask. Okay, so if you've got any questions, you let us know, okay?
Okay, got you.
And guys, someone send him the link to the home server. We've got lots of resources on our home server that you can research in your own time. Now, if there's anyone else on the Flat Earth side who wants to speak to this man, feel free. I'm going to go on mute for a wee bit. But nice to speak to you, Abid. Welcome to the server. Welcome to the chat.
Yeah, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, peace, brother.
So, Abid, do you have questions now?
Hello?
Hello?
What's up?
Hello, hi.
Hello.
Hello.
What do you talk about?
Yes.
What, yes?
Flat one.
What does that mean?
Talk about the flat Earth. Do you live on the Earth? Did he leave? What happened?
No, I'm here. I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, we talk about the flat Earth that you live on.
Okay.
It's not the ball. Do you think that you live on a ball or a flat Earth?
I did know that it's not very important. You live and you can smile air. Everything it's good.
You can smile. Everything is good.
Yes.
90% of the Earth.
Okay.
Go ahead, Timbo.
No, it's just saying he said it was not that important. So.
It's important to you, but I think it's ball, the earth. What do you think?
Well, if it's not important, why is everyone telling the children, the little innocent children in school, that it's a ball when it's not measured to be a ball?
You think a boss tell the boy it's ball?
Yeah, I don't like when the teachers tell small children that the earth is a ball when it's not.
Okay, talk with the teacher.
Okay. Well, I've talked to the teachers and they don't know why they teach people that, other than they get paid. Why do they pay the teachers to teach the children that the earth is a ball? Welcome to all the newcomers. I can't see your names, but welcome. Any questions? Okay.
Okay, anybody think that the Earth is a spinning ball? Go ahead. Okay. Spinning ball. Think the Earth is a spinning ball? Go ahead. No spinning ball dwellers in here? Is my mic working? Mic check. My mic working? Says it is. Guess everybody's busy. Anyway, I'm glancing over the paddle and panel there. Looks like it's all crazy flat earthers. What's wrong with you guys? What do you got to say for yourself? Hello, Tati. You trying to say something? I think there's something wrong with my Discord. I can't hear anybody. I'm going to try to rejoin. Official checking of the mic. Anybody?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Now we need globe evidence, empirical. Anybody got any of that? Anybody? Bueller?
Yeah.
Bueller?
My imagination.
That's the main ingredient you need to be a globe believer is imagination. Just imagine that we're spinning even though you can't feel it, et cetera, et cetera. Don't see any new people. I don't know Milk. Hello, Milk. Do you want to talk? Is it whole milk or 2% or is it skim? Raw milk, maybe?
Soy.
Soy milk. There you go. All right, then, Milk. Keep your secrets. Anybody else? Bunch of crazy globe deniers. I'll shut up. There's Satoshi Nakamoto, the inventor of Bitcoin. I can't pronounce his current name, but you at your mic? And he's on deafened, looks like it. Never mind. It's the guy that used to be called Satoshi. That's how I know him, anyway. Anybody listening out there in YouTube or Rumble or wherever the hell we broadcast this shit? If you think you live on a spinning ball in the middle of literally nothing, come in here and discuss. We've got information to share. Thank you. Okay, we've been joined by, oh, never mind, it says who. He's one of those crazy globe deniers, correct?
Yeah, I just went down into the Ask a Christian room, and they were highly triggered by my presence there, so they kicked me from their room.
Wow.
Not very accepting or tolerant or loving, I would say. They not a lot of grace, not a lot of mercy that I got from the.
Not very Christian-like.
Not really. No. Nope. I got muted and kicked and insulted while I was there. It was interesting. And they saw that I was a flat Earth mod, and they just were instantly triggered.
Were you down there rage baiting them? Says who?
I didn't say a word. And then, they were talking, and I found an opening in the conversation, and I just said, "Hey, can I ask what you guys are discussing?" And then the guy came at me. So,
Oh, well.
They are very angry about us being here and, reaffirming what the Bible says, apparently. So, they don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, how'd they know you're a flat earther? I guess your tags and stuff, or
I guess so, or I've talked to one of them. But anyways, they kind of stereotype me along with whoever it is that they probably spoke to in here before, or maybe they spoke to me. I don't know. I can be a little bit, no nonsense and gruff, but I just kind of ask questions. That's mostly what I do. Anyway, yeah, they didn't like me being there, so like good Christians, they kicked my ass out.
I think you do good on here, man. You're concise and to the point, and you stay to the point. I mean, you're good.
Well, I appreciate that.
I don't know what the Christian room would have an issue with you about. I mean, you didn't even get into the subject or anything. All you did was say hello.
Yeah, pretty much. All I did was say hello, and I said, "What are we talking about tonight?" And and he was like, "Hey, don't worry about it. You shut up, and you go back to your flat Earth room, and blah blah blah." So then I got muted. It was a fun adventure for me, though.
Some people get in these groups, they just know we're all crazy, and as soon as they see one of us, they just don't even want to associate. They don't even want to give us 5 seconds of their day. It's crazy.
Yep. That was pretty much what happens. They were like, "Hey, go read." And one of the text messages was, "Go read a book." It's like, wow. If I read the Bible, is that the book that you want me to read? It says the earth is flat. Anyway.
You even have a telescope, man? Come on.
Yeah, telescopes. What's up, Dave? How you feeling? Any heart attacks recently? I hope you're doing good, man.
No, I'm actually doing pretty good. I'm operating the meat suit at least 90% right now, and I'm in my 60s, so it ain't too bad.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I had a kind of a challenging health year last year, but thanks for asking. I'm just here every day that the good Lord wants me to be. However you want to look at it like that, right?
Yeah, amen. No, I agree with that. He's keeping you around. He's going to keep you here until he decides to pull you out.
It obviously wasn't my time. I guess, last May I was dead on a parking lot for 15 minutes. My heart wasn't beating.
Yeah.
They brought
15 minutes.
I wish I had a cool story from the other side, but I got nothing, man. I'm sorry. I can make
I remember that. I remember that. Yeah, a lot of people will say, I saw a light or I talked to somebody, and I have a friend of mine, believe it or not, he was dead for 20 minutes. His heart stopped for 20 minutes. He had a heart attack while he was playing drums at my church, by the way. And they pulled him out.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he was playing drums and just had a huge heart attack and basically dropped dead there for about 20 minutes. And the ambulance came, the whole congregation, they were praying. And the ambulance came and they were using the paddles and defibrillators and nothing was working. And about the time that they stopped, when they quit, his heart just started beating again. So I'm going to call that a miracle. But anyway, yeah.
It's similar to mine because the paramedic told me that he was near the end. He was they were trying to do it around 20 minutes, depending on the situation. But he was about to give up because he didn't see any sign of anything. And then he waited for like 10 seconds after the last paddle, after like 15 minutes, and suddenly my heart started back. I mean, who knows?
Yep.
That's one of those God things, right?
I think so. I do believe.
Well, whatever this is we're in, man, it's created by, there's some kind of creator. I don't see how anybody can deny that, but
I have no doubt.
And it's a personal thing. I got nothing against churches, and I'm not going to get into organized religion, the Catholics and all that, but there's definitely a creator.
Yep. And we're all here trying to figure it out, and we probably screw up by making churches and doctrines and theologies, and he's kind of going, it's not that complicated, folks.
Yeah.
Love me and love your neighbor as yourself. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that.
Do no harm, love thy neighbor. It's pretty simple.
Yep. But
be like evil people that have to control other people and amass all the resources for themselves and own all the land and blah blah blah. Right.
Yep. That's what it seems like. As far as I can tell, we were given, according to the Bible, we were given authority over the animals, right? So the birds of the air, the fish of the sea, and the thing that creeps along the ground. So the land animals, and I don't think we were supposed to tell other human beings what to do.
Yeah.
I think that was more God's job.
Yeah, if you look at the Bible as a playbook, I don't remember that part being in there. Like, there is slavery and stuff in the Bible. People would argue with you about that, but I agree with you. I don't think the Bible explicitly says that you need to control other human beings. That's a human being's idea for whatever reason. If they are human beings. Maybe we're being controlled by reptilians or something, right?
Maybe so. Maybe the reptiles decided they were going to control us. Either way, the Earth is flat, and that is that.
That way. It's not our fault, but that's just how it measures, man. What are you going to do?
Yep.
When I first heard about this subject 10 years ago, I did my damnedest for 6 months to find one shred of empirical globe evidence. And it's just not there, man. If you're honest with yourself, you cannot honestly say you're on a globe empirically. Just ain't happening.
100%.
People want to stay in their fantasy land and stay lost in space or whatever, right?
Yep. It's what they want.
Panel, I still don't see new people. We got Milk. Have you ever talked to Milk? He won't say anything.
The Milky Way. The Milky Way is interesting. I don't know how they got us. Well, yeah, but I think it's interesting that they paint the picture of the galaxy, right? Like the Milky Way. It's like, well, where did you ever get that picture from? Obviously, you're not that far away from it. And there's this huge thing in the center of it called the Great Attractor that no one has ever seen. Why don't we see that shit?
Yeah, the whole sky story has definitely been embellished a lot with things that they can't verify or, that they never observed. The black holes and the exoplanets or whatever the hell they made up last week,
Yeah. Yeah. There's always something to make up every week.
Let's say hello to Gabriel Pereira if he wants to talk. Hello, Gabriel. Welcome to the server.
Hello, thank you.
Some questions for you. Thanks for
What?
saying hello. Go ahead, sorry.
No, it was just saying thank you. I I don't know how to speak in a big room. Not yet.
Are you learning English? You're speaking fine. How's your English? Are you good at English?
I am a little bit. I had a time in life that I studied a lot, but these days it's been a while that I don't practice.
Okay, well you're doing fine. So you know you've joined the flat Earth room, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think the Earth's flat, or do you think it's a ball?
I think that it's hard to think that it's really flat, because
Why?
When you start to think about water, if the Earth was really flat, I think that the water will drop on the corners, you know.
Wait a second, time out. I'm gonna hand you off to Says Who, but are you using water as a proof of the globe right now?
Yeah, I think this is the main
talk
thing.
to Says Who?
Let me ask you a quick question, Gabriel. What makes you think water would fall off any edge of Earth?
Because the gravity that holds the water.
If we're a disk floating in space, what's pulling water down in outer space? If Earth is not pulling water down, what's pulling water down off of the Earth?
I think the gravity.
You see how silly that sounds? You see how silly that sounds?
Yeah, but if Earth were
we don't think we don't believe in outer space. We're not a disk floating in space. We see the planets in the sky. They're just lights above our heads. You can't go to them. You can't land on them. The only place there is to go is here on Earth. That's it.
All right, so I don't have arguments, I think, because I would say that if the Earth is flat, every planet should be flat. And
the Earth's not a planet.
What Earth is?
The Earth is Earth. It's the thing under your feet. A lot of people would call it the floor, right? Like if you walked inside of a house and you're walking around on the floor, that would be the Earth. And then when you look up at the ceiling and you see the lights, those would be the stars and the planets. Right? Because you've never been to another planet, you've never been to the moon. You just hear a lot of stories about those other things, and then you take those stories on good faith. Right?
Yeah. I think it can be just a creation of the people.
Right. Well, in order for that story to be real, the Earth has to be a ball. Right? If the Earth is not a ball, that whole story is fake.
Sit. All right, come on.
Anyway, go ahead, Sesu. I just wanted to ask that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm hot micing. Don't worry about me. I'm sorry.
I'm getting ready to.
Hey guys, I gotta say real quick, this got to be the first glober ever to start with water to prove a globe. Have y'all ever heard anybody else say that?
Yeah, no, that's pretty amazing.
But the thing that I consider, it's like, I don't know if we consider that Earth is a planet and is a ball, and there is another planet. I think the gravity works something similar to solar system, because it's like the sun is pushing. The push is not the right, is pull. The sun is pulling the planets, and the
We know the
planets
story.
is turning
You know
into
everything.
themselves.
Sorry to interrupt.
We know that
everything
story.
you're telling us is a story. Go ahead, sheepdog or swell dog.
Well, I mean, okay, so if the Earth is a ball, then yeah, that story could make sense. But if the story is not a ball, then the entire story about outer space and other planets is just a story, right? Like when I look in the sky, I can see Mars and Jupiter and Saturn. Those are planets. They're in the sky. I agree with that. But the Earth is not a planet. So when you say other planets, you're assuming that Earth is a planet. But the definition of planet is a body that's in the sky, right? A wandering star. So the Earth is not in the sky. The last time I checked, when I looked up, I don't see the Earth. I have to look down to see the Earth. So why would I think that the Earth is like those things up there? Nothing up there matches the Earth.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Here's the kicker. All right, you mentioned water. So if water is flat everywhere all the time at rest, and 70% of the known Earth is covered in water, how can the Earth be a ball?
Yeah, but the question is, if Earth is flat, how water don't drop on the end of the Earth?
Because we're in a contained system. There is no place for the water to fall off of. You can't have gas pressure without a container. So somewhere out there is a container keeping all the gases inside. It's like a terrarium.
All right.
If you don't know what terrarium is, I'll put it in the side chat.
Yeah, it's a video game. I know.
No, terrarium is like a container, like a glass jar where you put plants inside and they grow. But we don't know what it's made out of. We don't know if it's glass or liquid or solid or what. All we know is that by definition, you can't have gas pressure without a. There's your definition.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you spoke.
I said your definition of a terrarium is in the side chat. But yeah, water is flat. Water is flat on the surface. It's flat everywhere. And water takes the shape of its container, right? Like a bowl, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake.
But if it's a bowl, it's supposed to have one wall to hold the water.
What about a swimming pool?
Yeah, it's that I'm saying. If you
What about a lake?
If you look to a lake or a swimming pool, there is an end, and the end it's like a corner that holds the water, and no one never saw this.
I gotta go. Y'all have a good night.
I think I won the question, and I'll have dinner as well. Good afternoon for you.
Bro, no way he considered that a win. What the heck?
Hey guys. I think no one here.
هلا السلام عليكم. لو
هلا انت وين رحت؟
موجود يا ولد، بس رحت الحمام يعني خلصت وتو جيت. كنت أسأل عليك
ايوه
بس.
ايوه
نعم.
يلا روح الروم واسحبني اسحبني.
يلا لا ما مدينا أسحبك أنا هون سيرفر. إيه
ارسل لي دعوه ارسل لي دعوه هناك.
يلا الله برسل لك. نمشي. يا ما قلت ليش تسوي هنا يا ولد.
والله تكيت فريت وبعدين تكيت على اساس انهم بيسولفون دخلت علي.
حياك الله.
راح اسوي لي دعوه.
يلا بسوي لك، يلا ابشر ابشر.
We have ignition sequence start. The engines are on. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. We have commit. We have.
Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about Earth.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.